should be live now. We'll see if that works. There we go. I think it's loading now. Is it? There we go. All right, it's loaded. It's got there. Finally, it took a while, but we've got there, guys. All right, let's get after it. Ad break's about to finish anyway. Let's get after it. All right, guys. What's going on? And welcome back. We've got SHIN in the top left side of the map for onside, Trap in the bottom right side here for the power of PROTOSS. Good to see Trap back in the game recently. Goes to that nice early chrono. Maybe 2 seconds later than I like to do it, but it really is splitting hairs at that point. It's Old Sun Temple and it's cross map, and well, SHIN. If you want to go back, he played this exact same spawn against Hero earlier on here in this RSL 6 group. You guys go back and check that video before this one if you don't want any spoilers. If you care about spoilers, you know, as always, we often reference earlier series from our channel, but go check that one out. Essentially, what happened was SHIN got wrecked in the opening, right? He got blocked by a probe coming in. He's been doing a lot of 15 pool in this matchup, and when he went down to take that 17 hatchery, the drone, or I think it's the 16 hatchery actually, the probe came in at the same time, saw him, opportunistically blocked, and then a Stalker came across the map and blocked his third and ruined his whole opening. But I don't think Trap's going to play quite as dynamically as Hero and quite as unpredictably. So it is still an early probe scout. Immediate second chrono coming in. So Trap, of course, wary of the opening potential. But look at that, 15 hatchery. Okay, so SHIN is going to go 15 hatchery. Interesting. All right. So he does go for the hatchery first after getting blocked early today on this map. I think that's not a bad call. Does seem quite a good choice here. Best of 3, of course, guys. This is the losers match. Loser gets knocked out of the RSL for this season. Winner will have another chance in the deciding match after this to get out of this group in second place. Meanwhile, in the winners match, Hero and Classic will be facing off. Big PvP. Defense for Classic, offense for Hero. We'll see who wins that one. I think SHIN would probably rather play Classic. Trap, probably Classic as well. I think everyone picks Classic over here. Classic's very good. He plays very correctly. I think if you want to play standard macro games and defend, sometimes Classic can be frustrating if you feel PROTOSS is a better late game than you or something like that. But I think Hero is way harder to predict and more annoying in general. SHIN letting himself get bullied off this mineral patch completely. Not even fighting for it. Trap is kind of like, really? You can see the drones do go back over there now. All right, so it's going to be Nexus to the Cybercore. He's got the second gas, the second pylon coming up. Not a bad choice here at all. Why did Trap scout the corner? Because it's a 4-player map. So he didn't know where he spawned. So he was going to go around to all 4 spawns. You can also see SHIN's Overlord went to the top right, saw no wall off, and now he's heading cross map there. So SHIN doesn't know where he is until this Overlord gets down here. Old Sun Temple has... Actually, sorry, it's no vertical spawns enabled, right? So your opponent never spawns below or above you. It's actually technically a three-player map in terms of actual effectiveness, right? Fear and Faith is a full 4-player map, but this one only has three spawns enabled. Probe does go down. Absolutely love this map, by the way. It's made by Killer Smile. Made Mothership, 10,000 feet. So many maps over the years you can see from Killer Smile, and a lot of the best ones that get played a ton. And you know, often players will be a little frustrated by them, like, oh, this bit's hard or that bit's hard. But very rarely does it get a veto. You know what I mean? There's a nice balance of features that are hard to work around for many players. And that Overlord got a bit cheeky trying to escape using the directional vision blocking of that pillar, but does go down. Stalker's going to block here. Nice play for Trap. But yeah, these maps, they're often like people go, oh, it's hard to take a 4th or a 5th here. It's hard to do this or that. And yet they don't get vetoed, and it just forces players out of the box a little bit. So Killer Smile, I think, is probably the best map maker at kind of getting their maps selected for the ladder pool without just doing the same carbon copy of the exact same maps we've been playing for so many years. I think, you know, and that's a hard thing to do, because there's a lot of people out there making cool, fun, creative maps, but them actually getting picked for the ladder. So it's a you know, a kind of fine line you've got to walk. Spore Crawler's coming down about 4 minutes for SHIN. Units lost tab, of course. Just a Zergling and an Overlord. Not too bad. SHIN's third base will be finishing here shortly. So Shin didn't rush to saturate the natural, but has the faster third up. Ooh, canceling the third would be good. It's worth clicking, I think, isn't it? No, there's an Oracle there. Oracle comes in from the high ground. Zerglin goes down, but at least you keep the Oracle at home, which is something of a victory in of itself. Now, what I'm really shocked by, guys, is that no one's doing my Oracle Zealot build. Maybe someone is, and I haven't seen the games. So going for 3 Oracles into a third, but then building a third gate and just making Zealots with a charge. You can make, like, or Glaive Adepts is fine as well. We did see, actually, a Glaive Adept version of that from Hero earlier today. But, like, with just 2 or 3 gateways in regular form, you could be pumping so many units out of these gateways. And it kind of forces Zerg to cut drones a lot earlier and build a lot of units without you having to invest in, like, a Robo, a Warp Prism, 3rd and 4th gateway. Even just 2 gates, you can do some shockingly powerful Zealot pokes if you get charge, or Glaive Adept pokes if you go for it. But we need to see a little bit more of that. Roachhorn's almost finished here. Is Shin going to go for the German taxi? His lair's a little bit late for that. I think this is just a macro build. His 4th base is on the way. Wouldn't be surprised to see him explode 4 more gases. See, these drones as they come out. He's going to take 2 gases there, 2 gases here. And I do think a Spire is going to go down. The only problem with Spire on this map is it's so predictable. Like, what are you going to do as Zerg? You just can play... I mean, some people will play Hydra Bane cross-map. I think it's a bad idea. Cross-map's so hard to kill PROTOSS. So I think the best way to play this as Shin is either Mutas or straight to Ultras. And that's gonna kind of give you, I think, as Trap, a limited window of things to worry about. He's gonna open Zealots to start. Robo's on the way. It's a pretty damn early Robo, that is. I think he's gonna come in. Probes will take care of that. He's got a few Zealots out. I like that he's left his gateways in gateway form, and he is building these Zealots. It's a later Zealot build-up, but it is still quite a powerful one. If he rallies all these Zealots here, you can see he's getting supply blocked here, and that's the thing players really struggle with. The new gateway production, the amount of pylons you need is insane. Like, he needs like 5 pylons right now. He's got a lot of money stuck in the Zealot queue. That's a big misstep for Trap. Not quite adapting to that new production just yet. Hydrogen and Spire and Roach Speed and +1 on the way. So Shin is doing a Roach Hydra all-in, but he's having the Spire tech there, I think almost as a fake out. He could potentially build around of those Mutalisks. But where did he build the Spire, guys? Am I crazy? Oh my lord, he's hidden it in the corner. Okay, that's why I was like, where is it? He's hidden it up here in the top edge of the map. PROTOSS has not found that just yet. Ooh, it's very exposed out there, but that's a very sneaky Spire. That Stasis Trap did not get clicked on, which I think is a little bit problematic. Zerglings and Queen's going to try to defend. There's a lot of Roaches coming in, but dude, these Zealots doing really well, even though they don't have +1. Imagine if he wasn't supply blocked, how scary this Zealot Oracle pressure would be. And like I said, I'm doing the Oracle, the Zealot pressure without +1 way, way earlier than this. And then macroing behind it. This is like a later macro version of it, and even then it still hits pretty scarily. The Spire's now up, as is Fleet Beacon. Can go Mothership, which is so standard. But if you go Mothership and Storm, you don't have a ton of other units. 3 more gateways are building, 4 more gateways. Oh, he's already gone Warp Gate. Big waste of money, in my opinion. I get it, most PROTOSS players are doing this, but I think you really should be staying in gateway form unless you're planning to hit an aggressive timing. And he's going out with an Archon drop against a Muta player, but he doesn't know it's Mutalisks. Uh-oh. Mutalisks coming in, 12 more drones, so it's a handful of Mutas to harass. Here comes the Roachling counterattack that's going to distract so badly. Second Stargate's on the way, so it seems like Trap realizes there is a threat of these Mutalisks, even though he hasn't seen the Spire. And he's going to stay 3 base for now, trying to build cannon and battery in his mineral lines. Starting to build Phoenix, which is the right call. The Archon's quite good. Now, he's made Sidestorm, but he doesn't have a single High Templar gathering energy. And of course, I mean, he can't really afford it. Got to build Phoenix, got to make Archon Zealot immortal to deal with the ground army. There's only 1 Phoenix, 1 cannon in the main. Then again, it's only 9 Mutalisks, which is not the scariest count. And Trap reacts very quickly. The Oracles should tag those Mutas, I would imagine. The Archon drop can keep up with it pretty well. Good probe pull away, and those 2 cannons will cover nicely. They're going to take out a few of these Mutalisks if they don't watch out. 2 Mutas down, but look at the drone count. So Shin is just confidently droning. My question is, what's he going to do with that? Because, like, an economic advantage is really good if you're Serral. Shin is not really a late game player. Trap is. Then again, stuck on 3 bases is Trap right now, taking economic damage, and The tech is going to have to do some really heavy lifting for Trap, just how far behind he is in supply. It's possible, but SHIN is definitely the more informed player. Trap was retired for quite a few years there, and I don't know how well he'll be able to spring his experience level back up to where SHIN's at. SHIN is going to go for that hive. I think we're going to see Lurkers, Vipers, the whole works. Oh, losing an Oracle does hurt. Hydra movement speed's almost here, so it's kind of like a... This is what I would call a half-assed Roach Hydra timing. He's maxed on Roach Hydra, but he's got massive work account, double upgrades, Infestation Pit. He's going to go hive behind it. The Oracles will go down to the Mutalisks. I don't know if you can necessarily kill Trap here, but wait, Trap has no Storm. Oh my god, Trap has no Psy Storm, guys. He's only got one with an energy recharge now. Uh-oh. Oh my god, where's his Storms? He's not used to the cast range. Oh, you could see he was trying to throw the Storm a bit deeper on the Zerg army. He's not used to the cast range on those High Templar. You've got to get used to managing that new High Templar cast range. And a really bad fight for Trap. Great fight for SHIN. And SHIN here just kind of, you know, it's interesting. He played this like Rogue. Normally SHIN's so all in with his committed attacks, but he's played this like Rogue, and he's got his finger in many different pies at once. He's a bit of Mutas, a bit of Roachling, a bit of a Hydra timing, but also I'm going to be going Hive and Lurkers and whatnot behind it. It's really hard for Trap to read, and very well played here. Very problematic for the Protoss player to just figure out what's happening. Mothership comes in, but she's got no support. Trap just took way too long to pivot back into High Templar into this game, and when you're defending, you need to have those High Templar up early. We'll do a little rewind analysis in a bit, but essentially he needed to hold this choke point out here. Remember, he got pushed back here. Zerg was able to spread a massive battle line where Storm's not effective. You need to be able to meet the Zerg in the choke point and punish them for moving through it. He let SHIN walk right through that choke point and set up a massive battle line, tear the gateways down. At that point, micro's easy for Zerg. But with no Storms ready in reserve, you can see why Trap made that mistake. He just was a bit too afraid of the mass Mutalisk threat. This is the problem with the Fleet Beacon 3-base play to a certain extent, is you kind of end up committing so much to the anti-Mutalisk tech on just 3 bases. Now, interestingly, as he's taken the same base down here we saw Hero take earlier today, is this base better than expanding to the other side? If you expand to the other side, you've got an angle here, a little rampy here, which can turn into a bigger one. And then you've got this upper side, which they can tear down to have there, and then this. This base here, kind of similar, big openings. I don't know. To me, it feels like this 4th base here is a bit easier to defend. I think the advantage of this base is if you control this one against Mutalisks, they can't fly through the base, right? If you're defending this base, you're stopping them getting to this, because this is like kind of the triangle of death where Mutalisks can bounce between all 3 bases. But if your army's already in front of this, defending the mineral line, well, you stop the Mutas ever getting to this position to begin with. So that kind of makes sense. Nice play for SHIN, though. He just looked a bit too confident. Looked like he wasn't really super afraid of Trap. And I think, honestly, if I had to break this down for you, it just comes back to the supply block. He's already doing, like I said, a later Zealot timing. He could have just been building Zealots non-stop and just going for charge. Even off just 2 gases, he could have been doing that. And then do 8-9 Zealots, 3 Oracles, hit at like 6 minutes 20, 6 minutes 15, maybe earlier. But instead, that supply block, which happens, he's already gone kind of late Twilight Forge. You can see he gets 1 round of Zealots out, gets a few more, and then his gateways were supply blocked for a bit there. And he ends up moving out, maybe not as delayed as it could have been, but he also doesn't even hit with +1. So they're not like wrecking the Zerglings as well as they could. Yeah, I think definitely there's an option there to hit a sharper timing as Trap. And because he's not really got the economic lead, whilst this attack looked kind of scary, it didn't really give him a big lead. Like, he saves the units, he's traded efficiently, he's kept SHIN off probing his 3rd. It's not like it's bad. I don't know, you'd think this would be pretty good, but he's also invested in Storm, but he didn't get any High Templar alive. He kind of over-respected the Mutas. If he'd had 2 or 3 High Templar during the whole phase when the Mutas are poking around, just gathering energy, you can imagine when this final push happens 3-4 minutes later, he's got 6 Storms on 3 High Templar. But because he didn't have any High Templar gathering energy, it's really tough. Like, what are you going to... You know, he's warping in High Templar so late. And he took way too long to realize as well. He's still building just Immortals, Phoenix, and the Mothership. And obviously, if the Mothership's out, maybe he's fine here. But if you don't have your Mothership out, you're just warping in High Templar. This is really tough. And like I said, you let him take this giant battle line here. You've got to be able to have a big enough army to drop a storm here, and stutter step back to this choke point. But look at the way Shin is able to spread his army out. He's got massive surface area. He can now afford to dodge a storm or two, and he's still doing crazy damage. And most of your army Zealot Archon, you've only got 2 Immortals. You've got to be able to hold the choke point and punish him for moving in. GG's though, great game 1 for Shin. I think if I had to think about it on a theoretical level, actually I'll talk about it at the start of this game. Alright guys, Shin in the top left side, Trap in the bottom right. It's going to be X-Arch, 4-player map, and it's cross map. Again, another big cross map. This is a map where your 3rd and 4th bases stick out like sore thumbs. If I had to talk about like the Zealot pressure and why that's so crucial, so I think here's my thought process on where PROTOSS stands and what makes PROTOSS potentially very powerful. I think all factions are very powerful right now. Like I think there's really big, powerful things for each faction in the new season, which very few players are using correctly. So let me explain that quickly. Basically for PROTOSS, you start with a chrono at the very beginning. So you take an early worker lead in most matchups off of this early chrono, right? I'm not saying the opening's the easiest thing to manage. Obviously, it takes a bit of practice for newer players and stuff, but it feels like you get this early boost, right? And then your second chrono's kicking in well before injects or mules are dropping. By the time injects and mules are coming in, you're dropping your 3rd, your 4th chronos, right? You're just getting a really nice boost at the start. And then the other big boost you have is being able to produce a lot of units off non-warp gates, off gateways. So the reason an Oracle Zealot pressure is so attractive is it's such a cheap way to force a big response and a lot of army out of the Zerg. But normally, historically, you're having to build 3-4 gateways, often 4 gateways to hit a decent Zealot pressure. You often are making, they're not warping in that quickly. You're often making a warp prism or a proxy gate to try and get the pressure to hit hard enough to get a real response, but then it slows down your follow-up a lot. Essentially, it almost feels like you're doing like it's a peasant push. It's a militia push now. Like it's, hey, these Zealots cost me so little. If you, like I said, with just 2 gateways, just keep building Zealots, from the moment warp gate's done, non-stop, while making charge, chrono charge twice, you can hit that 8 Zealot pressure probably 40 seconds earlier for Trap. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but I would say 40 seconds earlier. Because remember, he went 4 gases, Forge and Twilight, before building any Zealots, right? So it was, and he went 4 gateways, but he only hit with 8 Zealots. And this tells me, Trap, like most players I've watched, myself included, we do not have a clear enough understanding, as Shin goes 3H before Pool, by the way. Let's talk about that in a minute. But we don't actually have a good understanding of how to min-max these builds. Why are you making 4 gateways when you're only pressuring with 8 Zealots? That's 300 minerals wasted. He could have built those Zealots earlier off of 2 gates constantly producing, hit a harder earlier pressure where Shin loses his 4th base or loses a bunch of drones, loses more Zerglings, loses queens, and you're putting less money into it, which means you're probing your 3rd faster behind it. You're taking your gases faster. You know, you can still go for the exact same follow-up behind it, but you're actually investing less in your early pressure and getting more direct damage out of it. And the reason I'm explaining this and harping on about this is because I have seen PROTOSS players who obviously, I mean, it's such an alien way to play. I've been struggling this in my own PROTOSS game since day 1 of the PTR. But the leads are there to be taken, and it's on us as PROTOSS players to figure out how to take advantage of it, right? So many players aren't even trying, and they're just sitting there and doing the same thing they did pre-patching. Oh, this doesn't work. And I'm like, what do we... There's such big advantages we're leaving on the table. And the big one is, if you can get ahead of your opponent, PROTOSS right now has a tempo advantage. I don't think PROTOSS late game is any better than it used to be, or anything like that, but there is a big tempo advantage you can use to get to 4 base way ahead of your opponent. 2 drone kills and a couple Zerglings. Amazing first Adept. Shin's 3 hatchery before Pool getting punished a little bit already. Remember, Adepts take 3 seconds longer to build. It's cross map, so Shin really pushing the greed. These Zerglings just trying to distract right now. Beautiful micro for Trap, though. Trap's going to clean up both of those Zerglings. Still has 2 Adepts on the front, and he's going to go Twilight Council. He's going to go for a Gateway Man push. Oh, I think might be a Blink All-In. Might see like a pile on a gate out here. Go for like a 2-base Blink All-In or something like that. But Ling Speed's coming in. It's only about 30 seconds away. The Adepts are here. Oh, Adepts are going to take out another drone. But they get surrounded. Okay, good defense. That was an overcommit there for Trap. He's not got another unit building. Oh my god. Okay, I mean, that 33 seconds, warp gate kicks in. Oh my god. Guys, it's bugged. The adept doesn't lose its build time. You've got to cancel that adept and rebuild it now that warp gate's finished. I thought it would automatically speed up upon warp gate finishing, but apparently not. You need to cancel it and rebuild it, Trap. Oh no! At this point, it's too late. But oh no! The adept should have been out by now. The battery! Surely that's going to heal. Okay, the battery does come out in time. He's all right. He's building a pylon on the front. Glaives is on the way. Second gateway is already up in the back end. A third gateway. It's going to be an early Glaives attack. Shin, if he goes Banelings or Roaches, could defend this. But look at this. Already on 35 workers. Trying to utilize this greedy 3-hatch. A bit of a gamble. So far getting away with it. This pylon gets found. It feels to me like Trap's going to be in the big doo-doo. Building 3 adepts right now. But look at that. Overlord sees it. Twilight getting chronoed 2 gateways there. And you know Shin's got to immediately respond. We're on Shin's camera. He's just seen it. Where's his Roach Warren? Where's his Bane Nest? Shin, you could not be more disrespectful if you tried. You've just seen a guy who's all in on ground. And only now does he build a Roach Warren. I guess he's planning to wall the front against the Glaive Adepts. He finds the pylon. Oh, and it's a Sentry Adept pressure. He's building Sentries. Remember, guys, Sentries build in almost no time. They are the fastest building gateway unit in the game now. I think it's 11 seconds to build a Sentry out of a gateway, so very powerful. And now, because he's been scouted, Trap's pivoting, and he's trying to just play macro. Oh, this is awkward, mate. Because the Overlord sees it, and Shin was being greedy with his Roach Warren time, but he full walls the front, saying, okay, this is my only opening here on the backside. He's got 3 bases up, pretty well mining on minerals. No lair or anything like that, so maybe there is room to squeeze a third out on the right side, but the Zergling's going to see it straight away, and oh, he blocks it. Blocks the third. That's so annoying, isn't it? Probe does survive. He can still rebuild that, but Shin, lots of lings out. Roach Warren is up. And he says, oh, okay, you're taking a third. I'll take a lair. I'll drone. Few gases over here as well. Blink's coming in for Trap, but Trap is stuck in a very defensive stance, and that does not feel good. He did get Glaive Adepts, remember. So I'd love to see him hide a few Adepts like around and try to shade them in. But the problem is there's only one direction to shade in from, right? And that's this third base, so kind of hard to... You kind of have to wait, I think. I'd hide 2 Adepts here and probably 2 Adepts up here. And then when the Zerg pushes you, that's when you send those Adepts. And you got to kind of wait for the Zerg to attack you, I think, as Trap. Sentries should be able to defend this, I believe, with some nice force fields. Maybe, maybe not. They don't have much damage. He can limit the surface area on the Nexus, though. Got to bring these Adepts back so he actually has some anti-Zergling firepower. Yeah, the Adepts do fine there. 3 more gateways coming in. 3rd Nexus. I think when you're behind like this, you need to not overbuild gateways. You see how he's going to 7 gateways right now, guys? Off 3 gateways, if he's constantly producing, he won't be able to spend his money on 3 base. But you can tell Trap doesn't know that. He's not really learnt the new gateway production yet. Unless he's planning to do an all-in with Immortal Blink Stalker Sentry, which is possible. 3 base Immortal Blink Sentry timing, if your opponent doesn't go like Ravager Bane, can actually work pretty well. And he's not probing right now. He's making a Prism. Yeah, he's going all in. Okay, no, okay, it makes sense. He's going to go all Warp Gates and go all in. This makes sense. It's very desperate, and a Baneling Nest goes down. That's bad sign for him. He's going to push forwards now. You can see he's not really probing his third at all. He built a battery. I think that was more of a let's pretend to be defensive. Try and show your opponent a sign of macro so that he drones, but Shin stopped at 64. Shin knows there's no oracles on the field or anything like that. He sees a lot of sentries. These are usually a unit that's going to be a bit more aggressive earlier in the game. Force fields trap a few Zergans, but not too many, and this is a big cross map. It's hard to get a ground base pushed across the map. Not only that, his pylon is in a bit of a weird spot. He's got to get this probe to come forward and build another forward pylon if possible. And now there's a forge and probes building trap. Trying to play the mind game style. Oh, you scouted my move out. I'm in a macro now. That's the second time he's had to do that. So he's not been planning to do this from the start. And now Shin is going double melee carapace upgrades, which is a bizarre choice. I guess he just wants to overwhelm with a few Ravagers break the force fields. Banelings roll through the Adepts and Sentries and stuff, and Zerglings surround, and then you eventually go Ultras and you've already got the upgrade set up for it. So it's not a bad style. And this army's a bit fragile. He actually needs like a lot more Adepts to shoot down the Zerglings. And with no splash damage, it's awkward. I love these 2 Adepts though. Like I said, when the Zerg finally gets aggressive, that's when your Glaive Adept harassment will be excellent. Prism comes in. He's going to find some really good damage. Gets 5 of these drones. Cancels the shade, picks up. Oh no, there's an air blocker. Careful, you can't move through the worker only path. You got to be careful, guys. There's these worker only. These air blockers on the sides of the map. Got to be respectful of those. The Adept's going to go back in. He's trying to keep Shin back right now. Oh, he accidentally targeted the wrong drone. And he loses the Prism. Unfortunate there. Trap is, of course, going Robo Bay, guys. I'm not sure if this is pre or post-patch where the Colossus got that extra little bit of boosty damage. I guess we'll find out when the Colossus comes out. Stalker blinks back. I think it is after that. Roach Ravager Ling here. Got to watch out for the Biles. The slow zones and the speedy zones make this middle area of the map so weird to engage into. Remember, Biles don't instantly break force fields anymore, so that's kind of cool to see that in action here. But with no forward warp in point, it's going to be hard. If you had a warp prism, this would be a much scarier push. Oh, this is a great ramp to control, though. Oh, this is really bad for Shin. Hallucinated Colossus comes in. The Biles, though, about to land on the force fields. 2 of the force fields sentries do go down. Oh, he needs some Adepts in here to help deal with the Zerglings. Biles across the back line of the Protoss, so if he falls back, he will be moving into Corrosive Biles. The Immortal's starting to fall. The lack of warp-in's really hurting. If he had a Warp Prism to juggle the Immortals, to warp in some more Adepts, some more Stalkers on the front line, maybe Trap could have done this with his big 3-base Blink Sentry Immortal timing, but as it is, Shin, Roach Ravager Ling Bane is the counter comp to any sort of Blink Stalker, Sentry, Immortal push, and Shin played that really well. Takes a 5th up front in the middle, and he's got an Ultra Cavern on the way. 2-2. Upgrades on the natural as well. So it looks like he's got out of the scary position, and Shin showing some dominance. Trap just getting scouted a bit too much here. It felt like always one step behind in this series, and he's playing really well after coming back from retirement, but got a little bit more work to be done here with a guy like Shin who's just so far ahead of the meta compared to a normal Zerg player. If you force fit, so since Corrosive Bile only takes off half the duration of a force field, if you hit it with 2 Corrosive Biles, does it put it down to 25%? No, it's 50% of its max duration. So a force field lasts 11 seconds, I think it is. So a Ravager Bile removes 5.5 seconds. So yeah, if you drop 2, it would just instantly kill it. Usually by the time the Bile comes down, let's say 3 seconds have gone by anyway, plus 5.5. So usually even a single Bile means the force field only survives for like about 3 more seconds either way. Disruptor's on the way, but it's not ready just yet. Disruptors and Storm necessary to hold on against this Ravager Ling Bane army. But look at that, Roach run by in the south, and the Ravager Ling says, hey, that was a distraction. And the Nexus on the 4th goes down. There is one Colossus out here, guys. Unfortunately, with this overlay, actually, I can't see their exact damage. That's only going to help against the Roaches and the Ravagers and the Banelings, not so much against the Zerglings. Roach is going to try to run in one more time, but I think the Stalker should be okay with the shield battery to at least buy a bit of time. And indeed it is. The High Templar comes over. Got to be careful. If Shin's watching, he could click on that High Templar. Oh no, the High Templar! I think it just got sent to the front. Banelings rolling in the backside. And 11 probes go down. Oh, where did they came through? Oh, he broke the rocks. He broke the rocks and came through that side. Zealot run by comes in, but the Hentacles are ready. 2 Spine Crawlers stand ready. Looks like the High Templar did go down. Yes, those Roaches fall. Trap has got an economy, but Ultras are going to hard counter his entire force. He needs Immortals. He's not got any. Once these Ultras are out, they're going to be a real problem. Right now, though, there's only one Ultra with 2 more building. It's mostly a Zergling army. Colossus Storm will wreck Zerglings. If Trap can realize what's happening, make the second Robo, pump Immortals, get a 4th base up. There is a path back into this game. He's got good supply. Trap is hanging in here, man. Look at this. Hunting for where these Zealots keep warping in from. Shin has not seen exactly where the pylon is, but he should have a good idea now. Forward push. Has to be really careful. If you see those Ultras, you've got to get out of here. And look at this. Another Zergling run by on the right side. There's a cannon there. The Immortal in the open, though. Oh, sitting duck. Tries to recall the Immortal. It does go down at the front. Oh, he's getting jumped on. Disruptoring to try and kill the Ultras is actually really cute. Disruptors do enough damage. They do damage the Ultras significantly, but no Immortals there. Getting jumped on by that Roach Ultralisk ambush in the middle while distracted by the Ling run by. Stalkers will take out the Immortals. The Colossus doing very well versus the Zerglings. But Trap is just trading too sloppily for a game where he's been way behind on income for the last 6-7 minutes. GG, well played. Shin shuts down Trap with a 2-0 and shows his PVZ chops. Nah, man. How we doing? Toss so weak now. What's up, Can't Cut the Mustard? No, they're really not, man. We just watched Hero dismantle Shen. I don't think ZVP seems kind of similar to where it was pre-patch in my experience, but obviously there's a lot of unknowns in terms of how things go. I feel like a lot of the PROTOSS players are leaving money on the table in terms of their execution on a lot of these builds. In terms of not even execution, just their build orders don't feel particularly figured out, if that makes sense. Like I said, the gateway stuff there's a lot of players who aren't really using it correctly. I think Zerg openings are not well optimized either. I think Terrans aren't really using the 300 mineral command center that much or that well because it's very hard. It kind of just says, hey, once we're deciding to go late game, that transition becomes way smoother, if that makes sense. Yeah. I think it's brought a lot of chaos. No one's playing smooth. There's so much potential for everyone. That's it, Geonic. Yeah. I think if you guys are struggling with something in particular, talk about it in chat. Ask for advice. We're always happy to help out and discuss it, but straight up just going, yeah, this faction sucks this season or whatever. It's not something we encourage here. It falls under balance whining, and we do generally look down upon this. Yeah, what's up, Sexy Sub? You went from gold to almost diamond. Very nice. What strategies are you focusing on? Yeah, you can make everything faster than Marines now out of the gateway. But yeah, Stalkers are 16, Zealots are 14 seconds, I believe. One gateway can make 4 Zealots in 56 seconds, yeah? It's pretty damn good. Playing as Terran or against him, Geonic? It's kind of funny because like PTR, Terran was slaying when they had that depot bug where they got, or the orbital bug where they got supply for free off the orbital. But then it balanced out a bit more. After that got fixed, it was like, oh, these build orders are actually really tricky. You gotta figure this out, man. Big, we need a new bronze to GM. We gotta figure things out first. I will do a new bronze to GM at some point, but we've got to figure things out, number one. Number two, balance has to get sorted as well. I've got new videos coming out. We put we've been putting out a few guides on pig coaching. So if you guys haven't already checked those out, like go check them out, man. There's a video we put out yesterday. A lot of them are just me playing, figuring things out as I go and kind of explaining the ins and outs of things. But we did a Gateway Go Brr video just yesterday, guys. It is, yeah. And I think I'm already abusing it a lot better than in this video, because that's already from a few days ago, and we're developing things so quickly, but basically we put this video out, links in the chat, guys, check it out. And it's very effective. Let's see. Oh, I missed the build notes, doc. Oh, did I write the notes down at all in this one? I don't know if I actually wrote any notes down, because I was kind of freestyling it. Yeah. This is more like fundamental, you know, okay, we're doing standard openings and here we go. It's like, you know, I didn't really write anything down for this one. Whereas the Terran one that'll come out with the easy Terran push is going to be a bit different. I don't think I put the notes. I didn't write any notes for this one. Is this a viable beginner approach too? It seems like a lot of clicking that I've got to do. I mean, this is not aimed... the concepts of how to produce out of gateways rather than warp gates, you could definitely apply as a beginner, but this is me playing on my main GM MMR, you know, relatively freestyle, so of course don't just copy exactly what I do here. Still stick to bronze to GM and my 8 worker opening guides to get started this season, and just try to apply concepts in videos like these. Yeah. What's up? Pig, start playing in Proberized, wait for 82nd hatch. Is the standard build for Zerg. Shin's been going for a 15 pool and making 6 Zerglings. And then getting the hatchery up, where your drone can like run past the probe, pretend to go take the 3rd, and then when they go in to check your main, or you can hide the drone from the probe. Just don't make it obvious you want to take your hatchery, basically. And you can very easily get your hatchery up very consistently if they don't just sit there and build a pylon. But if they sit there and build a pylon, just go take your 3rd base and play from there. But I think if you make 6 Zerglings off of a 15 pool or a 16 pool, you should be able to fuck up your opponent's build orders really, really well. So that's what Shin's doing today. I'm going to be trying that a bunch. Personally, I normally just go for like a 16 pool, and then I get my hatchery up at such a high consistency in my games, where because my overlord sees the probe coming in and my drone just like hides and waits until they come in, or my drone goes past, pretends to take the 3rd, waits out of vision, and then when he moves in, we go take it. But yeah, we see how we go. CC first into 3 racks with 1-1. Hits around 7:30 to 8 minutes with 4 tanks. It wrecks so many people. Not a good timing to hit, or am I a minute behind? Sounds decent. I've been my easy 2-base push was just off a gasless 1-racks expand rather than CC first. And we were hitting, what, 7:15 to 7:30 yesterday, I think, when we were doing that, guys. It was usually in that 7:10 to 7:40 range with, what, like 40 Marines on average? And like 4 to 5 tanks and 2 medevacs, plus 1 stim shields. So it sounds like a good timing for you, just depending on the unit count you have. And as long as you're focused, you should be good. All right, guys, next up, let me just... do you guys want to see Rogue versus Cure? I kind of want to see Rogue versus Cure. I don't know about you guys. That sounds fun to me. This sounds very fun to me. You know, it's a good time. Sorry, I'm just finding the replay. This is it. We got it. All right. I don't know if I can be bothered changing the title every single time. I will for this one. And I'll even do it on YouTube as well, because I love you guys that much. Willing to change the title. We do a lot of best of 3s lately, so it's kind of like pretty fast cadence, so it's a bit tough to constantly do it, but for now it should be good. All right, lockdown, let's go. Oh, one sec. Gotta start a new recording. Shin trap. Let's go. Oh, right, guys. Rogue in the bottom left side of the map. Cure in the top right side. It's TVZ. Best of 3 here in the Kung Fu Cup semi-finals. Week number 16, or weekly Kung Fu Cup tournament number 16, I should say. Cure historically does kind of have Rogue's number. It's a weird matchup because, you know, Rogue, one of the best Zerg players in the world. Cure, A very good Terran player who classically has had struggles in this matchup, and yeah, he matches up quite well with Solar and Rogue. A few of these Korean Zerg players he seems to understand how to deal with, whereas it was the Darks, the really clutch micro players, the guys who are, you know, the Rainers, the Darks, who are really fast and able to just wriggle their way out of trouble, who could kind of out multitask him and I think kind of utilize a mechanical advantage. But interestingly, Rogue's going to go 15 hatchery. This is so funny, guys. I, early on in the patch, was going 15 hatchery, 15 pool every game, saying like this is like the safer, better way to open. And then more recently, I've just been copying what the European pros have been doing. They're like 16 hatch, 17 pool every game. But it's interesting to see Rogue go for that a little bit early, because he's gone 15 hatch, but then he's actually still built 3 workers afterwards. So maybe 15 hatch, 17 pool, which is not hugely different to 16. Command center first for Cure on the right side of the map. Oh gosh, I should check. This is a 300 mineral command center, guys. That is, yeah. It went down at like a minute and 5, minute 10. This was played this week, so like 2-3 days ago at most from when I'm casting this. It's on the current patch. Command centers will be cheaper. Will Cure, as a result, rush a third command center? It looks like the answer is no. He's going to play double gas afterwards. I mean, you have to play double gas after, unless you're playing a Marine mass CC first, because you want to go for an early factory after just one Marine, get a reactor, and do it that way. Rogue, of course, is droning up here and just relying on his overlords to scout. It looks like he's not as worried about proxy barracks as he is against some other players. Often he'll scout with both overlords for proxy racks. He only sent one just to look at these more common areas in case there's a proxy rack. So now he sees command center first, and he's going to try and sneak around the back. He might try to get over here to sacrifice in the backside, because you can see these SCVs don't have the longest sight range. They might not see him cross over, and with only one Marine out, that could work. SCV should be pulling over here to build the factory. You can see he actually pulled off gas there, so just 2 on each gas, and that makes a lot of sense, because you are going to be well under the 16 workers on mineral saturation if you want to get this tech up early, and that's the price that one pays. But double mules will be dropping. It's going to drop them both in the main where they are safe, because Kua has not scouted at all. He doesn't know if Zerglings are going to run in. Doesn't want to lose any mining time on those mules. Now, Rogue has still gone Ling speed immediately, which normally against command center first, you could delay that to take a quicker third. You could push your greed a lot here. Rogue has not taken that option. Now, is that because he wants to do an early Ling flood? Is it because he's just not really optimizing his counterplay? Is it more of a comfort thing? I'm not sure. Only time will tell. The Overlord has crossed into the back, which means he can sacrifice through for a really good scout. Often a fusion core or an armory gets hidden over here or here. It's going to be near impossible to hide from this Overlord. Hellions building just one at a time for now. Interesting. Normally you'd swap the factory over immediately, but the reactor wasn't timed out perfectly with the factory. And actually, he's going to be building Marines 2 at a time. So this looks like a couple of Hellions, a couple Marines in a medevac, that sort of pressure. Go around, hunting Overlords, pushing the Zerg vision into the corner. You're not going to get massive damage payoff unless the Zerg really messes up their positioning, and that's the Hellions roast a drone mineral line. But it's just like a light pressure. One has to question the efficiency of the build order, though. That's a lot of gas mining. And what are you going to spend that gas on, Cure? Unless you're planning to go mech, or like transition libs after this, or banshees. Like it feels like this build order is not ironed out that well. And I got to say, that's my build orders as well. Everyone's build orders feel a little sloppy. We got 300 gas here. We've got no way to spend it. So mostly mineral production. And oh my god, he lets him walk into his base. Gets a full scout. Hellions also taking damage against the Queen. Cure, that multitasking. Oh my gosh, he's no, Cure! People get really mad at me, the Cure fanboys, when I talk about his multitasking being his weakest factor, but this is a disaster. Oh my, no. He just lost an SCV to the Ling Scout as well. He was like busy hunting for an Overlord on the pillar. What is this? Cure, wake up, buddy. This is Kung Fu Cup. This is played in the Chinese, Korean evening time. There's no excuses for being tired at this time of day. He goes for a Liberator and 2 more barracks, but there's over 300 gas in the bank. He's now going to build an engineering bay. So he's going to go for a 2-base push style. But this is a terrible opening for him. He's so far found 2 Zerglings, but he's lost 2 Hellions and an SCV. I mean, this Rogue should be miles ahead. He's got Carapace on the way. His third's not fully saturated, so it's not like he's droned crazy hard, but as long as he doesn't take much damage here, he's fine. Could have actually saved that Overlord if he reacted a little bit faster, but is what it is. Lairs on the way as well. We often talk about Rogue not being the fastest, the best multitasker of the Zerg players, but He's definitely looking a little bit quicker than Cure in this game so far. Now, Cure looked like he wanted to play a 2-base push. Now he builds a second engineering bay and a third command center. But it's not streamlined. It really feels like we're bouncing from plan B to plan C to plan D right now as he kind of runs into opposition and just isn't finding the damage that he wants. There's a lot of room in the late game to come back with mass command center. That's what Cure might have to lean into here. Liv's going to come down the left, but there's a perfectly placed Spore Crawler for it. If he comes to this side, he could siege up, but... Oof. Okay. Queens are there, though. Queens are there, and Cure's not the best multitasker, so he might not be looking at this. He really needs to look at that. If he sieges on the Queens, it's bad! And that's exactly what happens. Queens are going to just stand and fight, which is a little surprising. He's actually not in vision of the drones, so he can't really shoot much. Oh, just barely he is. There we go. Gets 2 drones and a Queen, but the Lib goes down. Drop on the south side does almost nothing. Third command center is coming up. 4th and 5th barracks is building. Zerg has a 4th hatchery down south. Rogue's income is not amazing. He's only on 53 drones. It does feel like he's over-respected kind of the fear of this 2-base play, even though he's not really seen it. He's massing Lings. He's got Carapace coming in. He's only on 56 workers. He's kind of in an all-in position. I think Rogue, when his Bane speed finishes, he might just go for a big attack, feeling like, oh, I've had to make so much army, I might as well go for an attack of my own. If Cure steps forwards onto creep, this is a disaster. He has no idea that Rogue's economy is this low. He's seen a 4th hatchery. He probably thinks this is full of drones. He's like, I gotta go do damage. This is a great tank spot, by the way. Which I think this is a better 4th base for Rogue. He's taken a much worse 4th, probably. But he could loop around and get that siege tank if he comes from the northern ramp. Gotta be careful. Tanks are inching their way forwards. The Marines trying to bait him in, but look at that flank. Beautiful sandwich coming in here. Rogue will surround the army. The Marines will slip away on the right side, but as long as the tanks go down, I think he's okay with that. Good focus fire, at least with the tank. The Marines do gun down a lot of Zerglings. Units lost tab, it is in favor of Cure, but not massively so. He hasn't really put a big dent into Rogue's setup, but he's up in workers. And if Cure realizes this and just backs off, I think he's in a good spot. Then again, upgrade-wise, +2 Carapace is ahead of +2. Hydroden's coming in. Now the droning is starting for Rogue, and he's got a 5th base up. And there's no 4th command center, no 2nd factory just yet. I mean, it's so tempting to just build a quick 4th, quick 5th command center. I really feel like I can't wait to see Maru playing a lot of TVZs on this patch. It's such a shame that he got knocked out of RSL just before they buffed the command center. The scheduling of those groups, absolutely diabolical, isn't it? When you've got all these patches constantly happening. You get a guy like Maru. He goes out, and then like 2 days later, they're just like, oh, by the way, command centers are 300 minerals now. Rocks do get collapsed. That's nice. Just creates a bit of an obstruction, bit annoying for Zerg to deal with. It actually sets up a pretty nice push. If you put tanks behind those rocks, you can create a really cool push there. Marines picking up. He's going to go drop into the main. 4th command center is almost finished. 8 barracks coming in. 2 factories are actually up now as well. So Cure's getting set up, guys. He's doing pretty well, man. He's building Widow Mines and I think tanks at the same time, yeah? Yeah. Well, he can. He's making only Widow Mines right now, though. Playing a sort of smothering bio mine style. And Rogue, he's not got a hive started. The lack of combat shields is really worrying, and he's finally noticed and does click combat shields. I kept thinking, oh yeah, you know, it's kind of normal. Combat shields is one of the later upgrades you get, and then I'm like, wait a second. 2-2's almost finished. We really should have had combat shields by now. 5 comes in for Rogue. Cure's going to go take that 4th command center. It still takes a while for Terran infrastructure to get up, so as good as the command centers are, and as much as it really speeds up Terran scaling to the end game when they are in that turtle situation, most Terrans are still playing a very tempo-focused style. And that's, I mean, it makes sense. Most Terrans prefer to play tempo. They don't want to just sit there and build command centers till end game, even if that sometimes can be effective. Marines in the top left. He's watching. Picks up. Down in the bottom side. Ooh, Widow Mine's getting set off by just a few units. Changeling does walk past. Getting really good vision for Rogue. 4th planetary's coming up. No 5th, no 6th command centers. Q is almost maxed. He really probably should be massing CCs now, but he's trying to get a good fight here. Ling Bane wrapping around from both sides. Can these Widow Mines fire? A few of them already fired before the fight started. More Widow Mines coming in now, and that will allow him to maintain position. Combat Shields and 2-2 are finally in for Terran. 5 is finishing. I think it's finished now for Zerg, so he could start +3 carapace, but right now, +1 range, +2 melee are the priority. Creep's getting really pushed in, and remember, creep spread is so much weaker for Zerg this patch. It did get nerfed in terms of its spread speed. It also recedes a little bit slower to obviously make up for that a little bit, so it's slower to clear, but it never seems to quite get as far out on the map. I'm sure Rain is very happy seeing another nerf to his, best creep in the world style. Chilling Claws is in. Remember, Widow Mines fire a little bit faster these days as well, guys. There's less delay on that shot going off, and oh my god. Oh my gosh, okay. Hot pickup at the last second. Cure does avert disaster. He's got a 5th command center coming in. Yeah, I'm surprised he's not ramping up the command centers at all. Hey, it's so odd. I feel like so many people are just like, let's build 15 command centers, go! And Cure's like, no, okay, I'll add them, but just at the normal cadence, They're a little bit faster, but I mean like the normal order, I should say. Like, builds 8 racks, gets his 2 factories. He's like, okay, I'll build a 5th command center, then I'll get 8 gases, Fusion Core 2nd starport. I'm going to go into Liberators from here. Doesn't look like he's too keen on playing Ghosts. Most Terrans have not been keen on turtling to Ghosts. And remember, Ghosts are back to 2 supply now, but they still only get 2 snipes at max energy. And even though it can't be interrupted, that does mean it's even more reliant on you playing very slow and turtling up as this surgery machine operates on this Zerg blob here. Who knows what's going on there, guys? Kind of looks like a cocoon. Like Kerrigan or something has already popped out of, My man. Comes forward here. Nice, gets a few queens, bit of creep. Lurkers are there, but they haven't really set up a defensive position just yet. Widow Mines getting okay shots, nothing too crazy. How are these trades going? So far, about 4,000 resources in Terran's favor. It's good trading. It's not like game ending or anything like that. He's just chipping away, but now that the Mass Viper Lurker's coming out, and there's only 1 tank, no libs, and only 1 ghost, very dangerous spot to be in for Cure. Stims in, gets 2 Lurkers, which is okay. The moment he gives up map control, he instantly dies to a Lurker counterattack, though. And Cure, I think, doesn't seem to realize that. Like, normally he's a guy who builds a 3rd and 4th factory, makes extra tanks. He's trying to just dominate the map. He needs to pump Liberators right now. And the problem is, a few libs isn't going to cut it. There's 3 Vipers. They can abduct 6 Liberators out of siege mode. They can parasitic bomb them if they're clumped up. Right now, Cure, I don't get the sense, because he's got so much map control, that he understands the danger he's in. He is playing Rogue. Rogue's whole thing for like 7 years has been, oh, looks like I'm losing. Oh, by the way, here's a Nidus. There's 10 Lurkers in your main. GG, get out. He's done this so many times. And don't get me wrong, the Lurkers are coming in slow. Their upgrades are incredibly slow. He's only now getting the Lurker upgrades. Vipers do clean up the double drop here. Looks like some abducts and power bombs to deal with those medevacs. Should have enough Hydraling Bane on the mobile setup to defend this side as well. I mean, Q is taking nice trades. Just worried about when Rogue springs into action, because Rogue's a guy who he'll lull you into a false sense of security by sitting defensive for so long, and then he'll just smash your production. What do you got? 4 ghosts, 1 tank? I feel like at some moment Zerg's just going to swamp through the middle. Swamp? I think swarm would probably be a better word. Swamp kind of makes us think it's a bit moister than it is, Zerg has a lot of moisture. I mean, look at that steam coming out of the top of that hatchery. You can see it's throbbing, moist, steamy. A couple of words that do describe most Zerg structures, but his army, reasonably sterile and dry, I would say. All right, this is a weird discussion. I'll move on. Sorry, guys. But this is the analysis you're here for. Mass Command Center is coming in. Lib range, building armor. Trading out a bunch of these Marines is good. But yeah, 7 medevacs is probably a good count at max. Oh, the abducts are great. So now Rogue closing the efficiency gap. He's only down 3,000 now. 10,000 to 13,000, and that's really good for him. This base is an awful decision for Cure, I think. Oh, maybe if he takes this base as well, he can center his whole army on this ridge. But I feel like if you're taking this top base, you should be focusing on taking the whole top. This map's quite good for Turtle late game because Terran can take these 3 bases next to each other. But Q is doing that I'm going to expand to both sides of the map simultaneously thing, which it means it's really hard to cover because the Zerg can kind of grab their whole army and collapse on one side. And it's really tough to deal with that. Speak of the devil, here we go. Mass Hydraling Bane Viper. He's going to go for it. Oh, this is huge. Kew's not got any Widow Mines. Abducts on the Medivacs, not bad. Blinding Cloud on the Planetary. Baneling's going to go after this Planetary, but he runs his Hydras away a bit too early. He should have got the Orbital there, I think. Would have been nice to focus that just a little bit longer with those Hydras. 11 workers go down, and I told you guys the Lurker move was coming. Did I not? Luckily, Liberators are there. He's got Liberators, and that will force him out. It looks like he gets an add-on on the Barracks, the Factory, and the Starport all burning there. Nidus goes down, but at the same time in the south, Hydras are going to lunge forward into the Libs. Ooh, Libs unsupported. And it's still a decent trade, I think, for the Terran, but you need better than decent the longer these games go. Keep that in mind. Pushing on creep with Bioghost, very dangerous. Very dangerous. Right now, Kua playing like his name is Clem. Shoving on creep. His ghosts are getting surrounded. They're so expensive. Parabombs landing on the Medivacs. Ooh, it was a good fight for Rogue, but now Rogue's supply blocks. He's trying to remake mass Hydra. He's making 17 Hydras. Normally, you only want about 10 Hydras. You want mostly a Ling Bane maxed army. Going Hydras is a crazy choice, and they're terrible against Libs. But his Spy is not ready, so he has to rely on Hydras for now. And Rogue is going to lose a lot of units in a base. Great counterattack here for Kua. Rogue taps out. Kua. Wow, very nice win, guys. Really just solid, steady. And it felt like Rogue was so afraid in the early mid-game. He stayed on a massive army for a long time. But then he didn't really get the value out of it, right? Like there was this moment. You go to like 6-7 minutes. And he stopped at 50 drones for so long. He took a long time to finish droning this third. I thought he would be a bit greedier on that. He built 8 queens and 30 zerglings off just 54 drones. So it really felt to me like Rogue played a bit too safe here. And I get Kua's got some really good 2-base pushes, and he even did open 3 barracks and an engineering bay before 3rd command center, but it felt like with Kua's build being not streamlined and not finding much harassment damage at all, like what, a queen and 2 drones with this lib? This was not a great start for Kua, and it felt like Rogue should run away with the game. But if we fast forward to like 8 or 9 minutes, he's only up 7 workers and he's down in supply, you know? And don't get me wrong, the 300 mineral command center it's a big buff to Terran. I don't know if it's broken or not. I don't like the change for the reason that it encourages turtle play and mass orbital and that sort of stuff. But it felt to me like Rogue didn't quite run away with this game maybe as much as he should have. And could he have counterattacked the third? Yeah, he might have been able to, but there was a tank there. If this tank was sieged on the high ground, you got Marines on this route. This is a pretty impossible area to attack. You can maybe blow the wall up, roll some Ling Bane in the third a few times, but I don't think trying to kill with a dedicated attack is a great idea. Took a really long time for Rogue to get the Lurker tech up when his Hive was there, but he kind of was just stuck in his corner defending for a really long time. And since he had Hydras out, I kind of would have loved him to jump out and swarm on the map a little bit more. And I don't know, it just felt like Rogue was a little bit overly defensive in this game, maybe a little traumatized by Kua's aggression in the past. And Kua was able to kind of just keep up pressure without overcommitting. Mass expand, get to the libs, get to the ghosts. And really well played there by Kua. GG, well played. I thought Rogue was going to win that, guys. I don't know. Just felt like it. But Kua somehow has a very good win rate versus Rogue. It's bizarre. Because Rogue's so good sometimes against top Terrans. But Kua causes him trouble. We'll see if he can mix it up. Next map's Blackrock. We got to play an ad break. Reason being, an ad break's about to autoplay. We don't want it to block the gameplay. Pig, you are one of the 12, right? Oh, yeah, Zero Space? Yeah. Yeah, what's up, dude? Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can go in-game and check the leaderboard, Mabus. You go in-game, go to the leaderboard. You can check the tournament leaderboard. I've played not that many ladder games. Some of the guys are grinding like crazy. We do have a few weeks, like almost 3 weeks to practice for it. So I think the last like week and a half to 2 weeks, I will be trying to catch up a lot more. But I'm training a little bit of Zero Space every day. And I'll try to get a bit more in off stream over the next 2 days. Oh, that's all right. I'm going to manually play it, Gionic. You're all good. Never be afraid to snooze it. By default, just hit snooze. If you see that as a mod, guys, if you see an ad coming up, never be afraid to hit snooze. I will never be annoyed at you for hitting snooze. I manually play them usually. And seeing the countdown get low just stresses me out. So thank you. We'll be back in 3 minutes. BRB. Lurkers on your ramp is going to be a massive issue for Clem. Has to pull his whole army back. Ling's attacking a planetary. Mass repair will come in, but the Banelings are going to say, no, silly boy. Your planetary is a deaditary. You know what I'm saying? It's like Hereditary but dead. It's just Planetary but dead. It's Deaditary. I don't know what I'm saying. Neither do you. That's okay. That's my job as a commentator. Clear, concise conveyance of information. Hydraling Bane there is in trouble. I think it's time for Dark to pull these guys back. They are gonna get sandwiched. He might be staying a bit too long. The Lurker gets focus fired. The Hydraling Bane trying to jump on top, but he's bringing in a massive reinforcement from the right side as well. That Lurker, an Overseer, causing big problems. Clem still has not taken care of that Lurker. It's doing massive damage. The Lings kill the rebuild of the command center, and this might just be a game-winning move. Dark here on the map that's terrible for Zerg says, lol, terrible for Zerg. You just activated my superpower. I play way better StarCraft when I'm behind. And the great thing about this map is I don't need to mess up my build order to be behind. I'm behind from the start because you get a free gold base. Who knows? Okay. So he's decided he needs Tempest to pick at Protoss from afar. Baneling's going to go for the clumped up cannon battery. Bit of an Artosis pylon does get taken out. And the Baneling's going to go after that very stacked mineral line. There's still big windows. Like 25 Zealots, no Zealots. Oh my lord. I don't know how... If Hero attacks 2 places at once, I don't think MaxPax can possibly defend. He blinks. Oh my god. Okay, MaxPax trying to get out of there. He's got a stasis trap on that right flank. He's going to freeze. Oh my gosh. Holy blink of the Death Lord, man. What in the hell? Blinking forward Hero. Struggling. There's so many stasis traps on this map, guys. There's 5 stasis traps still out there. Stalker's poking forward. MaxPax knows with his Zealot Light army, he needs Archons as the follow-up. He's making Dark Templar. He's going to morph those into Archons, or think about it anyway. For now, it's Stalkers, it's Stasis Traps. Can he defend? Good Blink Micro. Stalkers are so good defensively. Zealots are good if he's hitting the natural, if he's hitting the main, if he's elsewhere. But if MaxPax is in one position, blinking back perfectly, he will trade far better over the long run than Hero. Hero needs to overwhelm, or he needs to get those Immortals on top of those Stalkers. Oh, he blinks in his Stasis Trap again, and now...
Research completed.
Oh my god. Holy moly.
For sure, you're an N-word. Homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic, racist, threaten violence, threaten violence, threaten violence, threaten violence, homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic, 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 racist, 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 threaten violence. This is something where you can go back to early Legacy and like Storm into Tempest and stuff was really big. Oh, that Ghost barely got her out of Observer Vision. Snipes a High Templar. Oh, he's gonna get another one, is he? He doesn't have enough for Snipe. Clem just running forward, clicking with his absolutely huge canister rifle. My god, Clem. Well endowed with a big canister rifle there. He's gonna take out another one. Oh my god. That Ghost just killed 3 High Templar. But he just doesn't have the material to fight these Marines, let alone the siege tanks anchoring the position. The Medivacs there as well. A Ling run by does try to come in on that bottom side. You can see he's gonna catch the rally, but Clem already insta-reacts, dodges the Biles. Cyril almost eats his own corrosive Biles there. Slow Banelings waddling into these Marines. Bile actually lands on a few of them, but the tank shots. Ow, 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 ow. Whenever you walk into these tank shots, so many Marines. He gets a triple Bile off to Cyril, but he loses every Ravager to kill one siege tank. Clem fights back and puts the brakes on the Cyril train. Oh my god. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. Dude, he's fighting back, bro. Holy crap. Oh my god. And we're back! You guys know what the best thing is about winter? Always wearing socks, so my feet aren't cold. And you guys know what the advantage of socks is around the house. Socks and tiles, motherfuckers. Dude, every single time I move around my apartment at all, I slide down the corridor. I slide into the kitchen. It's fucking fantastic. It's so much fun sliding around the house in winter. I really worry, like, I feel like the moment, yeah, that's like, it's not risky. I worry about when I'm old enough that it becomes risky. I'm not wearing like thick woolen socks that are super slippery. I mean, once I'm like, you know, there's gonna be a point where I start slipping and like breaking hips and things, and that's when I'm gonna be like, oh man, that's gonna be like a real, you know, rest in peace, sliding around home. It's just fun. It's so fun, isn't it? It's simply efficient movement. Exactly. Yeah, I move around my home like Kramer entering Seinfeld's apartment. You know, it's a lot of fun. You get the grippy socks like babies have. Oh, they got the little studs on them. Yeah.
Thanks for the
Chat.
Bezos box.
Thanks for the 1113 sub. Appreciate it. But can you slide on those grippy socks? I don't think you can. I like sliding. You know, the sliding's fun, mate. I was wondering if it's 3 ads or per stream. It's basically once an hour. There's a 3-minute ad break, but I think it tries to play it like every 45 minutes or so, Geonic, to try and get ahead, and then you can snooze each one up to 15 minutes. So we try to just play the ads like every 45 minutes to an hour until it stops bothering us, and then it ends up being 3 minutes an hour of ads. Thank you, Toby. Thank you, Slorchy, for the subs. Not Bob Live. Appreciate you guys. Let's get after it. Is your iced coffee going to be fine? You left it in the car? If there's no milk in it, sure. If it's just black coffee and ice, yeah, it won't taste good because all the coffee will have gotten really bitter, right? I think, but I don't think it would be dangerous, right? I don't think bacteria enjoys black coffee. If it's a real milky drink that you've left in your car, especially since you guys are in summer, that's dangerous. Actually, Geonic, wait, where are you, Geonic? Where do you live? I forget if you're Aussie or not. It's a dare? Yeah, you're fucked. Don't touch that, man. No, I mean, actually, was it sealed or what? I mean, I'm pretty sure dares are packed with preservatives. If it's winter and your car was like outside, it's not getting above 15 degrees in the car if it's outside, right? Probably. Well, not too much. Yeah, it's half open. I mean, I feel like a dare can survive. Oh, you guys were skiing yesterday? Yeah, it'll be fine. I reckon you'll be not above 6. Easy, man. You could leave that for like 4. It's a dare. It's filled with preservatives anyway. That shit will be fine. My man. All right, guys. Rogue in the top right side of the map, going for the old 11 Overlord, Cyril style Rogue. Copying the goat. I like it. Cure in the bottom left side of the map. It's Blackrock, guys. Unfortunately, I've really tried to spread the word to tournament organizers. There is a tournament edition of Blackrock. You search Blackrock, there's TE instead of LE. It's the exact same map made by the map maker, except instead of this bugged ladder version that has the contrast and brightness on 400,000 radiate your eyeballs, it actually looks like a nice map. So please, guys, play that. I've been trying to annoy... I've been AFK for a lot of our last 2 weeks, Pigasaurs. But I will be harassing players in Pigasaur to play that as well. I get on the ladder, you're going to be playing the normal version, and the brightness is going to be terrible like this, but I really despise that such a pretty map has been irradiated the way this one has. This is going to be a... Oh, guys, I love this opening. It's the bomb cloud, OG bomb cloud. It's the 2 barracks marine pressure. Now, you're going to snipe the Overlord, potentially lifting the barracks to snipe it, and then you're going to do a marine pressure. It could be literally just 3 marines to force a reaction, push the Overlords back. You could go 7 marines and build a bunker and cancel the 3rd. Usually, top Zergs will respond to this, as Rogue goes hatch first, by not taking a 3rd. And that's why Kua often doesn't overcommit to it anymore. He just builds like 3 marines, pokes across the map, and then transitions behind it. And he's actually going for a gas very early before command center, which is interesting. This is going to be a fascinating opening. Overlord comes forward. Marines are hiding. He's like, oh, it's a Reaper opening. It's like, nope, that is not a Reaper opening. This is man with gun. And that Overlord is going to try to run away. Now, you might be wondering, why not go to this pillar? Because the barracks can just lift up and spot you. He's trying to get to the safety of that pillar, but 3 Marines say, no. The Overlord does get chunked. You can see bits of organ meat hanging out everywhere. And the Marines will now go across the map. As I said, Cure... he does not like to commit a lot to this because most Zergs play so safe against it. So he just drops a command center, goes reactor, probably goes tech lab here as he's just hit 25 gas, builds a 3rd barracks on the high ground, and the tech lab goes down now. There we go. Now Rogue's making Ling speed, 2 queens, and droning up. You can't really push in against queens with just 3 marines. You could run in and try to deny a bit of mining. The Tauren Space Marine up here, by the way, also has a Gauss rifle. Rogue's micro is quick. And Queen can take care of that. Because the Queen can stutter step in and out as well. And she's just too tanky. 175 hit points and 1 armor. The Marines can't get through that. So 3 barracks. This is kind of cool, man. Stim's on the way. Do you guys think he plays second reactor? I think he'll play Tech Lab, but I kind of hope he plays reactor. Because I think double reactor, single Tech Lab's a very cool style. Because it just gives you such nice Marine production. But he's going to go for the combat shields. It's a shorter upgrade than Stim, so it'll line up with Stim, and then you can do a nice Marine pressure. It's an old school classic pressure, the old 3 racks. And on this map, there's a lot of little choke points and corners you can hide in, and sight blockers, which actually will help the Marines more than the Zerglings. Rogue was playing Roaches. He'd be... You can do like a Ravager counterattack and sometimes just kill this build, right? You can go for like a Ravager roll in here, try to overwhelm it. The problem is it's got a very narrow window where like you have enough Ravagers to beat the Marines, and Stim's not done. Because once Stim's done, the Ravagers can get jumped on. Also, there's sight blockers everywhere, which the Marines can use to make up for the fact that the Ravagers normally have a significant range advantage. And look at this, Rogue's trying to get some map vision back. And Kua says, no way, mate. No way, Jose. Ooh, Queen goes down. Oh my god, this is a crazy pressure. Who does this? Kua! He runs in and just kills 2 queens. He knows this is a suicide mission. He's just going to go on a one-way trip. Grabs another drone in Overlord mining time. Dude, this is crazy damage. Rogue can't believe what's happening. He's like, you're not meant to do this. This is risky. A Zerg player would have had Zerglings out against a 3 racks by now. What, are you just going to gamble on them being greedy? And Kua's like, mate, I've had your number for a decade. You are the greediest, most gambly, coin flippy Zerg in the world. You always have been, and I know how you think. I guarantee you, he doesn't do that against anyone else, but he knows. Basically, here's the thing. Rogue says it would be very dangerous. Like 9 out of 10 Zergs will have plenty of Zerglings ready to surround you. Pushing pre-stim is a really bad move 9 times out of 10. Therefore, you won't do it. Therefore, I don't need to build any Zerglings. But Kua was 1 step ahead, and he knows that Rogue's a poker player. And he calls his bluff. He's like, you're not going to build Zerglings. You're a greedy bastard, mate. Goes in with like 8, 9 Marines, no stim, gets crazy damage. And now Rogue is kind of reeling here in this game. But he is respecting it now. He's making mass Zerglings. Only 3 queens, though. Not much support. And if those get in the mineral line, it's kind of hard to surround him. 1 queen taking a big amount of damage. It does go down. The drones do pull away. The Marines trading pretty damn nicely here. 5 drones and a lot of Zerglings go down. The queens have to be careful as well. He's going to go for another stim there. The Lings come in to punish. And it is cleaned up, but not without even more damage and messiness. Rogue really needs a 4th base. And I think he has to play an incredibly efficient style from here. I actually think he can't afford Banelings. I think staying 1 gas for a little bit longer, just take a 2nd gas eventually, and take a 4th base as quickly as possible is actually the key. Now, what he doesn't know, but we know, is this is actually a follow-up push. He should know that there's always going to be a strong follow-up push, because this was clearly a 3 barracks push, so there's clearly going to be a big army. But we know there's also a factory and a starport building tanks and medevacs before 3rd command center. So Rogue's building a couple drones here, but with no 4th hatchery, he's kind of got bad production. He cannot afford to build any more drones. He's going to mass Lingbane. And you can see he kind of was fearful of this sort of push in the previous game. So I don't think he's surprised. This must be something Q is doing a lot of right now. 1 tank, 4 more Marines, or 5 more Marines, and 2 medevacs coming forwards. Plus 2 carapaces on the way. There's no Bane speed in this game. Rogue's in big trouble, guys. And that Bane nest is really exposed on the front. He's not got the money to start Bane speed. Okay, now he has the money. It starts, but he's starting +1 melee as well. Plus 2 carapace. He cannot afford these upgrades. What matters is the right here, right now. And you can see Kua is eager to force a fight. Only 4 queens on the map, 50 Zerglings. But, oh my god, they go in way too early. Bunch of Zerglings going down. Queens almost take a volley as well. This is going to collapse this side, protecting the right flank. You can even then move the tank further forward if you want to get in a more abusive position, but he's happy to just kind of bait Rogue into a bad fight here. Rogue's not got Banelings, and Rogue cannot defend this base, but he's not got a 4th hatchery, so he's got to try. He goes for the surround, the Marines, stutter stepping back. The tank actually doing a pretty good job of tanking a lot of damage. Does do a bit of friendly fire to the Marines, but the Marines have so much damage density here. Their +1 weapons cancelling out the early carapace of Zerg. 4 queens and a handful of zerglings, the last line of defense, and Kua does get pushed back. A clutch hold for Rogue. But remember, he needs time for these upgrades. When +2 carapace kicks in, I think he might be out of the woods. With no 4th hatchery, his production's low. As I said, you want to stay low on gas. He's taken 2 more gases. He's went 4 gas. Big mistake for Rogue, guys. He should be oversaturating his minerals rather than his gases. He has pulled off the gas in his 3rd base at least, but he really needs to be more mineral focused here. And here we go. He's going to try and overwhelm it. Can the Banelings connect? The Banelings not able to get towards those Marines. They're getting focused. Oh my god, Kua messed up his micro. But he finally focuses those Banes down. Not the cleanest Marine micro, but good enough. The tank goes down. The Marines survive. There are more speed Banes available. Can Rogue make some magic happen? Libs are going to go down the right side as well. Oh, Kua overloading his opponent. He's got a 3rd command center landed. He's not all in. Kua is almost never all in StarCraft. He's always expanding behind it. You see that main is still fully mining at this point. He could transfer from the natural to the 3rd. He's going to send 2 medevacs away, which is interesting. So it looks like he's going to do a double-pronged Marine push, and then he's going to send the Libs into the main base at the same time. Marines on the left, Marines on the right, Libs into the main. It's a lot of things to deal with right now. He needs to build a Spore, man. You got to build a Spore. You can't not. A couple Banes get focused down. Good hot pickup there. Libs go by. No Spore Crawler build is absolutely wild against double Lib, especially when you... I mean, he does have 9 queens now, which is pretty impressive. The queens are going to come forward, but Libs will take out quite a few of these queens, man. Down here, Marines gunning down the Zerglings. They do pick up at the last second. The queens will be able to overwhelm with only 2 drone losses. I think that's a pretty good hold. The Lib goes down. The drop comes in over here. Zerglings into the choke point. Oh, no! That's a nasty area. That drop area behind this mineral line has caused many Zergs. A lot of upset on this map. There's a reason why Roach Ravage is very popular on this map. It's because there's so many corners, nooks and crannies, beautiful tank positions. And of course, Ravages, Roaches having ranged attacks and corrosive biles can clear units out of those in a way Lingbane can't quite. +1 range is coming in, which is a choice that's being made. It's a bad choice, to be honest. He's going to go Hydra Den now, but he's not got the money for Hydras. I think the only way you get back in this with Rogue is Mass Lingbane and Burrow. And he's taking an extra gas right now. I think this is the wrong call. Infestors would be a decent way to spend your gas. But Hydras and Banes, I think, have both been miscalls, and especially going so heavy in gas this game. Like, Rogue needs to be playing a comeback style, and he's trying to just play like a standard style to get back in a normal game. He's in a more desperate spot than he realizes. Widow Mines do fire. Marines pick up the last second. The Lib making him pay a pretty nasty tax for that. Marines on the right side go in. They're going to pick up and pull away as well. Remember, there is a 3rd command center fully mining here. 4th command center is there. Chadhammer on the high ground guards the base. And Rogue's not going to be able to push in. He's building 9 more drones. His 4th base is established. He needs a 5th. 5th and 6th base in the top left would be rather nice. Remember, that's only 6 minerals, the really safe base in the corner. Another Lib comes in. The lack of that Spore Crawler build going to be something that Rogue starts to regret in this game. Even though the Queens did manage to defend the previous wave, these Libs are so annoying. But once again, he's pretty quick on it. Kua realizes he's done for, so he just shift-clicks the drones, gets 5 drones before going down. Plus the 5 drones the Marines already killed before that. Brings it up to 10. A total of 24 workers have gone down in this game. Units lost tab 4,000 in Kua's favor. And it's crazy to see Kua just ransacking Rogue like this. He often gets the better of him, but it just feels like he's 2 steps ahead, isn't he? Really seems to have a very clear momentum-based game plan for playing on this patch, and especially with the longer mining main base. You can see it's just mining out about now. It's actually lovely. I think this style is really good, and it's a style a lot of Terran players haven't fully explored. I still think, you know, your Rainers, your Serals, Dark when he's back at the end of the year will give Kua a lot of trouble with this style, but can't wait to see those matchups, to see how it differs from how Rogues responded in this series. Marines swarming, the Lingbane Hydra rolling forward. Bane's not quite able to connect. He's just not got the numbers. And Rogue, he's got a lot of Hydras now. They do have Groove Spines. They don't have the movement speed yet. They do have 1-2 upgrades against 2-1, which is not terrible. But, oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's really bad fight. There's too many medevacs healing. There's no Zerglings or Banelings coming in until just now. And that's so many Hydras. Remember, Hydras are not a unit you trade unless you are miles ahead of your opponent. They are so expensive. Rogue realizes he can't replace those. He's about to get attacked on the right side as well by another Massa Marine mine. Terran is too far ahead, and Kua showing us some really excellent momentum-based gameplay. I really love this build for this map. This map, normally there's so many good spots for Overlords, and instead he just gets over there, does the pressure, and Takes a really big risk on this marine pressure. This marine pressure what really won the game, right? Like, it was a good opening pressure. I really want to say, you know, gets an overlord. Third ends up being delayed a little bit. It's a nice little opening pressure, but he is down 10 workers. And then he's just like, oh, by the way, it's 4 minutes 20, and he has 9 marines. And Rogue gets supply blocked the moment that overlord goes down as well. So he can't even build zerglings. And you can see, even if he was able to build zerglings, like if he wasn't supply blocked, this is such a dangerous pressure. There are so many scenarios where Zerg like has lava, which he does, and he's not supply blocked. And the moment those Marines are down there, he builds Zerglings. They're out in 17 seconds. He loses a bit of creep. The Queens pull back. He runs the drones back with the Queens. And then the Lings pop. The Marines get surrounded because they don't have stim. And we're all kind of going, well, that was a bit of a silly pressure from the Terran player. But number one, Rogue should have pulled his Queens back way earlier. That was crazy standing there and fighting. And pulled the drones to fight with the Queens. And obviously getting supply blocked was just unfortunate for him. You could say that's always the risk if you don't have extra overlords. Often when you're in a game where your opponent's doing a sort of pressure and you can't quite pin down how aggressive they're being and you're unsure whether you should build drones or army, there is a little tip and a trick, which I talk about a lot in my coaching sessions with lower level players. Something which pros sometimes apply, sometimes they don't. And that is the idea of having a bigger supply gap to give you flexibility. So the idea being, if you see an army move out, you've been too greedy, and then you go, oh crap, I'm supply blocked. You can't react. You have to build overlords, then army, right? So rather than going up to your supply cap and trying to be as efficient as possible, squeezing as many units out as possible, like Rogue was here, something you can do in a game like this, which I guarantee you, he just didn't think there'd be a push until Stim was done, which is 40 seconds from now. So he didn't think this was an option. He thought this is optimal play. But if you want to be safer, you keep 20 supply free. Just in general. You go, okay, build an extra 2 overlords ahead of what you normally would. And that way, even if you lose one or get surprised by an attack, you can immediately start making army, and they're going to be out so much faster. Whereas if you spot an attack, you've got to make your supply, then make your army. That delay often gets you killed, and we saw that really hurt here. Great game 2 for Cure, though. Lovely to see Cure with some really cool builds. He's been doing really well in the weekly cup, so we're going to be watching a lot more of his games. Very nice. Nukes and grannies, Monka ass. Wait, what? Are you calling the queens grannies? Mate, you tell me a granny that's able to inject that much lava. The virility of those queens is not in question. Sit down, Twitch chat. Sit down. You guys. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. All right, guys, what do we want to watch next? We've got Hero versus Clem from the Wardy show match we could watch. We've got... we've got SHIN versus Classic to continue the ZVPs from Let's do the SHIN Classic while it's fresh, because we're kind of following on, and then we can do the show match, that one. It was... Please don't spoil series. I can't cut mustard. Because not everyone's seen them, my friend. If the games weren't good, though, that does matter. Some people told me the games are really good. So maybe they got confused. There's been a lot of Hero Clem series recently. They might be thinking of the week earlier. Before the mineral buff, I know there was a series that was meant to be pretty fun between the two, but I couldn't get my replays on. Handle on the replays, I don't think. Or if I could, they were already outdated, so I was just like, don't know if I'll cast that. Decider? Yeah, we got Classic SHIN we'll cast first, guys. Let's get in here. We've also got, we could do like Max Packs Clem or Max Packs Cure from this week's Monday Night Weekly. Max Packs has been making quite a few finals, made the previous week's Pigasaur as well, but that was also pre-patch, so I'd rather cast Max Packs from this week's tournaments where it's post-patch. Thank you, Rufus, for the raid, mate. I hope you had a great day. Appreciate you. All right, guys. The PvZ continues. Classic, the defensive mastermind in the bottom right side of Ruby Rock. Shin in the top left. Did Classic remember his chrono? It's meant to be 7 seconds. He does it at almost 10 seconds. What a noob. Just kidding, guys. It doesn't really matter too much. As long as you're not doing it right at the start, so you don't have money to start the second probe. That's the main thing you're looking to avoid there. But yeah, pretty nice opening for him. Interestingly, he will rally down there. Yeah, that makes sense. 12 pylon. I normally pull a probe to get this pylon started slightly earlier. But I think on Ruby Rock, you're going to have no worries getting across the map to block your opponent's expansion. But he's not going to do it. Okay. And that makes sense. Because if you think about it, guys, Shin... go back and watch the previous series if you guys don't want spoilers, guys. Shin versus Hero, Shin versus Trap, a couple of the earlier series here in this RSL group. Basically, what's happened is Shin's done a lot of 15 spawning pool first. So you can get there and block, but he's just building a spawning pool and 6 Zerglings anyway. So Classic's like, well, what's the point in blocking? And he's also Classic, so he's just going to go for the Virginal Gate expand anyway. 2 drones coming out. Shin actually is just going hatchery first on 16 this time. And it... Oh, he's hatch blocking. He's going to go hatchery first at home, and then he's going to go across the map and hatchery block. Ooh, me. Oh, me, oh my. I love it. Oh, my. Is Shin a Korean player who changed names? That's right. Ragnarok. The final battle. Shin Hebion is his human name. So Shin, of course, just his human name. Wouldn't it be cool if all the European foreign players, the non-Korean players, changed their names, just their human names? Cyril's just Yona. Ricky for Rainer. Showtime's just Toby. Oh, hatchery goes down. And Classic instantly responds. Second gateway, Cybercore, Pylon. So he's saying, okay, if you're going 3 hatchery before pool, I'm going to build a Zealot or 2 to clear this, and Chrono 2 Adepts across the map. And good luck dealing with that counter pressure, you greedy boy Shin. Now, pre-patch, if the Zerg played this correctly, this would be a lead for them. At pro level, if the Zerg did everything just right. I always loved this 2-gate counter pressure, though, because most Zergs would not handle the counter pressure well. And it was just like a very simple response. Look, I chrono 2 Zealots, then I make 2 Adepts, we kill the hatchery, we blitz across the map, you don't have Ling speed ready, and either they way overbuild Zerglings to defend, or they don't build enough Zerglings and you can shade in and kill a bunch of drones. But second gas goes down and a pylon, so Classic doesn't want to delay his Stargate too long. He is blocked from building probes right now. He's a little supply blocked. That's acceptable. And this hatchery, does he cancel and build an Evo chamber, I wonder? Obviously, he's going to cancel it because it's already almost dead. This has been a massive commitment. He's just going to run into the main base. He could try to go back and block it a little bit more. Classic's going to go across this map. Sometimes I'll rally the Adepts in the main while shading across, just in case the drone doesn't hide. He can always hide down here and they'll shade across the map, but Adepts are going forward now. Ling speed started and there are 12 Zerglings building. Shin absolutely respecting this build. I'd love to have seen him send 2 Lings around the map and try to get in the base. But for now, he's got a drone, massive patrol path, just scouting this base. Not quite a pentagram, but it'll do. Ooh, cancels a drone that was about to pop on that natural, but a new one walks right past. Oh, Shin. That drone just got hung out to dry. You know, I think if we did use the player names, it would be even better if we did, like, a lasers would be my favorite. Because I know it's like Mikołaj is how you pronounce it or whatever, or something like that, the Polish name for a laser. I would absolutely mispronounce it on purpose, just to stay true to my Australian heritage. I'd be like, and here in the top left side, the Zerg player, it is Mikołaj. You know? I think Mikołaj would be my favorite. I think people would, like the Polish people would just be cringing. They'd be, stop, it's like nails on a chalkboard. I'm like, Mikołaj has got his single burrowed baneling, it's looking good. I'd have a lot of fun with that. Drone still circling in the main, being a nuisance. Finally, it does go down. More Adepts are building. There's a lot of Zerglings that got built. I mean, Classic's done a good job of making this balance out, right? It's just the Oracle's a bit slow, but so's the third hatchery. Then again, third Nexus ain't going to be easy to go down, is it, right? Like, you're not going to be able to build that third Nexus very easily. I think once the second Oracle's out, you can pressure with an Oracle and all of your Adepts, right? 5 Adepts and an Oracle can go pressure. An Oracle and the other Zealot can defend the third. Twilight Council goes down on 2 base here. Remember, off just 2 gateways, you can make an immense pressure in this matchup. Biggest thing I've been critical of PROTOSS players is not really knowing how to use the new gateway and just building way more gateways than they need to, essentially for no purpose, just out of habit. Oracle's going to rotate behind. Takes good damage, though. Shin's defense is on point. His 3rd base is coming up. He's finally starting to drone it now, just over-droning ahead of time. That 3rd Nexus does go up. Where's the 2nd Oracle, guys? Okay, there it is. Twilight Council comes. You see, he's building more gateways right now, and one has to question why. You could just be building all the units you need out of these 2 gateways. So this is a classic current PROTOSS. I need to make 4 gateways, but I could actually do the exact same pressure just by constantly building out of these 2, I reckon. Unless he's committing crazy hard, I can almost guarantee you these gateways aren't going to be producing non-stop. He's going to be like supply blocked or just constantly taking breaks from production. A 2 or 3 gate pressure hits so hard if you keep up production. See if Classic does it. I want to be wrong here. Starts a Stalker, but we've already got a break in gateway production. Oracles do find a drone there, and I mean, the delay on the mining on the 3rd is really, really good. He's actually building 2 Stalkers now, which is interesting. I think he wants to show multiple Stalkers to convince Shin. He really wants to show him this Stalk. He's like, Shin, look, I'm going for Blink. I don't know if Shin sees it, though. Shin's busy dealing with the Adept Oracle. He might not see it. And I mean, it looks like he's not even building out of the gateways anyway. Now he is. Now he's building Adepts. Because he was trying to fake it out so hard, though. Classic focusing on mind games over efficiency. I don't know if Shin, who's staring at Adept Oracle on the edge of his creep, would really even noticed. Now the Adepts are building 4 at a time, but yeah, I think if those 2 gateways were just non-stop building, this would have already forced a big response. There's 44 Zerglings out, so a big response got forced from the opening well before this. Ooh, Glaives is not ready, guys. Ling's going to get a big surround. Oh, he got massively surrounded. Oh, no. And his Oracles just took big damage as well. These Adepts are all dead. Oh, no. Bad setup. This is something we've seen a lot of PROTOSS players, I think, focus a little bit too hard on mind games today. If you really want to hide what you're doing, build a Phoenix. Single Phoenix out of the Stargate to deal with the Overlords. Or get that Stalker out preemptively, but feels like he's a little bit too paranoid here about his Adepts getting spotted. And now he's got the Adepts coming out, but it's so late. And once again, guys, even if you get scouted, building Adepts and Glaives off 2 gates, it's such a light commitment that it's gonna work out pretty well. But this is something I've been seeing a lot. And I know I feel like I'm ranting, casting a lot of PROTOSS games recently, and a lot of people have been complaining about it. They're like, stop it. They know better than you. No, they don't. They're wrong. Like, PROTOSS players are playing super suboptimally. They're not using Gateway correctly. It's really obvious. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep shouting at the clouds like the old man that I am. Adepts are getting surrounded. Ling Roach going for the surround. 3 drones going down. But this pressure is way too late. It was foreshadowed minutes ago with the earlier Adepts, and this is just really inefficient for Classic. This is not an optimal play. So he's going Warp Gates now, which is fine. But he's also building extra gateways and making them all into Warp Gates. If he was just producing out of gateways, he could defend this all in much better. But instead, he's going full Warp Gates, and I think this Ravager Ling is going to be really hard. He needs more Adepts to deal with the Zerglings, but he also needs Adept Sentry Immortal Stalker to deal with the Roach Ravager. It's a really hard balance for Classic, who's got only half of the army supply right now. I think an Adept just went in and killed 2 drones. The Oracles are here. Their lasers could be really effective. They're going to chase those Zerglings away on the south side. The sentries are already out of energy. 1 Oracle comes back here. There's so many Zerglings! There's so many Zerglings! I think there just might be too much of an army advantage. Too inefficient with the early Adepts. It's a great defensive setup for Classic, the beast that he is, but there's so much Zerg, so many Ravagers. The probes are starting to fall. The Oracle's running out of energy. I love that this was a Queen walk, just using the Overlord Highway. So many players going for Overlord drop, but on a small map like Ruby Rock, just use the Creep Highway. The Queens can just walk across the map. And what a brilliant attack this was for Shin. Just had a much cleaner opening, and I think Classic tripped over his own feet, getting a little bit too fancy in the early stages, trying to hide his opening there and doubting the effectiveness of it just a little bit. The second Stalker, I think, trying to show 2 Stalkers to convince him of what was happening. Did Shin see it at all? I'm guessing no, but let's check. Okay, guys, let's see. So these Stalkers built reactively. Let's go to Shin's camera. Because Shin's like building Spore in the 3rd. He's got Oracle Adept there. This is regular game speed now. Yeah, he's not looked at it at all. He's not looked at the Overlord at all from when the second Stalkers arrived. He might have seen the first Stalker, but the second Stalker, those are very expensive units. He also not only built 2 Stalkers, guys. Look at this. He purposefully wasn't building out of the gateways after those Stalkers to try and sell the story. He's like, look, here's a 4th gas. Look, my gateways are idling. They're not building units right now. I'm building a Templar Archives. Look. And then he cancels the Templar Archives. It's just, Classic got way too fancy here trying to sell a story of Stalker Storm. But he was attacking with Adept Oracle at the same time and literally distracted Shin from seeing the fake information that he was trying to feed him. This is kind of just too fancy for Classic, man. He ruined... I think Shin would be looking at this if you weren't pressuring him with Adept Oracle, but he missed the fake Templar Archives, he missed the second Stalker, and you're slowing your own pressure down for this. Really unfortunate for Classic, just too fancy in game 1. How come Pig City only needed 2 gateways? Because if you leave them in gateway form, they can produce units really fast. He wasn't building a warp prism or a forward pylon. He was just going to make units and go across the map. So if you make adepts non-stop from when your warp gate upgrade is finished, the production speed becomes better than doubled for adepts, right? They go from 33 to 16 seconds per adept. So he could have just constantly built adepts. He could have built 4 adepts per minute out of those 2 gateways. Within 1 minute, he can build 8 adepts out of 2 gateways. And he already had a few adepts out. 8 plus 4, it's 12 adepts. He never had 12 adepts hitting together in that entire game. Instead, he's wasting money building 4 gateways and not actually using them half the time. This is really basic maths that top Protoss players are missing right now. And it has to be said and it has to be shouted from this guy. I spent 2 years talking about how Storm is an amazing ability against Terran. No one, and everyone just told me I was an idiot and kept harassing me about it. And I was like, guys, if I believe something and I'm going to analyze it, I've got reasons for it. I'm going to keep saying it. I will keep shouting it from the clip. Shut up, they know better than you. And like, you fast forward 2 years later, everyone figured out how to mix Storm into their late game. And I was like, yeah, this was always a good style. This was a good style years ago. It's not like I was revolutionarily seeing something. It's hard to do these things. I'm not saying it's easy, but I just get frustrated because there's always a few people like, no, pro gamers play perfect. It's like a brand new patch that's changed the fundamental Protoss production. I'm not saying he's stupid for missing it, but I'm saying this is an obvious thing. Take this in and pay attention, Protoss players. I don't think many Protoss pros watch my commentary though. So I don't think they hear it, and it's kind of painful to watch. If you're doing an all-in, you're warping in with a warp prism, pylon, you need warp gates. You need more gateways, but if you're doing a very streamlined pressure like that, 2-gate production cuts it. I mean, there's a decision around the gateways, for sure. I think the build orders and how you optimize them is much more interesting, in my opinion, but yeah, to each his own. All right, guys, going into game 2, we just crunched the numbers. If Classic left those 2 gateways in gateway form, they would have built adepts every 16 seconds. Hard to even have the money on 2 gateways to do that, especially if you're adding some extra tech and stuff behind it. But in just over a minute and 4 seconds, you can build 8 adepts out of 2 gateways. Whereas instead, Classic spent minutes getting to 4 gateways and just not really producing out of them. So with the 4 adepts he already had from the early game, he could have gone for a 12 adept pressure off 2 gateways and hit way earlier than what he went for in that game. So just one of those little things players need to be thinking about and working into their play. And I was talking about this in some of the series I was casting earlier today, but to reiterate, Protoss has a chrono at the start. They get much earlier economy boost to the other races that you've got to try to take the most out of, which Protoss players have got really good at the opening stage, by the way. This pylon was a little late this game because Classic didn't send the probe down early enough, and this map it's quite far away than natural. Slight inefficiency, he misses like 1.5 seconds build time, not a big deal. But the main thing you need to take advantage of, normally you'd second chrono here as well, there we go. Yeah, it's a 4-player map, you can't confirm you're not getting early pulled beforehand. You will scout that it's cross map. The other thing is you want to try and save money. That 3rd and 4th gateway is 300 minerals. If you can instead spend that 300 minerals producing out of 2 gateways constantly while still getting your fast macro up, you can basically do a mixture, especially in this matchup, but it works against Terran as well. Against Zerg, it's more you can do a pressure. Against Terran, it's you can defend the Terran pressure off of less gateways. Against Zerg, it's you can force the Zerg to build less drones, make more army, take some damage off of less gateways. So you use that 300 mineral saving by not building a third and fourth gateway, build more units out of it, put the pressure on harder, faster, earlier, cause more damage, and then basically you're putting yourself further ahead in the tempo. PROTOSS does not have the warp gates cost money to transform. That's an obvious nerf. Storm arguably is nerfed, arguably buffed, depends on your point of view since the previous season. But Mothership got nerfed a bit in that it's got less total hit points now, even though it's still getting used all the time by top pros. But there's a few nerfs mixed in there for PROTOSS, but there are clear buffs in terms of where you can get your tempo to from the early game through to the mid game. And I think basically as a PROTOSS, your goal is to get further ahead by the time you're getting to your third and fourth base being fully saturated. Like your third base fully saturated, taking a fourth, having your splash damage. You should get there further ahead than you did compared to the Zerg last season. Obviously Zerg has extra lava production. There's always like a few people who hear me talk like, so you're saying PROTOSS is imbalanced? You're such an idiot. Zerg is so overpowered. It's not a balance thing. I'm talking about how to play a strategy game and how to use the advantages that have shifted from one season to the next to your advantage rather than crying into your tissues like a whiny little whiner that you are. Sorry guys, I don't know. I've been reading too many comments and Twitch chatters lately where people want to whine about things and they go, oh, see, look, it doesn't work. But we're seeing very sloppy play from pros, average Joes, everyone. This is a moment of flux. No one's playing perfectly. There's a lot of room for all of us to improve as players, but you've got to lean into those advantages. You can't just ignore them and leave them on the table. And right now, there's a lot of players leaving those advantages on the table. So I'd love to see Classic find a bit more of a decisive way to utilize that gateway tech. He's clearly trying to use it, but it looks to me like a player who has not really thought it through and done enough analysis to understand the changes, if that makes sense. Because I struggle to use the changes myself, but I've been struggling with it since day one of the PTR and kind of slowly building experience to the point where I'm getting more and more confidence and I can see the gains when I do start doing it correctly. Oh, nice snipe. I don't think he gets a second, does he? Oh, he gets two. Well, that's a juicy. Oh, he even commits into the main. He's going to sacrifice the Adept. Getting a drone and a bit of mining time. If he gets two drones, that'd be huge. Good sport trick for Shin, though. I think that's okay. You get rid of the Adept as Shin. Yeah, a bit of mining time. Lose a drone. Kind of annoying, but not too bad. And Classic, I'm going to go for that gateway to seal the wall off. Oracle's coming out, and it should be good. It seems odd, Pig, that pros don't watch their replays and see their production is idle. It feels like pros don't notice things that are more natural to a Terran. 100%. If you've played the other factions a lot, it's blatantly obvious. But because PROTOSS, even when they played warp gates, they don't warp in every time they're able to. That's just because PROTOSS has been more of like you would bake extra gateways and then be more reactive with your warp ins. But now that it costs money to transform to warp gates and the other factions have both got buffs, right? To their early momentum in terms of like lava production, 300 mineral command centers. You need to be a bit more efficient. And the fact is you can just get a big advantage yourself by utilizing less gateway production to build way more units. And the problem is a lot of PROTOSS players keep coming at me with the argument of like, oh, but it takes a while to outstrip the production. The difference is normally the game the important fights where that production matters are like mostly 6 minutes onwards. Your warp gate finishes at 4 minutes. So you've got always several minutes for that to have kicked in and paid off before the important fights. But people are always talking like the only thing that matters is the first 30 seconds after the gateway finishes morphing. And I'm like, mate, warp gate's done. Like right now, we're building 4 gateways. We're not producing out of our gateways. Now he's doing it. He's doing his zealot pressure, which is good. But we've gone 4 gas first and what's the bet? We can't produce out of these gateways non-stop because we'll get supply block. Even though the Nexus will unsupply block us, these zealots build in 14 seconds. And this third and fourth gateway, I truly believe, is a bad investment. I think a third gateway, I've been doing a lot of 3-gate off of an Oracle third base, 3-gate charge, but that's also delaying +1. And you can hit like 620. About 6 minutes 20 you can hit with charge. Especially if you delay that third and fourth gas. But Classic's going to be hitting closer to 7 minutes, and that's going to give a lot more time for Shin to be ready for it. No Baneliness, though. Shin is being balls to the wall greedy. He might want to just go straight Spire, which is ridiculously greedy. We saw Shin hide a Spire up here in one of his games earlier today. I don't think he's in position to do that this game. Still no Roach Warren or Baneling Nest? Come on, Shin. This is... I mean, he's up a game in the series, so he might just feel confident being greedy. He's going to break the rocks. Queens do deflect. 4th hatchery can easily get sniped up here. Or 5th hatchery. He's got his 4th on the left. Here come the Zealots, guys. They're going to start to move out at 6.5 minutes. You can see these gateways are idling, getting supply blocked again here on 95. No surprises, guys. It's so crazy how fast these Zealots build. They build faster than Marines. You chrono them, they build in 7 seconds. They build almost as fast as probes. Oracle's coming forward. Adepts and Zealots moving in. I mean, he can cancel this base, but this is a 5th. It's not actually a high-value target. And indeed, Spire and Hydra Den both coming in right now. Classic comes forward. Zerglings with a mass surround. +1 melee is done for them. It's not done for the Zealots. And this is a flaccid timing. We saw a similar attempt to this timing. Same map, same spawns earlier today, right? From Trap. It was very similar. He hit without +1 with like a handful of Zealots. He could have had more Zealots off 2 gateways and hit a good 30, 40 seconds faster. So I think we need some Protoss build wizards out there, guys. Get talking to those Protoss pros. These builds are suboptimal. SHIN is pretty tight. He's still got room for improvement for sure. But I think the level of execution of his openings compared to the Protoss ones is night and day. And understandably so, the Protoss builds have drastically changed. SHIN's adapting what he did pre-patch to the new patch without that many, you know, fundamental changes. Whereas Classic, this is a complete... It's a redefinement of how you want to play the faction, you know? It changes everything. So I understand why him and every other Protoss player are doing this, but... They are leaving money on the table right now in terms of that efficiency. He's going for High Templar out of regular gateways right now. So he's trying to utilize it at this point. This is kind of cool. Oracle, unfortunately, runs into Queens, goes down. These Zealots running across the map, they could do quite well. Carapace isn't in yet, which means they will get 2-shot, these Zerglings. Zealots do spread out a little bit, but it doesn't matter. They're so good against Zerglings. Oh, wait, there's way more from the right, though. The Zealots need to clump and recall. Clump and recall! Oh, they spread out a bit too much. And that'll be a good fight for the Zerglings, I believe. Well... maybe not. Never mind. Two-shotting the Zerglings is really good. That was a great fight for Classic after a terrible first pressure. Overcommitted there. Would have been good to save those Zealots, hide them in the corner, or recall them for later. It's building Phoenix and a Mothership. 3 Archons in the main. Oh, but the Mutas just rotate to the 3rd now. Going to ignore the cannon and just focus on the probes. Second cannon coming up. The Archons are on the high ground. He's going to recall 2 to the 3rd. There's 1 Archon and a few Stalkers in the main. Good split here for Classic, but Classic is now facing a 5-base Zerg who's going Hydras and up about to 85 workers. A 61 Protoss, no Psystorm, no splash damage, and he's still focusing on Phoenix range, double Stargate Phoenix, because this could be Mass Mutalisk. There's no way for you to verify. Little do you realize the Zerg is just going Hydra bait. I think you could make a meta call of this, because Mass Muta has not been working out for SHIN, Solar, or Raynor in the last 2 months. And as a result, almost every game they build 1 pack of Mutas, at most 15, and then they just transition hard off of it. I'd say it's like probably only 1 in 4 or 5 games where players are committing to Mass Mutalisk these days. And as a result, you could blind counter in a scenario like this and just focus on like Psystorm and Immortals, and basically, because you know there's going to be a ground army coming most of the time. It's a coin flip, but it's a coin flip when you're this far behind. I think Classic probably has to take it. There we go, Mutalisk's coming in. 6 probes do go down. It's a nice trade. These Mutalisks he doesn't really care about anymore. Infestations on the way, a few spines. 2-2 melee Carapace. No range upgrades. Shin's already thinking about an Ultra transition. Oh, this is a little sloppy, but I guess he was waiting for the Hydras to save it. Gets an Oracle. Oracle's more valuable than the Phoenix there, as they will tag units, throw down stasis traps, all the rest. Desperate 4th base, but there's no splash damage, just Archons. Classic's not got Psystorm. I have to wonder if he realizes. Yeah, he does. He's just making pure Archon. He must realize, but I feel like Storm is everything that's going to keep you alive in this game, and the moment you hunted down the Mutalisk, you know that's going to be the case, but seems to be in the mindset of, you know what, I don't have time. Let's just make Archons and hope I can defend with mass Archon. Problem is Hydras will do very well versus Archons. It's not really on the Mothership to buy time. Remember, Mothership only 200 shields these days, guys. 400 hit points, so she got 50 more hit points. But 200 less shields is quite significant, so she's not as tanky as she once was. I say 200. Sorry, it's 150 less shields, right? She was 350, 350 before, so total life and shields has gone down by 100. She's not as tanky as she once was. Still very good against Hydras. Psystorm's coming in, but it's not ready. Time Warp and Cloaking Field comes down. There are 3 Overseers. You're not going to really be able to snipe those very well. Phoenix go after the Hydras on the right side. Archon's coming forward. Baneling's just rolled in and cleared 9 probes on the 3rd base. Is there enough Protoss to hold on? Classic trying to make a heroic hold. Baneling's trying to roll into these Zealots. The Zealots mostly get cleaned up. The Hydra's trading as well as they can. They're going to get gunned down in the corner. I can't believe this is even a hold, but the supply tells us it might not be enough. The Archons get popped. The Oracle gets popped. And what have you got? A few Stalkers and a Mothership left over. Zerg on 5 base can afford that trade. Classic may have a 4th up now, but no gases there. That's so many expensive units. Meanwhile, Ultra Cavern is on the way, and there's 2-2 upgrades already. Adrenal Glands is missing for now, but for how long? Zerglings surrounding some pylons there. Hydra on the right side does go down. It's 8 gateways right now. Can't really support them. It's all about High Templar and then getting Immortals, but we don't know about the Ultras, and that's the problem is, like, you need to make High Templar gather Storm Energy. And these Ultras, 3-3 Adrenal, +2 Flyer Weapons, and not just that, Dropper Lords. He's going to go mass Ling Drop in the main. Could snipe the Templar Archives as well. Oh, that'd be crazy good. Shin can't give Classic too much time. But with no Robos on the field, there's no answer to the Ultras. Ultra Cavern's up. And Kindness Plating will be starting. There's no gas for actual Ultra production right now, but you can see these gases are mining. These ones here are just starting to mine. I mean, Shin will be mining 1,500 gas. He can build 7 Ultras a minute with that gas income. First 2 Ultras are on the way. Classic's got to defend with cannons, Archons, Storms, and batteries. But the main base, that Templar Archive's going down, is a real problem. He's building Tempest because he's worried about Broodlords. Oh no. Tempests aren't going to help against an Ultralisk army. They're way too low damage. And that Templar Archives looks so tempting. So tantalizing. Linkbane rolls in here. Storm plus Archon. Does take out those Banelings. Nicely done. Templar Archives does not get targeted. He's actually going for the Stargates. Banelings rolling in on this side as well. Oh, the High Templar go down and all the probes. And these are pretty cheap counterattacks. Nexus and 2 Stargates all get focused. That is crazy damage. That is crazy damage. And now the Ultra Max is coming in. More Ultras are building. Still waiting for a bit more gas as he makes +3 flyer attack. He's thinking about swapping Mutas to finish the game off. It's obviously after the Ultra attack, so I don't think we get there. But Shin is already thinking ahead. Obviously, Corruptors as well could come in. But I think he's actually thinking about a Muta swap as a way to just finish the game. Spines going down on base number 6. Up here for Shin. Shin's going to go for a Ling drop down the right side this time. Not a bad idea. Going to go try and drop in the natural, I think. But he's actually misclicked there, so I don't know if they'll unload on their own. Because he's misclicked in the dead space. Zealot Archon Tempest rotating around. Ultra Hydra does get a few shots off. Okay. Hydras are not amazing with Ultras, but this is one of my favorite Heart of the Swarm compositions because it's fun. But no lunge ready on those Hydras just yet. Here comes the Ultra attack. Ling drop goes in behind into that base. These guys are going to come forward. There is no answer to the Ultras. Size Storm, much like giving them a bath, is not really going to damage their massive 500 hit point pool. And there's no Immortals in here. There's nothing that does damage against this. The first Immortal's about to pop out, but there's so many Ultras in front of it. Fungal comes in on the Mothership to slow down its movement speed slightly, funnily enough, but the Hydras can't quite get on top. Here come the Archons. They'll do some decent damage, as will another Storm, and you know what? Classic holds. Oh my god. That was actually a really good hold. He lost way less than he should have. He's still down 30 probes in a disastrous spot, but that was impressive, man. He's going to take out these Hydras. The Infestor on the retreat. More Lings are building. They're basically free. Surrounding these cannons would be excellent. I think he wants the Robos. Or the Nexus. He's going to click the Nexus. Red Hit Point Nexus. Does go down. Lings are going to run south. 10 Infestors on the way. I don't think that's the best way to finish this game. Shin's not a great late game player. I say that with the utmost respect. I love Shin as a player. I think he just feels late game's bad for Zerg versus Protoss, so he tries to win in the mid game. He's still a very good late game player compared to a normal Joe, or a normal GM even. But compared to the top pros, it's definitely not his forte. So he's going to try and jump on with Infestors and then Neural Parasite all the Immortals. It's a cute idea. I do think he needs to keep dropping the main. hit this side with more units, attack both sides at once. Like, I really think if he just attacks 2 or 3 places continually, Classic can't deal with it. Even just A-moving Ultraling Bane will get such good value trades, but it's kind of slowing things down. The Neuroparasite, the Air Armor. I'm a little worried he's wasted a bit too much time. He's letting Classic max. If he lets Classic take some amazing engagement and win this game, I will be absolutely spewing. I'll be like, no, Shin, because I'm such a fan of Shin as a player. I always copy his builds, but he's kind of dilly-dallying. I mean, obviously, he could just neural this whole army and still crush it. See how it goes. There's 6 Immortals in there. Oh, they got to be careful, though. The army's right there. Watch out, Shin. Classic, I mean. Time Warp comes down, Storms as well. Fungals get on top. No Neurals landing just yet. The Ultras clear the High Templar. He's just using Microbial. I thought he was going to use Neural there, but he just went Microbial Ultras. Most of the Immortals are dead before he gets out of range. You can see down the bottom of our screen, 1 Immortal and an Ultra having a duel. When the Immortals are isolated like that and they're not stutter stepping anymore, they do get gunned down, and that's a trade Shin could take any day of the week. Spines on this side are getting overrun by Zealots. The Ling drop in the main again, and that should be the final finishing blow. Classic there. Just getting taken care of by Microbial and Fungal and being kind of trapped in a position where he couldn't retreat. The counter to Microbial Shroud is to get away from the army and away from the Microbial Shroud, and he wasn't able to do it. So a lot of it's about trying to not let him land the Fungals in the first place and stay off creeping in the open where you can always stutter step away. But Classic went a bit too deep. He was in a desperate spot already. Shin's going to take care of him. Now, I don't know if Classic wins. I think cross map is generally pretty good for turtling to late game and defending. But I think the pressure openings have huge work. We've seen Trap Classic, multiple Protoss players in the last few days not utilize the gateways correctly. And this is from 2 days ago, I think. 3 days ago? This is from just a few days ago. It's on the live version of the game. And I think there's some really obvious gains to be had from Protoss players realizing that you can basically get a third base fully saturated, do heavy pressure, and get all your tech up off of 2 gateways. This is the advantage that players need to be leaning into. And if you're not taking advantage of that, you're leaving money on the table. Remember, this warp gate's also delayed because we're obviously going Stargate Oracle. You delay the warp gate, kicks in about 4:30. But you'll notice these gateways are just not producing. We're on 8 times speed. They're just not producing for the longest time. So obviously, you're doing a gateway pressure. You're not using warp gate. You're not building a pylon. You're not doing a warp prism. You're not proxying. Which, if you want to do a sharp pressure, there are still some good warp-in pressures where you go build a single pylon and you like warp in on the front and just get in there really hard. Especially on these big 4-player maps, often there's little spots where you can get them in. But this is just a very inefficient pressure out of Classic. And yeah, I think he's just wasting money on a lot of gateways for no reason. So I think it's not just him, it's a lot of Protoss players. I think as Protoss players, we have to fix our build orders. And I think that the sooner we realize just 2 or at most 3 gateways until you've got 3 base fully saturated, your gas is up, your splash damage on the way, taking a 4th. And if you want to be more conservative and have a bit more gateway production, here's a general rule of thumb. Have as many gateways producing in gateway form as you have bases. So if you have 3 Nexus, 3 gateways constantly producing, if you take a 4th, build a 4th gateway. I know that sounds bloody crazy. I guarantee you, if you constantly produce on those gateways, you will struggle to spend your money. Try it out and have some fun. We'll see you guys next time. GG, well played. Shin gets a 2-0. He's looking really smooth. Spire, though, he's been doing almost every game on this map. And I think the Protoss players are going to start catching on. So Shin's going to have to mix it up next time he plays cross map on a 4-player map because he's going mutas every single time. I think he needs to start doing a greedy Zergling, Baneling into Ultra build. Like, rush the Ultras out, because a lot of Protoss players are rushing Mothership against him, and they're rushing Fleet Beacon and Phoenix range, and they're not getting Robos early. So I think the counter to the meta Protoss style from the Zerg side is go for Hive early, go for Ultras. Yeah, other than an early Zealot pressure, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of mid-game timings that are super effective the Protoss is going for. A lot of them are just trying to make 3-base Mothership and then take a 4th. It's a very defensive style. It's a little flaccid. I think Zerg could definitely be rushing Ultras to punish this sort of stuff. But GG, well played. Good series from Shin. A little soft on the build orders for Classic, but hopefully he does better next time. I'm sure he will improve. GG, well played. My man. Why don't Protoss build Colossus? So previously they were really bad against like roaches and banes and stuff. They're quite expensive. They're not super flexible, but they are really good against like Hydra Bane styles. So they can be very good against like Hydra Bane. In that sort of game where your opponent's gone Colossus, it's Mutas. It's not really a tech tree you want to go for. Generally, Storm is just so well-rounded that it also is really, really good. And it's probably a little bit more versatile than Colossus. And it's a bit, especially with the way energy recharge works, where you can warp in a High Templar, energy recharge it, have a Storm instantly. It's harder for your opponent, I would say, to find a window where you're vulnerable. Colossus, they're still good. I think you can still play them, but Storm is just so attractive that it often edges it out. My man. All right. Yeah. So I had a similar thing when I was watching Rogue slaughter Protoss players the other month, like a few months ago, where I feel like there's a hole in the Korean PvZ meta, a big hole in their meta. Like every meta, there's a big hole. Previously, it was not doing Glaive Adepts against Rogue, which is just absolutely criminal. You cannot be doing that, guys. It's going to get you in way too much trouble. You got to... Rogue's too greedy. You got to punish him. All right. Okay, so someone said the Clem Wardy show match actually wasn't worth casting, even though I'd had it recommended to me. Did anyone else here watch the Clem Wardy show match? Hero Clem Wardy show match, guys? And do you think it was good or bad? Because I had it recommended to someone, but maybe they got it confused with a different series. You know what I mean? I was thinking of casting Clem Lambo, just to see what Lambo's up to and see how Clem's using the new 300 mineral CC from RSL. We've also got a bunch of ZVPs that are before the most recent patch from GSL CK5, Solar Zound, Solar versus Classic, Solar versus Trap, a few matches. Could cast those because they're not on the most recent patch with the Colossus and the slightly faster gateway production. And I feel like after watching these ZVP games, the Protoss players are going to play even worse because that's like a week or two earlier. Don't know if I want to watch that. We do have... Oh, there is the Pigasaur game from this week, guys. Hero versus Beyond had a banger semis. I came in partway through that series. It might be fun to just cast that whole series of Hero versus Beyond, because that was a banger series, and I missed the first game or two and was kind of distracted because I'd come back from an appointment in the middle of it. I think that Hero Beyond semis from this week's Pigasaur was a banger, so maybe I'll cast that. Yeah. No, we will do a new Bronze to GM. It's probably like maybe 2 months out is when we start it, Rufus. I know everyone wants it like right now, but I'm just like, there's so many fundamental balance changes happening with like command center cost and stuff. I don't want to start a Bronze to GM and then 2 weeks later it's like, oh, minerals are 100, command centers are 100 minerals cheaper or more expensive. You know what I mean? Are there replays? You can't have any Chinese replays, King Riku. So the Chinese StarCraft client is a completely different version of the game to the non-Chinese StarCraft client. So I think they have replays, but those replays will not run on our versions of the game. So you would need to... There's probably a way you could figure out how to get a Chinese version working on your game using VPNs and a bunch of things. But it's, yeah, it's way too complicated to set up. So they don't even give the replays out because no one can run them. Big, who do you miss casting the most? Yo mama. No, I don't know. I think Apollo back in the day is a bit of a meta pick. Maynard usually. Maynard, good energy, good vibes, good fun. Mr. Bitter, so Rotterdam and Mr. Bitter could have their like weird on-screen romance, you know? Those two, just like, you just knew those boys were hanging out in the hot tub together after the games, having a good time. Yeah, obviously In Control and Total Biscuit, rest in peace. They were both absolute legends who brought their own flavor of insanity. In the case of In Control especially. Yeah. Figured out the decent guides are still relevant considering it's completely different with the worker start system. No, everything is completely relevant for all the previous Bronze to GMs and guides. All that changes at the start is like the worker counts, the openings. Don't get me wrong, there are things that are going to be a bit better because you could do this faster or a bit slower, but all the fundamental knowledge from like Bronze to GM still applies. You could watch the Bronze to GMs that already exist. You can't copy the exact supply counts for the build for the first few minutes. You'll notice past the first few minutes, it's more of a general order anyway. It's like you should do this, then this, then this. You should focus on this. These are the hotkeys you should use. These are the mechanics you should use. 95% of StarCraft 2 has not changed because of the 8 worker start. So 95% of a guide that teaches you fundamentals is still going to be really good. But if you want to copy the opening build, which is the main thing that gets people started, that is problematic. But what you can do is you can watch the opening guides just to get a feel for it. I will add some new opening guides. I mean, the command center is now 300 minerals. I still think 12 Rex, 12 Gas Reaper is not a bad opening for most people if you want to play for a Reaper expand. But I probably want to show... I'm gonna put out an easy 2-base push guide tonight or tomorrow night, probably, for Terran, which is going to do a non-Reaper build, which I think is much easier for people to follow as well on 8 workers, which is really good. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Bulgarian, actually, and a few other people have actually adjusted a lot of the 8 worker builds for Terran, which they can share as well. Yeah. Sorry, I haven't fully vetted everything, because like I said, everything's changing with the command center cost and stuff as well, Bulgarian, but your Bulgarian's notes were really good. So, that stuff's pretty solid as well, yeah. I could like link those or put them with a copy paste at the top of the document or something. But I'm just kind of waiting for everything to settle right now. But yeah, maybe just DM those to me again and I'll chuck them up the top of the thing in case people want them. Thank you. Appreciate that, Bulgarian. What's up, guys? You need to get back to your StarCraft 2 speedrunning? Or are you speedrunning the campaign? Nice. Alright, yeah, we'll do Clem Lambo series, I think is a good idea. Or should we just do this big one, actually? Okay, I think we can speedrun this Clem Lambo because it's just a best of 3, so it shouldn't go longer than half an hour. And then we can maybe get the other series as well. This is more just curiosity to see like how both players are playing. Obviously, Clem's a big favorite, especially since this is post 300 mineral CCs. I know Lambo was punishing him when the lava was more buffed and the command centers were 400 minerals on ladder. He was beating Clem a bunch. And Clem was not too happy about it. He's like, what the fuck? I'd only beat this guy 15-0. What the hell, man? Quick ad break, guys. We'll be back in a sec. We've got Clem vs. Lambo coming up. Reminder, please sub tip cheer. Help us get the sub count back to 1,000 subs, guys. Help us cover more StarCraft content. I'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll BRB. Big thank you, Twisted Streams, for the sub just before. Appreciate you, mate. Scan. Oh my god! Oh my gosh! She scans now. Next one's down there, is it? Die! Die! I thought it was dead, so I started going to the next one. Die! Stupid friggin' drop pods. You guys have no defenses in your entire spaceship. Literally everyone starts getting eaten alive and you guys do nothing about it. But that you decide to actually have good defense against? Jesus. You've got really tanky escape pods? You're a bunch of cowards. Didn't realize PROTOSS are just literally French people. Just retreat and surrender all the time. Jeez. Okay, Viper's coming in. Let's see what he finds. Ling's coming in from the south. I like the Ling wraparound. There's a planetary in this engagement. Tanks exposed on that side. Baneling's going straight through the Hellbats and into the worker line, taking the planetary out as well. Oh my god. That was awful positioning for Maru. It was picture perfect for SHIN. the off yourself comment. Very nice. Very high IQ. Very original. Abort yourself. Now that's actually impressive. If you could abort yourself, that's impressive. Like, because abort yourself means you need to like go back in time and convince your mom to have an abortion, which is honestly so difficult, messed up, and impressive if you can manage to pull that off. Yeah, that's one that gets you thinking. You should abort yourself for the people, says Tempo Storm. I love how when turn players rage, I immediately just hear their voice kind of become more autosis-y. Will you abort yourself? They're asking. Days like, dude, I just methodically wrecked you up. I'll forfeit if you agree to offer yourself. I don't know if that's a great offer. I feel like, and read a book. They're like, look. Oh, you have to read the book. I was going to say, how are they going to read their book if they off themselves? Like, what? You guys remember there was that real deranged psychopath in this? At some point, I remember I was trying to impersonate the guy because the guy was a super fucking weirdo. He's like, you sound fucking Asian. Like, he was just real, like, you know, the homeless guy that shouts at people to go back to their own country really aggressively. He kind of had that energy. Oh, yeah, there it is. That's it. I think it was at this point where, while editing this video, I was like, I think I need a haircut. Like, this was me impersonating him, the player. And I really feel that should be a GIF, by the way, guys. I should really... It's a bit of a tutorial. Oh, right, guys. We've run into someone a bit lower than me on the ladder, so I'm going to try and do a tutorial. And that's how you play ZVT. Thank you, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you guys want more hot tips, please sign up to my exclusive Patreon coaching series. I'm a good teacher. What can I say? Just going ham on these drones. For those who don't know, you might not be familiar with these sayings. Going ham, it's a term that actually originates because I used to be the best player in the world at killing drones, so they changed the name of killing a lot of workers to going ham, and something that I'm very proud of to change the vernacular here in StarCraft. Definitely a true story, guys. Tell your friends. Those lurkers getting very low. He's got a flank from more than one side, though. You can't be just coming in like this, I don't think. Can he do it? Can he do it? Those lurkers get stormed. They take a lot of damage. Man, there's just so many lurkers. Rogue is just massing lurkers on the front like a psycho. He's like, nah, man. Nah, mate. Immortal Storm only counters this if you have a sick flank. Good storms. Good storms. Massive engagement comes in right now from two sides. But the lurker count is wild. Can Raynor clear it up? The answer appears to be yes. But how many units will he lose in the process? Those last Immortals are getting hammered down. The Oracles and Zealots coming in from the left will just be barely enough, and he breaks it. Raynor with a stunning engagement to clear up the army. Let's get Burrow, guys. Wait, I already have Burrow? When did I make Burrow this game? Oh, I'm making it in the main. It was a misclick. Okay, awesome. I'll take it. Oh, GG! Oh! Oh! I'm sorry for making orgasm noises, guys. I'm sorry, but that was... If that wasn't worthy, then what was? Then what was? And we're back. Gianna, give the sub to Non-Ember. Thank you, mate. Appreciate the love. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's cast this one. Best of 3, and then we'll get on to a best of 5 for that Hero Beyond series. All right, guys. Liquid Clem in the bottom right side of the map. Lambo in the top left. Shopify Rebellion against Team Liquid. And it's a best of 3 here in the RSL. And I just really want to see a few things. What is Clem doing with 300 mineral command centers? Is he being greedier than ever? Is he just going back to standard 3cc, which I think he will be? And Lambo, has he changed his opening and his builds at all? I know he was bullying Clem on the ladder back when the lava was a little bit stronger. The command centers were 400 minerals. Looks like same opening here for Lambo. 12 Overlord into an Extractor Trick. Meanwhile, Clem, it looks like, has gone for that pretty early 11 Depot. I think we're going to see his 13 Barracks, 14 Gas build. I'm still not convinced until someone crunches the numbers on this that this is the best opening. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. I don't think it's... I don't know. I think it's okay. Oh! Oh, he's doing a 13-13. Never mind. I actually like this opening better than 13-14. I think, you know, if you're going to cut worker production to get an orbital, why not cut it earlier? Get the gas earlier. Get the Reaper over. But I think when you do this opening, I do like to see workers pulled off gas at tactical points here and there. Because the big thing you're balancing is with an 8 worker start, you're always below 16 workers on minerals, and quite significantly so. With the Terran, where your builders have to be building buildings all the time, you lose a lot of mining time. You can see Zerg's already at 16 workers. You're only on 11 as Terran. And minerals is everything. Minerals builds command centers, builds more workers, builds more barracks. So we'll see how this irons out. You can see he's going to have enough money for the Reaper. It just needs one more gas strip. There we go. So Reaper's still pretty early. He will SCV scout for a bit of safety. Clem doesn't want to get cheesed. We are, of course, on Necropolis, which I think is a pretty long rush distance. Like, I don't think this is quite a while to get across this map. Especially, yeah, it takes a long time to get through here. He's not pulled off gas at all yet, so looks like he's leaving on for the moment. Command center goes down at 205. And this looks like it was, I would imagine, 16 hatch, 17 pool for Lambo. As he rallies onto that gas with the workers as they pop out. All right, so Reaper comes out. He goes for a Marine. No pulling off gas at all. You see, I would have pulled one off gas. Because I feel like, especially if you're going to play 3 command centers with the 300 minerals, which I'm almost certain Clem is going to, I feel like you'd want to optimize that. Because look, you got 150 gas here. Now, arguably, you can just delay your second gas a very long time if you just only mine off 1 gas but never stop. And he wants to go reactor there as well. Fair enough. The thing is, if you're going to go 3cc, the timing of this isn't important because you don't have enough minerals to build Hellions anyway when that finishes. And that's actually a really integral thing. Okay, gets himself 1 Zergling so far. Queens are out. And we're going to see an inject and a Creep Tumor. Oh, watch out for that Reaper, though. Could jump down the ledge. Creep Tumor's up. Nice defense. And there we go. 3rd CC. Yeah. So if you want to go Starport straight away, you actually won't have the money to build Hellions. So you don't need the gas immediately to build that reactor anyway. These are small hairs that I'm splitting, but I think they do matter. I think a lot of players... It's been a long time for many players since they optimized build orders in StarCraft 2. So as you can see, doesn't have enough. Builds the Starport. The factory just sits on the reactor for quite a while before it can do anything. And actually, it's a second barracks, not a starport. Interesting. 2-1-1. So 3cc, 2-1-1. Clem's classic favorite build order. Give him those Stim Marines. He massages them better than anyone out there. He gets so much value. First Hellions only now starting just before 4 minutes. That wall off, of course. Good insurance for Terran. If you knew a Terran player was always playing this greedy, you could Ling Flood him. But what are you going to do? Get a few SCVs on the natural. You will not breach that high ground ramp, and that's going to cost you so much to do, and the Reaper will see it coming. Two aliens coming forward. Stim's on the way. 3rd orbital's building. Already saved 200 minerals with this build compared to before the patch. With the hotfix balance update thingamajiggy. Alien's coming in. Oh, he's going to take out tumors on both sides. No? Oh, not quite. Almost. Lings should be able to catch that Reaper. Going to try and lure them, potentially. And the Reaper did go down. Same time, Overlord's going to sack in, and he sees what's up. All right, so Lambo knows what's going on. Evo Chamber's going to go down almost instantly. Where is it? Where is it? He's supply blocked pretty badly right now. He's got quite a few Overlords building. Where is that Evo? Normally, Carapace is a high priority against this sort of build, and also pulling all these Overlords back. He's pulled back only one of them. Lambo's going to go Bane Nest. Interesting decision here. I mean, I don't think that's a priority. Yeah, I don't think you need Banelings to defend a 2-1-1. I think it's almost worthless, slow Banelings against this. He might be worried about Hellbats joining it, in which case you do need Banelings. Lambo's still droning. He's still not pulled back these Overlords against a 2-1-1. Uh-oh. Lambo's slipping right now, guys. These are free kills. You know there's going to be 2 medevacs coming. You want to pull all the Overlords back here. Otherwise, you're just going to be giving away 100 minerals for each one of those. It's awkward. Lambo. 3 bases saturated. He's got Carapace coming in. Though it's in a very snipeable position for a drop in the main, but it's not too bad. Prefer it up here would be nice. And he's got a mass Zerglings. He's only got 13 Zerglings. The double drop is coming. It is missing 4 Marines. That's a 12 Marine drop. But he's already finding his first freebie, this Overlord. And Lambo now realizes, oh, let's pull back that other one. 4th base goes up on the left. At least it gives him warning so he knows where it's coming from. 1-1 upgrades on the way for Clem. So Clem's just playing, yeah, he's absolutely just doing his standard greedy pre-patch 3cc, 2-1-1. I love it. I think it makes sense with the patch changes. It's exactly what Clem loves to do. 3 command centers and then just, you know, off of a 3-base economy, micro and macro at a pace where players can't quite keep up with the intensity of it because you are spending your money so well. You're using your multitasking, your speed. And that's Clem's main strong suit, isn't it? I mean, he's faster, he's better at multitasking than everyone else. And he's also really, really bloody good at learning builds and tactics and multi-pronging and picking his builds for the right opponent as well. But, of course, the speed is the thing that is just night and day compared to your average player, which is why we talk about it so much. It's not like that's the only thing he knows how to do. He's not a mindless baboon who just clicks buttons fast and that's it. But sometimes people do take it that way. Hydroden 1-1's on the way. Lambo quite supply blocked right now. 68 workers for him. He's got to be tighter on the defense here. He's already lost 350 resources for just that 1 Reaper. So 3 Overlords and 2 Zerglings. Second factory goes down. 4th and 5th barracks coming up here for Clem. He's not started... oh, actually, he's already got combat shields. Oh, very early on the combat shields, isn't it? I'm surprised he's not multi-pronging. He's actually grouping his whole army on this left side to push. I guess because he's got tanks. And we are in Necropolis where... tank here, or one even on the watchtower, and then you can put one on the low ground as well. It's really quite awkward to deal with. He's just going to go straight up and hug the edge. Hug the edge of the cliff where the tank can't get surrounded. No, he doesn't quite hug it. He just shoves. Baneling speed is not quite here. 1-1 upgrades isn't here either. The tank will get jumped on. Banelings and Lings trying to go forward. Remember, there's only 4 Banelings in there. Make that 3. Clem does not fear the slow Baneling. He needs more Banes coming in. The Queens, the Lings, and the Banes trying to hold on. Clem runs forward, focuses down a few Queens and a few Banelings. Bane speed is here. There's not many Banelings left. He focuses down 2, 3, 4. 4 Banelings go down. And just like that, Lambo has to tap out. This is unsurprising to me as a result in game 1 and in terms of what Clem did. But I really wanted to watch this game and this series to see, because I expected 3cc. Absolutely makes sense that he did this. And the thing is, you can see that he's able to find the lethality that he wasn't finding before this command center buff. What was happening is Clem, whenever he was going for these sorts of pressures, even Serral, even Rogue, even Dark, even Raynor would sometimes die to this sort of pressure, right? It's not just Lambo and other players who are a little bit mechanically not quite as fast or whatever the case is. It was everyone would be dying to this. But on this patch before, with the Zerg lava buff, and Terran not having the, you know, the 300 mineral command center, he couldn't find any sort of lethality. It felt like he was always both behind on upgrades, which he is slightly behind the carapace tier, but he was also just not able to have any sort of scary 7 to 8 minute, hey, your 4th base is in jeopardy, maybe your Bane speed's not quite ready or this or that, and this time he finds it, and you can just see night and day. I do think Lambo didn't have the perfect opening, left a few Overlords hanging out, had a supply block here or there. You know, it wasn't perfect play for Lambo. I don't think it was any huge, big, obvious, like, one-dimensional mistake. But, I mean, you can see, like, for instance, look at his supply. He's way overbuilt Overlords because he got supply blocked so hard earlier. So he way overbuilt Overlords to overcompensate, droned his 4th, wasn't able to defend it, and does get overrun here. And I do think, like, the Bailey Nest coming down so early was unnecessary. I think he could have saved that Bailey Nest till after he went for the lair. But I think he was worried about a Hellbat timing coming in with the Marines, and I think he was kind of jumping the gun a little bit on that defense. But nice opening for Clem, gets a dominant map 1 victory, and this is what we wanted to see. Is Clem going to be back in that dominant form now with the 300 mineral command center? Because my suspicion says yes. Let's find out what happens in game 2. Oscar Jesus, Mike! Hey, thank you for the 13-month resub. Guys, don't forget to support the channel. We need subs, we need tips, we need cheers. The sub count has been plummeting over the last week and a half. I know we took a few days off last week, but, you know, we've been back at it grinding since. So please do. If you enjoy the best games of StarCraft, you want to see more of them covered, let me know your suggestions. But also, let us know where your love is by giving me money. And you know what? You don't even need to give me money. Say you wanted to support someone like Foxer, the lovely Matthew Fox, the legend himself, the Terran player. I don't think Fox is actually his last name, is it, guys? Is it? I don't know. I'm going to call him Matthew Fox anyway. Matthew Fox, the Foxer, the man who has a picture of innovation holding a trophy as his picture. I could want to support his stream, but what if you don't have money to support someone's stream? Well, you can click subscribe. And did you know if you guys already have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub every month? What's that? I could click on this crown icon, get a monthly free sub with Prime, click sign up. That'll take you here. You can link your Amazon account to your Twitch account by clicking the connect button. I've already done that, but I don't have Amazon Prime. And that will give you a free sub every month. You get the same perks as a normal sub. I get the same money from a normal sub. You get replay packs, access to emotes, replays, ad-free experience, instant rewind on the Twitch stream as well. And that, of course, helps us out a massive amount. If you guys have Amazon Prime, make sure you're going to the channel and using that. It will not auto resub. You have to use it every month manually. There's a link on YouTube. If you guys have Amazon Prime, come over to Twitch, give me some free money, and then you can go back to watching on YouTube. Thank you very much. Speaking of Harry, oh my god, look at this filthy proxy void ray, by the way. Oh, I think this is a Command Center first no scout. Can we survive? Survive! Val, thinking of Harry, follicles, stinky, sweaty. Val Scrote, that's right, guys. Val Scrote, of course, talking about Valkem's scrotum. We appreciate you very much. It's definitely the origin of the name. Thank you very much to the love, dude. 5 gifted subs. Everybody slap your bacon down in the chat to say a massive thank you to Val Scrote, who's both Scroty and Valley, because those are both words that mean things in my head canon, which is definitely a normal canon and not brain damage from commentating StarCraft for over a decade. Music is epic, and then there's a little lull. And what do we fill that lull with? The sweet, soft slapping of bacon.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
May you hang low and heavy, says Pablo Honey. Indeed, low or heavy, to the left or the right, it don't matter. We treat you all and love you all as equals here. Valscrote, thank you very much for the massive 5 gifted subbies. I'm going to go for a third bacon slap just to say a big old thank you, because support's been very slow today, but yourself, 5 gifted subs, Ratjar with a $20 tip earlier, a couple of individual resubs as well. We appreciate you two, especially you and Ratjar, so very much for the overwhelming support, mate. Hot diddly damn! Thank you very much. Everybody slapping your bacon. Those are just good manners, those are. You know what isn't good manners? Being the best Terran in the world who makes the game look unfair. Some say it's a bug. I say it's a feature. Alright, guys. Well, he's the best Terran in the world. He overruns people all the time. And he makes their face a slightly more pained version of this face. This is Clem over here. Lambo on this side. For those who don't know, normally your clan, your team logo goes here. But if you're watching a replay offline or whatever, it can't access the image, or you're on a different server to where it was played, so it can't access the image. It automatically shows this dev is a former Blizzard dev, I believe, with a very excited face, some would say, clenching. I mean, he is clenching, right? I don't know what you guys are doing. I forget what his name is. I'm sure some people in the comments will let us know. But yeah, that is not the actual Shopify Rebellion nor Team Liquid logo. These are rival teams. We'll see how we go. Thought I turned off that audio. There we go. Sorry, guys. Just tabbed out for a second to fix that. Got a Barracks Castle on the way here, so it's going to be 13-13. I showed everyone 12 Barracks 12 gas as the standard opening a few days into this patch. Cool to see Clem going back in that direction, 13-13, so 1 extra supply, 1 extra SCV before pausing for it. Still going to get the Reaper over there at a sharp time. Not quite as sharp, but of course having 1 more SCV means you don't need to do as much damage and disruption to your opponent. Drones nicely stacked up here, and you can see 17 spawning pool will go down. So 16 hatch, 17 pool, standard stuff for Lambo. Really focusing on getting those minerals up. And now, oh, he's forgot to put on gas. Or is he going marine first? Oh my god, guys, Clem forgot to put his 3rd worker on gas. So his Reaper's quite delayed. Oh, he's messed his opening up. Clem, with a bit of a doo-doo, that Reaper's not going to hit as hard as he would have liked it to. Could have just gone for a 14 gas, couldn't he? Yeah, pretty much the same timing. Oh, well. Unfortunate there for Clem, but I guess he mines a little bit more minerals. So, you know, suboptimal, but it was unintended, but he gets a benefit in amongst the pain of having that Reaper delayed. Does send the SCV out to confirm its hatchery first. Sees it's a normal build from Lambo, and that SCV will turn around and return home. Now, does Clem just play 3cc 2-on-1 again? If he does, that's diabolical, but I wouldn't be surprised. He could go Hellion Banshee off of 3 command center. He's very light on units with this, but I do wonder if there's like a 2-base Ravagerling. You go Ling speed, but then you like take a second gas and you just stay on like 22 drones or something. But you make like a 3rd queen to kind of convince the Reaper that it's a normal build. The problem is always that it's, I don't know, I feel like it's very hard to hide an all-in intent in this scenario. And you know what's funny, guys? Clem's gone second gas, so he's actually going to play a bit more aggro this game. And I think that's going to be more powerful now that it's not just, you know, he was doing that a lot earlier, but he wasn't doing much 3cc. Didn't seem to have much faith in the 3 command center. So now that he's shown a very scary 3rd command center, I think the more aggressive double gas player has more effectiveness. And that's unfortunate. That was a mistake. He should have had both queens guarding there. This queen could have been guarding, defended that creep tumor, and then moved up to inject the main. Only now. So that's an unfortunate misstep. And remember, creep spreads slower every delay. Really crucial on this patch. Reaper goes around. Zerglings are there to greet him. Quickly turns around. Injects have gone down. Creep tumor placed on the natural 3rd base is building. Now you can see this is Hellion Banshee, but off 2 commands, and there's no 3rd command center. It's going to be much more about diving Hellions in. And for Lambo, who struggled with the more defensive 3 command center, and it was only from like, what, 5.5, 6 minutes when the Marines came in, he's got to defend. This is a more annoying opening where Clem's attention is going to be much more focused on darting Hellions and Reapers in. Hellions dart in, they dart out, they take a little bit of damage. Ling speed's finished, but there's only 3 Zerglings. 4 more are coming out. Lambo's got to be careful with supply blocks. Queen pushes the Hellion away. Reaper takes some damage. Here we go. Does bounce the Queen. Queen's coming forward. Ling's dancing around. The Hellion Reaper rotating. 3rd base on that side as well. Ooh-wee. 4 Hellions and a Reaper. Looking for openings. No queens on that 3rd just yet, though. Lambo's going straight to 7 queens. He's massively slowed down droning his 3rd. I admire him playing safe here. I do wonder if he's erring on the side of too much safety. You know, it's almost 5 minutes. He needs to get this 3rd mining. I think now that he's got 7 queens so early, he's got to be holding that drone key down. He's doing a good job of it. But the Banshees are coming, and there's no lair started just yet. Feels to me like he might have gone a bit too heavy on the Queen production. He sees the 3rd command center starting. Spores are going down, but the Banshee can still get between your rallies. You've still got to start a lair, because the longer you go without a lair, you're not going to be able to make Overseer. Without an Overseer, Banshee can get between your bases. He'll wreak havoc. Still no lair. There we go. Finally starts up, but Cloak is already here. Got about a minute without Overseers. Zergling's not quite guarding this mineral line. Actually gets pushed back from the main. No kills there. Only 1 drone on the Hellions so far. Good spread on these Overlords. Lambo's vision is excellent. It's a lot of queens. 5 queens. They got to be careful going off creep. Actually rotating. These 2 queens should be okay. Ooh, 1 queen's going to go down. Ling's being aggroed by the Hellions. And actually, the queen did survive. Nicely done. Oh, these queens don't have transfuse. Got to be careful. Got to let them... Do not throw any more creep tumors down. You've got to get more energy on these queens so they can heal each other. Banshees go to the right side. Overseer's not quite ready just yet. 1 Banshee will run out of cloak energy. And you know what? Lambo's done an excellent job of shutting this down, guys. This is really well played by Lambo. Yeah, no, I thought he might be delaying mining on the 3rd too long, but this is perfect. He didn't leave an opening. He didn't let Clem start the chaos, right? He didn't, oh, I'll just be a bit light on Zerglings, and then Clem roasts your 8 Zerglings, and then you have no Zerglings, and suddenly he's in your mineral line, and it's in those situations where things snowball. He's not given the chance for Clem to snowball. And honestly, I'm a little surprised Clem didn't go 3 command center early. Like, yeah, he's still got a 3rd floating out, a good timing. Still got 3 barracks going. His 1-1 upgrades are on the way. Upgrades have not started yet for Lambo. Lambo's 4th has been delayed. He needs to move these queens over to establish that setup. I would have tried to surround these Hellions like 10 times by now. I would have looped like 15 Zerglings around and tried to get them from behind. Just because I'd be like, how dare you be so active in my territory with your Hellions? But it's so hard to do that while keeping your macro up. Clem's just so fast. Fortunately, the queens were shooting the healthy Banshee, not the damaged one. We've got our first Stim Marine push coming forward. Stim's done. 1-1 in shields. Will be done in about, I don't know, 30 seconds maybe? She's in the main, but good pullback here for Lambo. It's Overseer's finally coming over, but Clem is constantly forcing reactions out of Lambo, and you can tell Lambo feels like he's maybe half a step behind in a lot of these scenarios. 2 queens caught up north. Here comes the Marine Alien. The Lings aren't there. 2 queens caught in the open. Oh, you do not want to lose this base. You should have enough queens and zerglings to defend. As Lambo. But Lambo, he's going to have to take a bit of an awkward fight. His Hydra's coming in now, though. Oh, they could focus the medevac. Doesn't quite get forward enough with the Hydras to focus the medevac down. And that is going to be a good hold. But he's got to drone that 4th. And you can see 1-1 upgrades for him. A little bit behind the 1-1 of Terran. Armory's going to finish, and that should, if he's quick on it, Clem can build an upgrade advantage. He's also got a 4th command center building. Only 300 minerals a pop for those bad boys. Armory's now done. And look at how quick Clem is. The moment he gets money, he starts +2 attack. Or what's the bet? He, also starts +2 armor. Clem's monitoring of his upgrades and things, like so many players just press buttons and hope things start building. Clem often cycles back and checks. He goes, did that start? Did that start? Is that on the way? Is that good? Or I don't even know if he's checking, or he just cycles back out of habit and makes sure he presses it a few more times to make sure it's actually gone through as an order. But compared to the Clem of 3-4 years ago, who'd forget upgrades a lot, he's so consistent. Queen Ling Bane Hydra coming forwards. Ling Hydra around the left side as well. That Widowmine retarget was diabolical. Oh my lord, he targeted on a Hydra, got 4 Banelings for good measure. Clem pulls back, sieges his tanks. The Lings end up, what should have been an all-consuming, crushing fight, turns into an excellent engagement for Terran. What in the hell was that? Great Widowmine, great tank pullbacks, the Marine stuttering away. The Hydra spending a lot of time moving and not fully collapsing. This is why you need to hit Clem not just from 2 frontal sides. You need to sandwich him so he has nowhere to run, or his micro will do terrible things to you. That's why in this fight you need half the army up here from this angle. And Lambo's doing a good job of getting some Hydra Ling there, but there's no Banelings from there, and he's going to get baited in. He's got to fight it. He's got to fight it. I think he can overwhelm, though. He's got good numbers, man. Tank's going down pretty quickly. The Banes are getting targeted so consistently. Can Clem drop in the main and find damage there? Oh, yes, he can. Look, the whole army's going to F2 to the main. That means the 5th base on the left is vulnerable. And this is it. Clem sets up, gets a big reaction, forces your whole army. This is the same scenario Solar finds himself in every weekly tournament when he's playing Clem, and picks up just before the Banelings connect. Now your 4th base and your Macro Hatch are in jeopardy as well. Lambo feeling the heat, feeling the pressure of playing against a Clem who is dancing. And look at that, he's redropped behind the grass. Oh no, not enough units there to defend. Then again, the Hydras are nearby, and Clem does respect it. Kills the Extractor, picks up, gets out. A few Hydras on the low ground as well. Can he catch this drop? This would be really nice if he could catch the drop, get him out of there. This is why I'm a big fan of Infestors against Clem, because it's the one way you can hold his units in position and stop them from picking up. Gets himself a medevac snipe, but nothing inside said medevac, unfortunately. Lambo does keep his Hydras back a little bit. He's hoping Clem might click the units in to drop while a lot of other things are happening and not see those Hydras and go a bit too deep. Clem does monitor and turns the drop around at the last second. Biomine on the left side, not many units to defend. You'd want to roll 10 or 15 Banes into this to clear these Widow Mines. Oh man. Oh me, oh my. The Macro Hatch goes down. Not enough Banelings to defend. The 3rd base is gonna potentially fall here. He has to defend the base. The Lings go forward. The Widow Mines go for a burrow, unburrow. A lot of the Widow Mines, if not all of them, have fired. Is there enough Banelings left over to deal with this? He's going to pull his units back to defend, but the moment the army pulls away, Clem goes and drops in the north as well. Units lost tab is 2-1. His micro is freakish. And this is what you either need fungal or you need to sandwich his army. He's got a 4th base up and mining behind this. Lambo taps out, realizing he just can't connect with this army. The Hydraling Bane is just getting kited for days. There's a 4th with an orbital on the 4th, not even a planetary. Remember, planetaries cost 250 minerals now, whereas orbitals are 100 minerals cheaper. So, of course, a guy like Clem is like, I'm just going to make more orbitals, be greedier, rather than building planetaries and just smother you with units. You're not going to have a room to go across the map. Even if you hit a base, I'll run the SCVs, use the Banshees and my rally to defend, and we'll be fine. Just absolutely dominant play. And you can see, it's kind of funny, right? Because Lambo was beating the heck out of Clem on ladder a few weeks ago. They've nerfed the Zerg Lava since then. I wonder how competitive it was after that Zerg Lava nerf. Because I did notice the games were looking a lot more competitive after that. Now you got the 300 mineral command center, and Clem is like, oh, you've given me that momentum boost. It doesn't sound like that much. I think, to the untrained eye. You think, what's 100 minerals? I think the reason it's so big is because the earlier you get a boost saving, something tangible, the more powerful it is in StarCraft. And I guess if we think about it, when do you build your first command center? About 2 minutes? About 2 minutes, right? So that first command center, that's 100 minerals. Think of it as just getting plus 100 minerals at 2 minutes. And in this case, he did a more aggro build on 2 base, and I do think Lambo got a bit of a lead. But then again, at like, what, 4.5, 5 minutes, plops the third command center down, right? Yeah, and that's another, bam, plus 100 minerals. And it just makes it a bit easier for you to build a few more islands, build a few more SCVs. And I think anyone who's played Age of Empires 2, where there's a lot of Civ bonuses where it's like, hey, when you get to the next stage, you get 200 wood, you get some food or whatever. Those bonuses are just so generally useful for just pushing your tempo forwards because it's so early and so immediate that those effects kick in. So, yeah, really, really powerful. And obviously, we knew this would be really effective for him. I think Lambo got ahead this game, but he struggled to get the 4th established. It did end up getting sniped. And Clem was just really good at dancing around. You can kind of feel the lack of fear. He knows if he can just dance around and keep forcing Lambo to react to him, Lambo's really going to struggle. And I think even if your opponent's faster than you, like Clem's faster than everyone, if there's a way you can counter pressure, you can make it a bit more competitive. But the moment this wall off is up, unless you've actually got Banelings somehow morphing on their side of the map or Ravagers, there's not really a lot of ways Zerg can put pressure on. Now, this is why I actually really think the 2-base Mutalisk builds are still really powerful, because it allows you to get those Mutas out so early, which gives you more control, obviously at the sacrifice of having as much economy. And I'm curious to see if Serral, who is using a lot of 2-base, whether it be kind of Roach, Carapace pushes into Infestors or Mutalisks or anything like that, I truly wonder, is he going to continue doing those? Are those still good? Are those actually, no, you're just too far behind against the 3 command center into the 2-1-1? Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious to see how this goes. I don't like the 300 mineral command center change. That being said, I do think Terran needed some help. They were struggling pretty hard. That being said, there's this weird thing, guys. Whenever you give any bonus to Terran or Zerg, it helps Clem and Serral. And they're already freakishly good players. And it looks unfair. They make it look really unfair when you give them any boosts, don't they, guys? It's hard to judge. I mean, this is Clem Lambo. It's been a very one-sided matchup for years. Lambo always says he feels like he can kind of take maps and series off anyone, especially with strategies and studying their habits. And he'll always go, oh, not Clem, though. Clem, I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to even do against Clem. Just, it feels like he's 3 steps ahead all the time, and he somehow always knows where my screen is not looking, and the units are there, and then I'm dealing with that, and then there's units elsewhere. And I think definitely that's a very real effect when you're playing Clem, where either getting mutas to shut down the Banshees and take away your Clem's ability to pick and choose where all the fights happen, or going for earlier Infestors. I feel like I'd always be looking for something like that. Playing this standard Lingbane Hydra style, I think Lambo's so good against it, at doing this against most players. But I do think against a guy like Clem, it puts you in such a defensive stance. You need to be Solar, Raynor, Serral. You need to be one of these absolute freaks who plays thousands of games of this every month to be able to withstand the pressure that Clem puts on. GG, well played. Hats off to Clem. Gets another 2-0, and he looks really good with the 300 mineral command centers, as we all expected. GG's. Not getting the aliens off the map lost Lambo his advantage. Yeah, he could have like overbuilt some Zerglings there and just tried to loop around them, right? Something like that. Just stop at 66 workers and just overmake units. Like, just get him off the map. Get him out of here. Let the creep spread then spread freely, that sort of stuff, yeah. There's also something to be said for an earlier lair, just so that you can shove the Banshees away a bit more convincingly as well.
Clem is good, but I'm barcode.
Clem is good, but I'm barcode. Oh, hello, Barcode. Thank you very much, guys. Slap your bacon down. Barcode has been coming in and donating a barcode tip every day for the last week or two. We appreciate you so much. They come in, their anonymous name is LLLIIILLL, whatever it is, and they always tip $11.11, and we appreciate that very much. That is a dedication to staying anonymous. Ow, I just bumped my knuckles on my desk. What the fuck? I get for shit talking barcodes. Thank you very much. Guys, slap your bacon down. Say thank you. I could be streaming here for like a week. Bloody no tips, no cheers, nothing. But if someone comes in, he doesn't need to get money. It's free. Can we at least say thank you? Please help me out, guys. Help me out. People aren't even going to donate money to cover the stream if we don't even as a community go, oh, thanks, buddy. We appreciate you. Help me out. Help me out. We gotta make people at least feel special for funding our entertainment. Praise the sun, and in this case, praise the barcode, guys. This is the only time I'll ever say praise the barcode. But, I mean, in this case, yeah, they've deserved it, eh? This channel is not halal. What are you talking about? You don't have to eat the bacon. You meant to slap it. 100 biddy cheer. Thank you, Mangork. Thank you. Thank you for the 100 biddy cheer. Appreciate you, mate. Remember, guys, this stream runs on a system of, like most streams, basically free content for everyone, and a few generous fucking nerds basically sponsor it for everyone. So big thanks, Mangork, Barcode, Valscope, Pod the Frivolous, Ratjar. We appreciate you guys so much for allowing the stream to happen today. And guys, we're going to get onto that Hero vs. Beyond as our final series for today. Thank you very much. Human boosting with 100 biddy cheer. This Hero vs. Beyond is actually from this week's Pikasaur. Like I said, I already cast kind of the end of this series, but I've forgotten what happened in it. I just remember it was a banger. And yeah, I really wanted to recast it since I only copped in partway through the series. So thank you very much, guys. If you're excited, let me know. I'm going to play an ad break really quickly to clear it out of the way. We're going to load those replays up. Speaking of which, I should hop to the Korean serve. Oh, maybe I can just drag them over. Hold on. We're gonna see. Can I find my Korean? Is it this one? Let's see. Can we find it? Can we find it? What day was 22nd? Not that one. Not that one. Let's try again. Let's try. That was 154. 375? Which region is it? Mixu versus Clem? No, 375 is EU. 806. It must be 806. Beyond Cure. Yes. Yes. I have found them. I have found them. Yes. I found the replays. All right, quick ad break. We'll be back in a sec. Thanks for the hype train. Nick gets on as well. Guys, keep the hype train going. We'll be back in a sec. We've got Hero vs. Beyond coming up. Please keep the hype going. Don't make me hold the stream hostage and shout for money. You guys sub, you tip, you cheer. We get more games, non-stop games. Less me going, please sub, guys. Please sub, free. Less begging. Less getting my tits out. You know, whatever else we're gonna be doing here. Thank you. We appreciate you guys. 3-minute ad break. I'll see you guys in a sec. Hero vs. Beyond coming right up. Oh, damn. Thank you so much, Captain Undead, for the $5 as well. Wait. No. Nick gets in with a 42-month resub. Underbot says, you ever wonder if you get more subs if you didn't do the bacon sound? No one ever says, if you want to, go for it. What I really hear is people saying, I love bacon. My name's Pod the Frivolous, and that's 10,000 bits. Lick my greasy bacon. Take it. Take it. That's it. Thank you very much, Pod. I mean, if you guys are like, Pig, if you don't do the bacon, we'll sub. You can bribe me to not do the bacon sound. 100%. But if there's one thing I know about the internet, they like weird bacon sounds. Tankers for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. 9 Cattle Brews are gifting a sub as well. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy kaboli. Guys, I gotta hide my camera. We're gonna make this bacon sound. Let's keep the bacon wave going. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the love. Also, keep in mind, the more you support, the quicker the bacon sounds are over. We get back to the regularly scheduled content. And I say I don't hold the stream hostage. Look at me. A big old hypocrite over here. SRG Rufus, thank you so much. Another 5 gifted subs. What the hell, man? Oh, my lord. Holy moly. I do hate the bacon noise, says Nick. What? Why do you just don't like the sound of like the saltiest, tastiest food on earth? Why, this is such a weird thing. People, why would you hate that noise? It's a normal noise. Why you guys think it's weird? Your face is weird. 9 Cattle Brews, and thank you. Another gifted sub gets in there. Mon, such to Mon. Guys, thank you so much. Very quiet day, and then bam, tips, bits, subs all flowing in. Left, right, and center. They're hitting me. I'm double fisting subs and bits from all sides right now. That was a weird way to do that. Is this a sub? Like, what the fuck is this? It's like a telescope? Yes, it's a telescope. Yeah, it's a submarine has a periscope. It's a telescope. I've got 2 periscopes. I'll stop. Anyways, we're making it weird. That's what we do. Thank you for the love, guys. Please keep the hype train going. We're on level 7. We right now are, according to the Twitch pop-up, 1900 bits or 4 gifted subs away to complete level 7. And you can get unlockable emotes and stuff. Look at this. I mean, there's... Oh my god! Guys, if we get to level 106, we can get an emote of the coolest guy on Twitch. I love this guy. Do you guys know? I didn't even realize this is... If StarCraft would be great if we still had Blizzard employees like this guy. The creator of the universe himself. Oh, I love that guy. If only they brought him back to balance StarCraft, it would be so awesome, man. Guys, come on, guys. Let's get to level 106. It'll only take like $43,000 of donations and subs and stuff. Just let's get over there. Let's go. Let's go. Cattle Bruiser, another one. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys so very much. Thank you for your support, guys. Wait, that's not... No, we gotta level up first. Guys, welcome to the Tangara Sydney train here. To the Deros in the back, please stop trying to take the wallet out of the guy who's passed out in the carriage. Oh, hey, there's a few fucking people vomiting on the... Okay, welcome. It's the Sydney train. It's a good time. We're having a good time. Was that Filthy Frank? No, that was not Filthy Frank. That was La Cucaracha. What's his name? I can't even remember his name. Pirate, right? Pirate Software. That's it. Took me a while. Yeah, forgot what his name was. Name's like Melvin or some shit like that, but he like pretends he has the name of like a Greek god. Just like a super standard, well-balanced, healthy human, you know? Famous Greek god Thor. What can I say, guys? I know my mythology. Poster Boy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Digits with another 5 gifted subs. Oh my god, thank you very much for the love. Appreciate you. What the hell, dude? Oh my god, that's absolute madness. Guys, we gotta level up to the next... Oh, Dot says, what's happening? And she runs into the room excitedly, guys. Dot is like, wait, the stream? We don't care about the stream. Are you guys subscribing? Suddenly I like it. I'm excited now. My name's Dot. Thank you.
My voice different. I want a different accent.
Dot says she wants a different accent. All right, guys, we're gonna workshop Dot accents here. Oh, my name's Jaren. Oh, and you getting some subs? Oh, that gets me so excited. Normally, I'm just out here looking for my next fucking meth pipe hit, and now you're fucking getting subs. Oh, it's bringing me passion to my soul. Is that better?
Not really, no. I want a full English...
A full English accent?
Full English royal accent.
Jared, are they subscribed? I don't know about royal. Are the peasants subscribing? It's about time they appreciated us. Yeah? The upper crust and everything we do for them. Employing them to trim our hedges and serve our tea. Yeah, so Dot's excited that you guys are subscribing, finally realizing the worth of the upper crust.
Texan.
Stop voting for wealth taxes, you fucking idiots. Stop it. We worked... Your forefathers worked hard on the land for us to have our estate and our rights, and stop trying to take it away. It is undemocratic to try and remove our wealth that your parents worked so hard so that we could have. Pod the Frivolous, 12,000 biddies. What in the fuck diddles, mate? Thank you.
Something bad about PROTOSS. What's PROTOSS?
Thank you very much. I'm going to say something bad. Wait, did you say...
If Dot says something bad, but what's a PROTOSS? I don't know.
What's a PROTOSS? I don't know. As an American, it never occurred to me that an Australian might not have an English accent at the ready. Well, I don't have a like upper crust royal lady accent. That's I don't watch enough like what are all the period piece shows that everyone watches? What are they called? What's like the famous one that everyone watches in the last 5-10 years? Downton Abbey or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Or like the 47th remake of like a Jane Austen novel, or like, you know, whatever it is, or like, you know.
You need to tell them how one time you read Pride and Prejudice.
Oh yeah, I read Pride and Prejudice.
Summarized for me.
It was the only book I took with me on my trip to Germany in 2015 to commentate. And I stayed in Cologne for a month in a little kind of temporary housing apartment that had no internet or Wi-Fi. So I would get so bored, I reread the book like 3 times. And then I'd be talking to Dot, who was back in Australia, and she'd be like, "Wait, you're rereading? What is it, Jane Austen? What's the Pride and Prejudice? That's it, Pride and Prejudice. Yeah." But I would basically describe the book to her like it was just I don't know, kind of like a ghetto drama, I guess, whatever. I'd be like, oh, and then he's like a dumb, fucking silly, and he thinks he's way better than... Basically, to me, I was describing it like it was a high school drama, I guess, would be the best way. And Dot has never been happier in her entire life. She was so fucking excited that I was like, just detailing the... I was like, oh, and so-and-so... And her mum's a friggin' proper dumb. Oh my God, she's so stupid. I was like, oh my Lord, what is happening, Oh, is it KFC time, Dot?
It is.
Oh, it's KFC. Well, I didn't play ads.
I'm meant to go.
I gotta play ads right now, guys. I'm gonna play ads. I'm sorry if you're not a sub. We're gonna play the ads. Last ad break. It's gonna happen. It was gonna autoplay otherwise, so it is what it is. It's gonna play, hopefully mostly be finished before we get into the sponsored hour. But yeah, it was good. So anyways, I could have just gone to a bookstore and bought an English book, but instead I read Pride and Prejudice 3 times. It was a good book. It made me understand, women's plight, having to marry a dorky fucking guy who's just like, I have a good estate. My name is Mr. Darcy. Look at me, I'm rich. He was a bit of a dickhead as well. And then, even though her family were real dumbasses, for those, like her family, her mum's an idiot. Her dad's nice, but kind of checked out. But her mum is like a proper ditz, right? Super ditzy. She's like, oh, I got to get my daughters married. Oh. And then like she would shit talk her mum. But then Mr. Darcy's like, yeah, your mum's really stupid. Your family's low IQ. He went like all manosphere on her at one point. And she's like, bitch, please. I'm allowed to say that about my family. You're not allowed to say that about my family. And she told him off and he was like, oh, what? But they are beneath us. And she's like, fuck you, dickhead. Fucking apologize. And then she pisses off. And then, but then at some point he apologizes for some shit. They get back together. It was a good story. Anyways, it's a good book. It's well written. It actually, I feel like compared to like if you go back to like Frankenstein and Mary Shelley or something like that, it's quite different. All right, sorry guys, my apologies. No swearing. Oh, right, guys. Welcome to the KFC sponsored segment. That's right, guys. Hashtag KFC, hashtag chicken, hashtag tasty tenders, wicked wings, delicious crispy strips. We're talking about the twisters inside my misters. That's right. I don't know what we're talking about. My point is, guys, I've eaten more KFC in this month of July than I've eaten in a long time, and it's been friggin' fantastic. And do you know what, guys? If you download the KFC app, it is fantastic because you can get daily deals. And do you know why there's why would there be deals in July? It's winter, it's cold, there's nothing happening. Oh, wait, we live in Australia, don't we? Let's get off the scam train scene. Let's go over here. Let's get in the Christmas spirit. First of all, let's contemplate nothingness for a moment because that's what people think of. Winter, it's dark, it's mysterious, nothing is happening. Oh, it's winter, it's so sad. Oh yeah? Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's Christmas in July because we live in Australia and it's winter time down here. And considering all of our Christmas paraphernalia is winter and snow related and it's hot soups and, well, not soups, but like puddings and friggin' turkeys and things, it just makes more sense to celebrate Christmas in July. It's catching on more and more these days. I was having a good chat with a friend the other month and she's like, it just makes more sense. She's like, she was living in the UK for a while. She's like, Christmas makes sense in the UK. She's like, I'm done with summer Christmas. We're doing Christmas in July down here. KFC also has the same idea. It's KFC's annual Christmas in July, guys. There are 31 days of legendary daily deals and unmatched value exclusively on the KFC app. That's right, guys. Open the app and look at this. Oh, it's here. Welcome to Christmas in July. And it says, jump straight into the festivities. So we can unwrap. So there's a picture. This is not my family. It's someone else's family. But I can wait, I gotta press unwrap first, right? All right, we can swipe. Okay, I gotta unwrap. What is the deal? Oh, it's a $3.95 burger. The green screen's on so you can see through the lettuce, guys. You can see through the lettuce. I love it. But yeah, it's a $3.95 Zinger or original crispy burger. Is today's deal, guys. Head to the KFC app right now to grab this deal before it's gone. Pick up only available until 10 p.m. today. This is a one day only mystery deal. A brand new deal drops every single day of July. I have I think we've bought like 7 of them this month. Like this is the 4th sponsored stream. It's not just on the sponsored day. We've been eating so much KFC. They're really good deals. Of course, don't forget, guys, we also have to read the terms and conditions verbatim, so you guys can rate me on how well we do. Pick up only via the KFC app on the 25th of July, 2026. Maximum of 1 redemption per person per day. Only available until 10 p.m. There we go, guys. You cannot read that in an Australian accent. That's not how you do. If you're reading terms and conditions, you have to go a little American. It's the only way to do it. But big thanks to KFC for sponsoring today's stream. Get there on the app. You can also some days play the Colonel's Catch game, which is really fun. Check it out and get after it. Speaking of getting after it, do you know what they really love more than anything? Our lovely, lovely people over at KFC. They love it when you actually create the fun gaming content that everyone's here to watch and don't interrupt it too much. Like all good sponsors, they have been very adamant about do your normal thing. You can mention our stuff a couple times, and otherwise give people what they want, you know, and I think it's really good. We've entered an age where sponsors, companies, creators realize they don't want to get in the way of the content. They know you guys are here for a reason, and they say, hey, if we can hang out and support that content and help support you guys as streamers while you do your normal thing, give your audience what they want, we'll hang out and feed you while you do it. Let's get after it. And that's why I'm literally going to smash one of those zingers right after this stream is over. Zinger or original crispy, guys? Zinger's better. Zinger's a little spicy, but not crazy spicy. It's got that beautiful like orange tint to it, which I don't know why. It just makes me deeply, deeply, deeply happy. But let's get after it, guys. KFC, the legends they are. We thank them very much for their support. Thank you for the huge hype train before as well, guys. Jaywalking Penguin, Narcos, Pod the Frivolous. Thank you. All right, guys. Hero in the bottom right side of the map, beyond in the top left. It's Shopify Rebellion against T1's Hero, PvT for the ages. It's the Picasaur semi-finals this week, and it's all on the new patch. 300 mineral command centers for Beyond. Protoss with gateways that build faster than they've ever built before. How much will Hero abuse those gateways? I have a feeling Hero will be a little ahead of the curve in some usage of the gateways, while also completely ignorant of other ways to use the gateways. So far, I've been criminally underimpressed with most Protoss players' ability to use the new gateway production. I think the biggest thing which I've noticed is people haven't realized that you could build a Zealot or an Adept or a Stalker in 14 or 16 seconds. 14 seconds for Zealots, 16 for Stalkers once Warp Gate's done, which means off of a 2-gate opening, you can often get to 4 bases in almost every matchup. It's crazy to say, but basically as many gateways as you have Nexi is actually a good general rule, and a lot of pros are missing this. They're often dying in the mid game, losing their thirds, losing their 4th bases, getting overrun, and they're like trying to make 8 gateways, and their gateways are just idling 90% of the time. It is tragic how much they are missing that. But Hero, he's a madman, he's a YOLO man. He's probably just going to make warp gates, build a pylon outside his base, and go for the aggression anyway. I would not be surprised if he just jams it, goes in there all in a bunch of situations, and overwhelms his opponent. Also, if you're constantly rallying units off 3, 4, 5 gateways, even just on 3-base saturation, you don't even need to warp in. You can just rally Zealot Stalker across the map and overwhelm a lot of the time. I'm so curious to see how Hero does it as he opens up incredibly greedy game 1. Nexus before Cybercore. It was 18 Nexus, 18 Cybercore. He builds a probe, goes for a 19-second gas. He'll then build 1 more probe and then 20 pylon. And he's going to build it over here so that he can hide tech and maybe even build a shield battery on the natural if he needs it. Cute, very cute opening. Beyond, of course, a player who's known for not scouting. So I like that Hero opens up the start of this series with a very greedy build. We're on Eternity's Edge. For those who don't know, this map is the map where I think this is the map with the Simp Shrine. Yeah. So basically there's a shrine here, there's Nova on a border, and there's a whole bunch of moopies that are kind of partying in front of it, just, I don't know, worshipping at the shrine of Nova, I guess. We'll see that animated when units actually have vision of it. You can see here, Reaper jumps in, and the moopie's like, Nova, yeah! Let's go, our favorite ghost! Now, of course, Hero goes Stalker first. You might think, isn't Adept a little bit more streamlined? But remember, Adepts now take 6 seconds longer to build than Stalkers, so Stalker first is very standard in the matchup right now. And a Sentry, a shield battery. Sentry, of course, can energy recharge, hallucinate, get an early scout off. And Hero otherwise does have to stay at home because he has no idea what Beyond's opening was. We know this was a double gas. Beyond's command center quite delayed. I'm not a big fan of double gas in this matchup, but we'll see how Beyond does it. I think it often puts you just so far behind. But we'll see. The earlier drop momentum will get out there. He will have kind of a balance between harassment and command centers. But it just takes an awfully long time to ever get your main mineral line full on workers. Or I feel like it's like 5 minutes before you get 16 workers on your main. Ooh, Reaper's getting some damage. Is it worth it though? He needs at least one more. It's 2 probes, gets a scout. Can he get a third? Can't quite get that last hit off on that probe. Oh, he almost got it. Good save for Hero there. Hero scouts the command center just finishing. So he should have a good idea of what's going on. We've actually got... Oh, look at that little ambush Widowmine. I love that. Hero did not expect a Widowmine to walk all the way across to there. So he actually gets a Stalker kill, which is a really good trade for a Widowmine. And so far, 8 worker lead for Hero. So Beyond still has a lot of pressure on him to find damage. Widowmines, Marines, and a medevac about to pop. We'll see what he can make happen as Hero takes an incredibly early third off of 1 gateway. Keep in mind, guys, with 1 gateway, you can build 4 Stalkers in a minute. Wait, even Stalkers are 14 seconds now? Oh, wait. So does that mean Zealots are like 12 seconds or 11 seconds? What in the world? Oh my god, because I was casting a replay from pre-patch actually just before. Dude, 40, you can build 4 Stalkers in 56 seconds. But he's going to transform to a Warp Gate, which defensively makes no sense. Unfortunate decision-making for Hero here, guys. That's a really bad call. He's clearly not going to be aggressive at all. Also, did he just trap that Stalker behind a battery? Oh my lord. Hero with some very, very dodgy decision-making early on, but that's what we expect from Hero. The GOAT of Protoss. Is he the GOAT of Protoss, guys? You guys let me know. I feel like he is. I don't think there's any argument. I mean, the number of time he's been at the top. Then again, I guess he just doesn't have as many championships. When you tally them up, maybe as some of the guys who like burned very bright and very hot. It's kind of hard to say. Some people say Parting. Ooh, Parting's an interesting call. He didn't really win any tournaments after the military. He had a lot of deep runs, though. And he did win a world championship. So, Hero never even made it to the top 4 of a world championship, I don't think. Ooh, I say that? Am I wrong on that? I think in the semis he got taken out by Oliveira, right? Actually, at that Katowice, 2023. Barracks floating around. Yeah, MC is a weird one because MC won so much money across such a big period of time. I think a lot of the tournaments, he pretty quickly went out of the Korean scene, even though he had a great run there in like 2012, 2011, whenever it was. He quickly went to like farming foreign tournaments, and even though he still had a lot of good winnings there, it was kind of considered not as prestigious, his wins, even though his longevity was very impressive. It was the very early years of StarCraft 2, hard to compare. Not to say he was bad, but also hard to measure the comparison. Good blink there, loses 3 probes, but dodges the shot on the Stalker. Widowmine drop gets shut down. So Beyond, has he found enough damage? I don't think so. I think basically Hero's gotten away with an incredibly greedy third. He's not utilizing the gateway advantage at all, which is, sad to see. If you're being this defensive, there's no reason to make warp gates. But I'm not surprised at all, guys. I think most Protoss players aren't really using their heads when they think about how to use the gateways. I mean, it's such an obviously huge buff where he could have made way more units off just 2 gateways, but this does give you the ability to warp in units reactively, and I think when you play like Hero, where you have pretty poor map control a lot of the time, you F2 your army from side to side, I think for him, he might consider warp gates a necessary cost to make up for his positioning. Especially, he often warps in units when he lets units run into his base in PvZ. He's going to go Double Forge, Colossus, and a few more gateways here. Terran. 3rd command center starts on location, so Beyond really is not pushing the 300 mineral command center to its limit. Feels like he's kind of just behind here. He's down a base in mining, and if the 1-1 upgrades kicks in, feels from there, Protoss is going to have a 4th base up, and Hero can just snowball this game out of control. I love the Zealots getting out of the map. The sentries are almost maxed on energy. Extended Thermal Lance comes in as well. Oh, this is a really good setup here for Hero, guys. 3rd command center getting punished. Zealots running in. Oh, no. He's not even got a wall off. Oh, Beyond's in so much trouble. One of the Widowmines goes down before it can fire. The Zealots are going to just do massive damage. And there's a Colossus, 2 Immortals, 2 Sentries. But Hero doesn't seem to realize he's there right now. Hero should be like, where is your army, bro? He's going to lose his Robo Bay. But the tanks are in the open, and the Immortals are going to make quick work of those. 1 tank falls almost instantly. Force fields are a bit dicey. Can the Immortals get rid of the tanks before they go down? Guardian Shield does so much work there. Excellent, excellent Guardian Shield. Zealots and Stalkers doing so much damage on the other side. 12 SCVs have already gone down. Pretty good damage for Beyond. It felt like this should have been an easier hold for Hero. Unfortunately, the tank's shooting sentries. Does finally take out one of the Immortals, but it does go down. The Robo's going to fall as well. Beyond's going to pick up and try to boost away, take advantage of the low Stalker count. Blink is available, but looks like it was not used there by Hero. Now he blinks to the side, and this is really sloppy. Beyond getting this caught. He could have stayed in the dead space. Beyond's just going to tap out there. He's lost his third command center. He's lost 12 workers. He's up against a Protoss going to 4 base. That was not a smooth game there for Beyond. He goes double gas, doesn't find much damage. Hero goes 3 Nexus off 1 gateway and just gets away with a murderously greedy build. Hero crushing game 1. Pig's a fruit juicer at my mom's house that looks like a Colossus. The juice machine, and it's got like Colossus legs. Oh, that's cool, dude. That sounds fun. Pig, who's your Protoss go? Well, I literally was thinking out loud because I don't know. There's always people like, Rain. I don't buy into the Rain hype at all. He was a very good player, but a very short period at the top, I feel like. 2 years? Who else? Hero's only won little things when Cyril and Rainer and Clem don't play. Not enough tier 1 events to be a GOAT. I mean, he wins those, but he just doesn't win them enough. Right? Because he won at the start of this year, Thunderfire Invitational, S-tier event. That was a tier 1 event over in China. Crushed it. He beat Rainer, Cyril, and Solar. So 3 Zergs in a row. But yeah, he's so often making pretty deep runs, but then like he just loses to a Maru or a Rainer or a Cyril. Especially Maru and Cyril, I think, have blocked a lot of Heroes runs, right? And there's, yeah. He's not got enough like top tier tournament wins. But then people say, but who is the Protoss GOAT? Because Protoss lacks a Cyril or a Clem in general. And I think some people would say, well, Max Pax would be there if he went to LAN tournaments. He'd be building that Clem level reputation now. But he doesn't go to LAN, and that holds him back, you know? Pig, can you please do my political office registration voiceover? And here we have Count Geonic Binface. You're gonna stand if we get like a Clacton style by-election, Geonic, you're gonna go rock up, dress up as a Hydralisk or something, yeah? Count Hydra Face, I don't know, should be fun. Stats is the correct answer, says money for laptop on YouTube. That might be right. Neeb, foreign GOAT Protoss for sure. Easily Neeb for foreign Protoss GOAT. Stats overall is pretty damn good. Stats got blocked. He didn't win enough tournaments either, though. So many top 4s. But he didn't win many, you know? He won a few. Zest, maybe. It might be Zest. I'd have to go look at the results to really remind myself. Maybe Zest. Zest was very good for a long time and won a lot of tournaments across a very long period of time. I don't know. We'd have to see, though. Ladies and gentlemen, hashtag sponsored, hashtag ad, but the best kind of ad. That's right, guys. What is it? 'Tis the seasonings. Look on the fried side of life. That's right, guys. KFC sponsoring the stream today. It is Christmas in July. Don't forget, guys, it's KFC's annual Christmas in July. 31 days of legendary daily deals and unmatched value exclusively on the KFC app. Today's deal is the $3.95 Zinger or the original crispy burger. That's right. They've also got some other like deals and stuff in there. Like you can always just grab the Christmas in July feast and stuff like that. There's some friggin' awesome deals. Get it on the KFC app in Australia, guys. Head to the KFC app right now to grab this deal before it's gone. Pick up only available until 10 p.m. today. This is a once a day only mystery deal you guys can get. A brand new deal drops every single day of July. Pick up only via the KFC app on the 25th of July, 2026. Maximum of 1 redemption per person per day. Only available until 10 p.m. Thank you, KFC, for sponsoring the stream. And let's get some more games going. That's right, guys. You know what, guys? I've titled this Pigfest. It's meant to be Pigasaur, but whatever. Let's get in and cast the next game. Let's go! I wish I lived in Australia, not the US. Oh, it's pretty good, though. Enjoy your summertime up there right now. It's a bit cold right now. Sun goes down too early. That's my main problem with winter in Australia. We've got pretty mild winters, but I'm like, the sun goes down too early. I want longer days. I don't want this nonsense. It's a sandwich, not a burger. It has a burger bun, therefore it's a burger, mate. That's right. We have all sorts of burgers. We have southern fried chicken burgers. We have all turkey burgers. We have all sorts of burgers, mate. That's right. What you're referring to is a patty. The patty does not define the burger in Australia. That's right. Now that's a patty. That's not a burger. It's you can put anything in between two burger buns. That's a burger. Welcome to Australia. Get wrecked. Oh, let's not go political, Gym Leader Justin. I think a lot of people agree that there's crappy things happening, but I'd rather you please not go political in the chat. Thank you very much for the love. Please respect that request. I need to vent sometimes about stuff as well, but I try to keep it out of my chat so people can keep the chat clear of the other worries. A bit of an escape. We will occasionally stop and address it, but not while I'm 100% not while I'm casting, because I can't manage the discussion and people will start fighting and I'll look back at chat. Everyone will be screaming at each other. So, yeah. All right, guys. Hero in the top left side. Great game 1 victory. Beyond in the top right. We going to command center first? Yeah. Command center first. I think that's a good pivot on the big 4-player map after the double gas aggression did not go his way. Hero, of course, getting away with murder with that no scout opening in the last game. Would have been a good option for a double proxy marauder or something like that. But this time around, Beyond's going to go... Wait, 14 command center? Mate, why would you go 14? I feel like you can go 15 command center and not cut SCVs at all. Is this better? Beyond, normally, I'm both very critical of most players because I think most players build order suck right now. On the other hand, Beyond is the king of command center first, guys. And he wants to get... And Barracks on 15, so he cuts SCVs twice. Even with a 15 command center, you never get supply blocked. But this is really interesting. So he's cut SCV production twice to go command center, 14 CC, 15 barracks, 16 gas. Are we going to see a 16 second gas? I think we are. He could go second barracks here. Because he's taking this gas so early, I think Beyond might be going... Oh, no, he has second barracks. Okay. So he's going to go two barracks, but with the gas up nice and early. Does he cut SCVs again? He cuts SCVs again, just for another second. So he's at least one SCV behind from where he could be, which is interesting. Very interesting. Actually, am I wrong on the command center timing, guys? Would he have got supply blocked if he didn't build the CC as early as he did? Nah, there's no way. He's got tons of supply free. Because even if he builds a marine immediately, and then because the orbital's making you stop SCV production, that's the key. Now, Hero, guys, has scouted in the correct direction. He's come through this tube, sees the 2 barracks. He knows that's the command center first timing. And he's going to, of course, have all the info he needs. Nexus went up back at home. Cybercore's now finished. He's going to chrono a Stalker out. Now, why is he chronoing a Stalker? That's an interesting choice. Because I feel like you see 2 barracks, you know there's going to be at least 3 Marines on the ramp. So unless you're going to chrono an Adept as well and immediately pressure and try to get some damage on these Marines by using the Adept Shade to spot the high ground, it kind of feels like it's a lost cause. Then again, he could full send, but in that case you want to chrono Warp Gate. The probe keeps trying to dart back into the base to scout, but the Marine is keeping him out of there. Twilight Council goes down. No, okay, so just a bit of an odd chrono on the Stalker. I mean, he might catch him with the Marines not on the natural ramp yet. The Marines are moving down. Can they get to the ramp before the Stalker gets there? Stalker outranges them, so you want to use the vision advantage here. And the Marines do just that. You don't want to chase too far, though. Doesn't take a single shot from the Stalker. Nicely done. Second gateway goes down here for Hero. He's probing nicely. But 2 barracks and now a factory coming in. Beyond's going to, of course, as a player who's not SCV scouted, go for a Cyclone. Cyclone's really good because it can beat a Stalker or an Adept or a Zealot, chase them away. It can shut down an Oracle. You have no idea if your opponent's got an Oracle. Cyclone's really good generically. The problem, if it is just a standard Blink build and there's no heavy early, like 2 or 3 Stalker pressure coming in, they just go home, which is what Hero's doing. The Cyclone is one of the lowest quality units you could have against a normal Blink build. It's if you've skipped scouting, you have to build it, right? Because you've skipped scouting, you're being greedy. This keeps you safe against all the different weird options. But it turns out Hero, 2 gate into 3rd Nexus. He's playing greedy. He's using that momentum. This is huge. And remember, guys, sentries take 23 seconds to build. If he builds another one once Warp Gate's done, I think it builds in, is it 10 seconds, guys? It's something insanely fast. It's 14 seconds for Stalkers. And even with 2 gateways, he's going to be struggling to use these gateways. And they'll be idling a huge amount of the time. Remember, guys, as many gateways as you have Nexi, and you won't be able to non-stop produce if you're also adding probes, upgrades, and tech at the same time. These gateways will probably only have maybe 40% of their actual production time being used for the next 2 minutes, I would guess, while he's adding so many gases and maybe a robo and stuff like that. Sees quite a few Marines and a tank. Stalker count's growing. Cyclone went and scouted cross map. And interestingly, I think Beyond might have decided from the probe scout timing that there's no way that Hero's in the bottom right. Oh, uh-oh. Stalkers get a few shots on the tank. Nice move there. Cyclone. Oh, good Cyclone. Get some damage on those boys. And actually, he even scans for the Stalker kill, which, I don't know. Is that worth it? I mean, I think it's not a bad idea. It's 225 minerals of opportunity cost, but you get the value straight away, and a Stalker's 175 resources, so I think it's a pretty cool move. He's also exerting pressure without really committing, right? He's got Starport, building a reactor, 3 barracks coming up, Engineering Bay in the natural. I love the way Beyond is keeping heroes scared, massing Stalkers, making +1. But he doesn't realize this is actually not that committed attack. Now, look, Hero's gone for a 3rd gateway. Notice he's not got money to use his first 2 gateways. Sentries, 12 seconds. Yeah, 12 seconds for a sentry, 14 for a zealot. It's crazy. It builds as fast as a probe, guys. I kid you not. As fast as a probe. The gateway production is crazy. Oh, look at that. Most useless unit? What are you talking about? I've already killed a Stalker, now 3 probes. Look at me. My name's Cyclone. Ooh, Siege Tank does get taken out, but Stim's ready. And look at the focus fire on those Stalkers. Oh, he gets a lot of Stalkers. Was that worth it? I don't think so. That was like 6 Stalkers going down. Cyclone's going to come home, maybe look for a lock-on them. It'd be a bad idea. He'd probably get caught. Ooh, he could catch the sentry, guys. Oh, very nice. Beyond's going to get himself a sentry for free. No way he gets 2. Oh my god, the Zealots don't have charge yet. They can't save it. 2 sentries. Pig. What was that about this being the worst unit in the game? What was that, Pig? You idiot. You imbecile. He comes in. Can he get a probe? Oh my god, he runs past. Charge is still not done. He just keeps running past. He's gonna get another probe. No way. Beyond MVP Cyclone. Oh my gosh. I think he's killed most of these units. He got 2 sentries, a Stalker, and 2 probes. And he got 3 probes over here. He killed all the probes, all the sentry kills, and 1 Stalker. Well, I take back what I said, guys. Cyclone's the best unit ever against the standard Blink field. What can I say? It's amazing. I mean, he got a bit lucky there, of course, but that's crazy. That Cyclone was playing League of Legends, says chat. I love it. The Pig, I would like you to reference that Cyclone. That was the Chadhammer of this. I agree. Chadhammer's normally featuring mostly against Zerg, but in this case, that was Chadhammer for sure. They gave her a Cyclone license after all these years. She normally drives a siege tank. Big Widowmine bio push. There's not that many Zealots out yet. 4 Zealots are building at a time, but this is a pretty scary bio force, and these Widowmines are doing big damage. The battery might be able to hold on here. Last Widowmine does fire. Stalker's going to try and bait another stim. The blink forward, very risky here for Hero. Oh, nice pickups. He's going to stim away. Beyond, he's on 5 barracks, yeah? Yeah, 3rd command center is almost done. 5 barracks coming up. Notice Beyond's not rushing 3 CCs. So he's really not pushing that that advantage that we talked about earlier. Sorry, change that to best of 5. Obviously, this is a best of 5 semis, guys. Robo Bay's coming in along with a 2nd Robo. So Hero's going to try and get to Colossus now. 50 workers to 63. I think Beyond might still have a timing before Colossus are out, but once Colossus hit the field, he's going to really desperately need to get Vikings out. It's a few minutes away, but with double Robo, you'd be surprised how fast that transition can be. It's 4 gases. You don't want to lose these Stalkers and Sentries, because all of your gas as Protoss is going to go towards double Colossus. Here we go, Bio moving forward. Oh, the Widowmine's trying to burrow. Very nice. Okay, Widowmines, they didn't actually get the craziest shot. It was an okay shot, but not the craziest. Who says Cyclones are the worst unit? Against a standard Blink build, it's just a very expensive thing to get a factory on a tech lab and build a Cyclone. So it's one of those things where when you're blindly going for it, and it turns out your opponent went Blink, normally it gets very little value and it slows down your whole opening. Obviously, it's great against Oracles. Prism drop going in. Beyond stims his whole army for only really 1 Stalker, and now the Charge Zealot's coming in. This is all buying time for Colossus to come out. Double eBay Armory tries to go down, but at the same time, distracting him on the front. Oh, Hero's in his mode right now, just constant aggression. He's not built Warp Gates this game, guys. Oh, yes, he has, actually. Sorry, he has transitioned to Warp Gates now because he's going for the Prism. Up to that point, he hadn't, and he built a lot of units, but oh no! Bunch of Stalker Sentry gets caught. Only 5 SCVs in mining time in the main. It's not the end of the world. The problem is, of course, the attack got delayed, and the Armory did get killed. I don't think he cancelled it. Yeah, the Armory died. It had just started building, and the Zealots killed it straight away. Will he save this depot? 28 points. Drilly boy, go! 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, it got to 1 hit point before the SCV gets over there, douses the fire, and does get that depot back out of the burning zone. 133 hit points is when it stops burning right now. Very nice. Yeah, oh my gosh. Oh no! Oh, he thought the engineering bay died, but it was the armory. He's now built a third engineering bay, guys. Oh no! And not only that, 4 Colossus with range are about to hit the field with 1-1 upgrades. So the upgrades are even. There's going to be 4 Colossus. There's only 2 Vikings on the map. They're worried about a warp prism. He can't start 2-2. Oh no, the Zealots are distracting him as well. Oh, Hero just keeping Beyond on the defensive. And I think Hero, with Colossus, his goal, he needs to move in, shoot, pull back, use the Guardian Shield, the Zealots, and essentially he can just kite this army down to death, right? Unless Beyond can just, you know, catch him with a flank, get the Marauders to somehow connect with the Colossus, which with this much Zealot Stalker is going to be tough. It's a big tech advantage for Hero. Beyond has an army advantage, and those ghosts do come forward there. He could land some big EMPs. Hero's very clumped right now. The Prism eats a big EMP, as does a lot of the Zealot Stalker. The Colossus a bit exposed on the front. The Marauders run forward. Are they going to get one? The Colossus picks up and juggles to save, but at the same time, the Zealots are all gone. The Colossus get jumped on. Another EMP lands. The Vikings from the north shut down the Prism, which is why he can't warp in units on the front. He's only got 6 gateways anyway. The Colossus all get jumped on. And no +2 attack. Great EMPs. And a decisive shove for Beyond. And Beyond in a situation where he's only now getting his armory, no 4th command center in sight, stuck on a massive work account on 3 bases that are mining out against a 4-base Protoss. This game was looking really bad for him, but a sudden decisive engagement was exactly what he needed. And I think Hero probably needed a few sentries to split that army to keep it away from him so he could bait multiple stims out of it. But those, you know, the Vikings were up north. They were waiting above the army for the Prism. They actually came in. And because the Prism had been EMP'd, it got killed instantly by the Vikings. And now Beyond counter-thrusting, it still feels like he might overextend and lose here, because remember, Hero's mining on 4 bases, but losing the Robos could be game-ending. There's not that many Terran units. The Medevacs are out of juice. The Zealots coming in with the Stalkers. These Immortals could be game-saving right now. If he can defend this and get a few more Colossus out, I still think Hero could have potentially a lead in this game. But the Immortal goes down. The second Immortal goes down before he can even kill the Viking. And that's tragic. The Colossus, he needs to rally this Colossus back. There's no rally point on these Robos right now. That Colossus needs to be rallied back. He rallies right on top of the Marauders. Oh no! The Vikings and the Marauders ripping him apart. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Oh god, stuck in the room right now with Tommy Wiseau is Hero's Colossus. And unfortunately, that is a pain that one would not wish upon their worst enemies. Probes coming forward, Stalkers as well. The Marauder focus fire. Beyond realizing this was his moment, he had to make it count for something. He knew his upgrades were pretty far behind. To be fair, Hero actually was very far behind on his upgrades as well. But Hero's timing attack was, I guess, a little bit less supported by the Zealot Stalker count than we thought. Did he not have a Guardian Shield in that fight as well? Everything disappeared so quickly. It felt like his army was way more soft than I would expect for equal upgrades. But I guess it's a mixture of EMP and maybe he only had 1 sentry, so maybe the Guardian Shield wore off or something like that. That's such a decisive engagement. I thought 4 Colossus were going to be game-ending, man. I feel very bad when my opponent has 4 Colossus, because, like, yeah, you either trap it with a big flank, or you just stim on top and hope that they don't kite you to death, which, for whatever reason, Hero is not able to kite that army to death. Bio moving forwards. There's 2 Colossus, but they've got almost no supporting units. Zealot flank. Oh, nice Zealot flank. Hero with a very fancy engagement. I think a good disengage timing as well. He's taken a 5th down in the bottom center of the map. Still got 2. He's got disruptors coming. Hero could get back in this game. 4th base is only now coming out. Remember, guys, planetaries cost 250 extra minerals. Or 200. Is it 200? They cost 250 minerals to upgrade now. And 150 gas. So I've actually seen a lot of players just going mass orbital, but Beyond does not want to get ruined by Zealot counters. So I think planetary is still a good choice. Colossus moving around the top left. Prism's going to move to the far north of the map. That turret's coming up. This Prism has to watch out. Observer sees him, but this army's tiny. Hero needs to get out of here. He's going to try and Prism drop the main, which could be effective. I think Zealots from this side could also be decent. Widowmine gets a good shot. Zealots clean it up. Just got to run away with these Zealots. You don't want to lose them all. Marauders, of course, always making it difficult to run in and out. Prism goes in and the Vikings say, nah. Nah, dog, that ain't me. The Ghost is very slowly going to clean all these Zealots up. There we go. A few Marauders finally do help out. There's a lot of units on the south here. Hero's trying to kind of defend his bottom bases by controlling the map, and he's doing a great job of it. He's on 2-1 against 2-2. He's got 3-2 upgrades coming in, 3-3 here. I thought Hero was dead after that push before, but he's managed to survive. He's still got his Robos up. Zealots looked like they were getting a good fight, but great micro for Beyond. The Zealots, they're going to get a few Marauders, a few Ghosts. Is it enough damage, though? Attacking into a choke point is always a little dicey. But whenever the units aren't stutter stepping, it's not too bad. Disruptors in the open. Oh, Beyond with a nice spready. One Disruptor goes down. 2 more Disruptors rallying out. Oh, no! Caught in disarray! Oh, no! Caught completely out. The Viking count is absolutely insane. 14 Vikings delete the Colossus. The Disruptors don't really land anything. They got caught in a disorganized fashion out in the open. And Beyond was so quick to punish that. He's only got a small army here because he's been defending at home. So Beyond will have to regroup. But such good value. 7,000 resources ahead. In that unit's lost tab. Accidentally leaves a few Marauders behind. Not the best micro for Beyond. Same time, though, the Vikings have landed on the cliff. Obliterated this mineral line and they've beaten the Stalkers. They've beaten the Stalkers from the high ground. You see how much damage they do to those Stalkers, man. Good trade for the Vikings, brother. Very good trade for the Vikings. That is kind of crazy. And they are going to escape even. These 2 Vikings, are they going to land? He's going to go to the dead space, creating more distraction. Disruptors in the open again. No! Hero! Somebody! Lend this man a box. He needs crotch protection. His boys are just hanging out there. This is a full contact sport. This is like not wearing any sort of helmet or any protective covering while playing ice hockey. It's crazy, bro. You got to get those Disruptors protected, mate. And that's going to, I think, be the finishing blow. The Vikings have landed down south as well. Stalker Warping deals with it. There's just so much Bio Ghost on the front. There's no support. The Colossus, they do bonus damage now against these units. It is impactful. It does matter. They definitely do better against the Marauders than they did pre-patch. But Beyond's engagements were just too good. And it's not the Wings of Liberty Colossus still. The Wings of Liberty Colossus was 2 times 15 on base upgrades. This is 2 times 12 against non-light units. Still does 2 times 15 against the light, the Marines, and the Ghosts. You can see against the Marauders with the medevac healing, it's a tangible difference, but it's not going to change the outcome of this game from this situation by any means. Bio Viking comes forward. Really good game 2 here. Back and forth. Thought a few times Hero was going to resurrect himself, but yeah, Beyond winning that fight over here was just such a sick engagement. And yeah, when was it? Like 11, 12 minutes, something like that. Oh, this is just after he's won it. Okay. Yeah, this is the last Pigasaur. Alright guys, so there was one sentry, but notice he popped the Guardian Shield before the fight started. Copped some really big EMPs. A bunch of Zealots go down before the fight starts. And then his Colossus get caught out. And his Guardian Shield is actually going to like disappear as the fight's going on. And then these 2 Vikings, remember the Prism already got hit a bunch by EMP and regular units. The Vikings come in and instantly shoot it down. Sentry dies actually just before Guardian Shield runs out. This is just a really bad fight for Hero. Yeah, just a little sloppy for him, man. A few extra sentries or something. Oh, man. Or just hiding and running back. But Prism getting caught in the army. Sloppy army management for Hero there, man. That was a big throwaway of a really good spot he put himself in. Bad luck. Hot diddly damn! That was game 2. You know what comes after game 2? Game 3. Do you know what else? No, do you guys know what else starts with 3? $3.95 Australian for a KFC Zinger Original Crispy Burger today. That's right. We have Christmas in July. It's Christmas in July right now. Hashtag sponsored by KFC, the Kentucky Fried Chicken. Except in our case, it's being fried in Australia. Because if you were to fry it in Kentucky and then send it to Australia, I don't think that would match food safety standards. It might. I mean, you guess you could freeze it after frying and then fry it again. Doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know what we're talking about. What we're really talking about is Christmas in July. That's right, guys. It's KFC's annual Christmas in July. 31 days of legendary daily deals and unmatched value exclusively on the KFC app. Today's deal is that $3.95 Zinger original crispy burger we were talking about. Head to the KFC app right now to grab this deal before it's gone. Pickup only available until 10 p.m. today. It is from pickup, of course, in the store. It's a one-day only mystery deal. A brand new deal drops every single day of July. Pickup only via the KFC app on 25th of July, 2026. Maximum of 1 redemption per person per day. Only available until 10 p.m. That's right, guys. If you guys can help me out, we will start the next game as soon as we fill this entire screen of chat with KFC emojis. That's right, guys. If you just type pig and then KFC in all caps, lowercase pig, we do have we've got the Colonel there. We've got the dancing Colonel as an emote for this month only. It's a special Christmas in July emote. I want this whole screen filled with those so that we could do it. Big. Why are Colossi sometimes blue when they hit? Is that the EMP animation? I think the EMP, yeah, kind of like changes the color of the units when they get hit. I think there's a new EMP animation, right? I'm not sure. I think there is. Pig, I was taking the dog for a walk. Got back to pick up after her. I told my wife. That's the one situation when you're walking your dog where that phrase actually is fitting, my friend. A giant Colonel Sandals will spawn on the map. That's true. That's part of it. Yeah, and that definitely, I love Paradoxical's point. It was definitely Chad Hammer. Guys, we're only halfway. Do you want game 3 or not? Guys, just get in there. Get in there. You can type pig KFC, totally works as well. You can just type KFC in all caps if you're not a sub. You can just be like, KFC! Guys, it's still not filled up. Do we want the next game, or do you want me to sit here talking about chicken and making you all hungry so that you leave the stream to go buy some KFC right now? What do we want? Come on, keep it going. We need some more KFC. Let's go. Let's go. That's right, guys. All right, that's it. Let's go. You've done your part. You've done your part, Twitch chat. We both love KFC and we love StarCraft, so thank you very much for the support, gang. Let's get into it. Is it Australian Christmas? Yeah, it's Christmas in July, brother. It's winter time here. Christmas is a very wintry festivity. So we sometimes do it in July. We often do both. We like to double dip. All right, guys. Game 3, hero in the bottom left side of the map. Let's flip that scoreboard to correspond to the player's positions. He's got his picture of himself with a mothership as his picture. I love it. He's got the portrait there. That art, of course, after he won the Thunderfire Invitational. His opponent in the top right, Shopify Rebellion's Beyond, here on BlackRock, is going to be dealing with an early probe disruption. Early probe getting in there and just trying to mess with your build order a little bit. Now, Beyond's actually moving out to proxy barracks. Oh me, oh my. Let's go to Hero's camera. Does he see this? SCV, he just saw it. Yeah, I think he spotted that little blue dot on the minimap moving to that right side, yeah? I feel like he probably did. And there we go. He sees the SCV and he's going to start harassing it. Extra SCVs will have to get pulled. You have to pull 2. You can't just pull 1 here. You can't just pull 1 because your depot's delayed. That delays your barracks. Beyond. Being a little bit greedy is Beyond. Cost him a lot of hit points, but I guess that's okay. He starts the barracks on the other side of the map. Now this SCV pulls over. He's going to tag team onto that probe. The probe is just going to go into the middle of the mineral line. Hero's arrogance knows no bounds. Hero is known for going inside the mineral line, attacking the SCV. Essentially, Hero's entire worker harassment works so well because pro gamers always assume you're going to get your worker away and they're trying to bait you into attacking them and wasting mining time. So he basically just goes in way too deep, risks it, and almost never gets punished because pros aren't willing to try to kill the probe and then obviously have the backlash of losing that mining time and feeling like they've lost out on the trade. But I will tell you guys, I've played Hero in a lot of weekly tournaments, and I've probably killed his scouting worker when he does this sort of move like 80% of the time. I just grab the workers and just A-move it, it just dies. Like, and I'm always like, you guys know you can do this as pros as well, right? Like, he knows I'm going to try and attack it. He's still, he gets away with this because pros, they give him the benefit of the doubt. They let him get away with murder, man. He's going to go for it again. He's like, oh, hello. His micro is really good, to be fair, but he's just very risky on it. Reaper's going to start up in this forward position, guys. The second probe came out. Did he see the barracks? No, it looks like his probe pathed around it. Funny thing about building the barracks here is the units will naturally path around. So if Hero wasn't paying close attention, he might not realize that there's a barracks purposely blocking the direct path through the middle of the map. Now, normally you want to build at least 2 Reapers to try and get value out of this. This is a pretty committed proxy barracks that he's gone for. And, oh, he's just going to lift up and go quick factory. Interesting decision there. Hero's going full one base, by the way. No Nexus to respond, and he's got Probe hidden in the corner. That might just be hiding there to not die to the Reaper. Reaper dancing around. He's going to get a Probe. It should just leave now. The Stalker's almost out. Oh, he loops around. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, a big mistake for the Reaper. He's not going to get anything here. Guys, this is a disaster. He's not built a second unit. That's his only fighting unit. His Probe's still dancing in his base. Finally, Beyond does target. But he could build a bunker right now. He can't put anything inside it until the barracks gets home and builds a Marine. This is really bad. I think he has to build Widow Mines out of the factory to get them up straight. Like, this bunker does nothing until the barracks lands. He should land the barracks here, like as close as possible to get units out, or build it on the, land it on the outside, build a Reaper and jump up the ledge. Either way works. Pylon going up on the front. Hero is one base, guys. One base, 3 gate. He's all in right now. Beyond not expecting this. And because he lost the Reaper, the Stalker comes straight across. The Zealot comes straight across. They can counter pressure. And he has no way of scouting that his opponent's on one base. Cyclone begins here. He was a little bit supply blocked. Finally does get unsupply blocked. Needs another depot right now. There's also no command center building. So, of course, if Hero does expand, he could get ahead economically behind this. But the Marine's not ready. The bunker's not ready. Now the Zealot's here. Zealot does a lot of damage. The Zealot does a lot of damage. The Stalker's not going after the SCV is a bit of a surprise to me, not going to lie. Hero seems to have been looking elsewhere for a moment. Oh, the depot! I thought he waited too long to repair it, but he does get the depot up. Now the Cyclone, he should rally it out here and lock onto the Stalker. He's got to rally for the Stalker, not the Zealot, not the Zealot! Oh, he goes for the low-value target. Unfortunate. Beyond feeling the pressure, trying to micro his SCV, so he didn't notice the Cyclone was about to pop then. And now he's going to take a bunch more damage as well. He gets a bit of damage, but only 2 ticks on the Stalker. And that's a lot of damage. More units are warping in right now. Nexus goes down. Hero has not pivoted to probes. He is still all in on the front. I mean, not all in, but massively committed, right? He's still thinking about just doing another warp in and then trying to bust this ramp. And there's only 2 Marines and a Cyclone. And what can you do? He's going to go Cloaked Banshee. It's a cute idea, but it means his command center is literally never coming out. So he has to win with that Banshee. It has to do, like, game-ending damage because now probes have started as well. Okay, a Stalker does go down. Hero busts the ramp a bit too much, but Beyond, he knows he's playing a crazy person. So he's got a lot of SCVs here to repair. And it is a crazy person. He's going to go for the force fields to block the repair. But he massively botches his force fields. Hero could have completely blocked the repair. He messes it up. He does get the bunker down eventually, but not before losing like 2 or 3 gateway units. Disastrous execution there by Hero. That's a pretty easy move. You'd expect better from Hero in these scenarios. Those were bad. One of the force fields was good. The other was trash. Depot's coming out. Tank's going to pop as well. Beyond can defend. The problem is he can't afford more SCV losses, guys. He cannot afford more SCV losses. He's still on one base. Banshee goes across the map. And there's nothing at home to defend. The Robo's not ready. This Banshee has a lot of heavy lifting to do. Engine screaming. That's right. She has to kill at least 10 probes, I would say. Because you've not even started a command center. You don't have 300 minerals. It's so cheap to get a command center now, but Beyond is so broke he can't even afford it. Twilight Council's on the way. No observer started just yet. And that Banshee coming in, Hero's going to feel his heart sink. There we go. He recalls, but recalling means he can't chrono the observer. So that's actually the wrong call, believe it or not. Should have chronoed the observer and warped in Stalkers to defend. Ooh, that's gonna mean that observer takes quite a few more seconds to build. 9 more seconds. The Banshee gets 8 probes. Really good damage for Beyond. He's still not got a command center at home. I kid you not, guys. He's on one base. Oh, finally. Finally, he builds a command center. He gets 10? No, okay, 9. 9 probes? It's not bad. The problem here is that Hero can hold the probe key down. And he can scout. See, okay, you can't really do a scary push with what? 2 tanks, 2 Marines, a Cyclone, and 2 Banshees. Like you can defend this with Stalkers. Probe up. Get Blink. Get a third. And I just don't see what you can do against this as Beyond. Hallucination comes in, he sees the command center is only halfway done, and you know he feels good about that. That's like, oh, you're okay. I took a lot of eco damage, but I've got 2 mineral lines. You've got 1. Miles ahead for Hero in this game. But 2 Banshees are still out. Derping over here. Butting into the Tauren Space Marine campfire. Little outpost up there. Banshees are going forwards. Pig, it's too bad we're not still streaming the Kung Fu Cup, sponsored by KFC. Oh, that's true. I was casting Kung Fu Cup just before, which for sure is also KFC. Oh, I should have synced that up, shouldn't I? SCV pool, guys! Oh no, the hallucination's gonna see it. He sees the SCVs. Does he have the units to defend, though? He's only got a few Zealots. Charge is not ready. He's gone Charge instead of Blink, which is probably a good call. And this is scary to push through this choke point into Force Fields, though. Force Field could ruin him. Oh, he shows the sentry. Oh, it would have been so good if the tanks came through and he trapped them. Tanks get a good volley. The sentries barely survive. One of them deep in the red. 1 hit point does survive there. The Banshee's going to rotate to the left side. Got 3 Stalkers in the main, but where are the Observers, guys? He's got an Observer on the natural. And where's the other one? Observer here. Oh, he's in position. These Banshees have to get out of here. Oh no, Beyond gets a probe, but he don't want to lose the Banshee for just 1 probe. The Banshee's going to hide on that left side. Okay, so Hero can just leave 3 Stalkers here. Bring everything else to the front. He should be okay, but he's sent all the Stalkers in the main. Oh no, he loses the sentry there. The tank's coming in the bunkers as well. Hero's let him get position. Hero, you don't need 8 Stalkers to defend 2 Banshees in the main, my friend. He also could try to attack the bunker from the top, but can probably only fit 2 guys there. Zealot flank comes in, but the Stalkers aren't anywhere near the battle. A sloppy engagement here for Hero. He's going to drop his Stalkers towards the battle. If he gets rid of the tanks, it'd be maybe okay, but oh, this is so dicey. He gets rid of, I think, two siege tanks go down. The bunkers do fall. Most of the SCVs, but not all of them. He's going to go forward one more time. 3 Banshees do crazy damage. Stalkers can dodge Banshee projectiles, but you cannot dodge tank shots. You can pick up and hide from them, but you cannot dodge them. You can dodge the Banshee shot in mid-air. Up 13 probes, but beyond here doing damage. He's got a command center coming down. He's trying to drop mules. He's trying to transfer workers. He's desperately trying to get back in this game. And you know what? This push has actually found way more damage than I expected. But it feels like with no support, it's just 4 Banshees and 2 siege tanks. And the tanks are obviously getting destroyed by the Zealots. But wait, the Banshees actually defend. And that's a lot of units for just 3 SCVs in a tank. And now, wait, did he? He got rotors! He made hyperflight rotors! These are fast Banshees now. They take out a Stalker there. Very nicely done. Remember, there's no blink in this game. The tank does go down to the Immortal. The Marine's going to run away the Banshees as well. They could actually do a tricky move. He could loop back around to the right, pretending he's retreating. Hero's sending his whole army across the map. Oh my gosh, if he's looped around with those Banshees, that's genius. He's not. Okay, he's just up here. Beyond did go home. He didn't do the 300 IQ loop around. And actually, Hero realizes he could have done that. So he is going home. If he moved all the way across the map and then those Banshees came back in on the natural, he would have been really bad for Hero's economy. As it is, guys, Beyond is just now starting his 2nd barracks. I kid you not, it's 10 minutes into this game. His 2nd barracks is only now coming in. And this, so far, game of the tournament so far. This is fun, man. I think it feels to me like Beyond should fall far enough behind, but I like that he's repairing the Banshees. He's got 5. And he's finally going to swap that starport off the tech lab, build a reactor, put this 3rd barracks over. So he's going to have, yeah, the barracks are going to have 2 tech labs, 1 reactor. And he's going to go into the more standard bio style. 40 workers to 49. Hero's 3rd being so late, it's pretty good there for Beyond. Templar Archives coming in. Feedback's really good against Banshees. Does a lot of damage, removes their cloak. Can do up to 100 damage, leaving them on just 40. Storm's also, of course, great against the bio. So I think this is a pretty good tech choice. Realistically, though, he sees 5. He just saw it. He saw 5 Banshees. He just saw it. Okay, you just got to drop a Stargate now. Easy win. If he just, yeah, he drops his Star. You've seen 5 Banshees. You have to go Phoenix against that. Okay, and that's really bad for Beyond. Because once the Phoenix is out with an Oracle, you can just tag the Banshees, gun them down really easily. Problem with Observers is they can't keep up with the speed Banshees. And that's why usually 1 Phoenix, 1 Oracle is the counter. This is super fun. All right, he goes for the drive-by. Stalkers are there, but where's the Observer? It's in between the bases. Stalkers have blink. They got to blink on this. Oh, good blink, but the Observer's a bit far away. So the 2nd volley actually didn't. The Banshees only took a few shots. They get 2 probes and a Stalker. They don't lose too many units. And oh, he's slipping by. He's slipping by. Hero moves out of position, and the Observer's not with the Stalkers. Again, he blinks forwards and can't fire. Oh no, the High Templar. Okay, he picks up the High Templar. Clutch save there for Hero. But Beyond, dude, this is a flyby of a century. He is just strafing the economy down. Beyond taking so many losses. His Observers aren't in position. He's got a Phoenix now, but the Observer's too far away. 15 probes and another Stalker or 2, not to mention just chasing him with it, the whole army running around in circles. Now, these 2 Banshees are a bit exposed, but remember, the Observers can't keep up with it. He's building a 2nd Phoenix. It's meant to be an Oracle to counter this. And the Banshees are going to fly... No. He's going to get even more damage. And he's looped back into the main as well. He splits the Banshees, loops back into the main. Hero's falling apart right now. He's falling apart beyond the speed Banshee comeback. I cannot believe it. He's got a Phoenix and an Observer here. 29, 30 probes. He's not done yet. 32 before he's done. Make it 33. Can he get 34? Of course he can get 34. Make it 35. What in the world? Who would have seen that coming? That is hilarious. That's an absolutely insane amount of damage. He should finally be getting shut down now. He gets 36, 37, 38. He gets up to 38. The Banshees have done work. 5 Banshees, 38 probes between them. Not to mention the 16 probes that died earlier in this game. 54 probes for 5 Banshees. You know Beyond is happy about that. Units lost tab over 2,000 in his favor. He's got a big bio push and a 3rd command center floating out. His main's completely mined out. His gas is almost gone as well. So he's actually going to have to float his main out at some point. But he's got a good solid bio army. He's got to watch out for Storm Drop though. Luckily, he's pre-spread. Beyond recognizes the threat. I think he saw the High Templar, didn't he, with the Banshees? So he knows pre-spread is the answer here. High Templar comes down. Widowmine and the Marine do fall. Good lift on the command center. Getting rid of the Observer would really help, but Beyond doesn't see it there. It's kind of hard to see the Observers on this map. It's so bright. Viking goes north to try and stop him rotating into the main, but Phoenix could gun down the Viking if he's not careful. If your opponent builds that many Banshees, getting a cannon in each mineral line is not a bad idea. That being said, 5 Banshees take a cannon down very quickly before it even takes down 1 Banshee. The detection alone would have really helped. You're not wrong, Silver League players in chat with your backseating. This is one of the cases where your demand for cannons in every base is actually the correct response earlier in this game. I mean, to be fair, you should have just built an Oracle instead of a 2nd and a 3rd Phoenix as well. I feel like Hero's done a lot of things suboptimally this game. 2 Phoenix get gunned down. He's looking for the Storm Drop on the workers, but he's in a dangerous spot. Great Storm Drop. Careful, careful. Run away, run away. Don't run forward with your Prism. What are you doing, mate? Oh, my lord. Flies the Prism back into the Viking. He does at least get the Viking as price for that. Penance. But Colossus, extended thermal lance, 2nd Robo's on the way. I want Beyond to win this game, guys. He's worked so hard. EMP, you can see, does turn units blue now after they get hit by an EMP. I do like how clear all the animations are. There's been quite a few animation changes that really up the visual clarity in StarCraft. It's actually been quite nice. They've all just been in like the quality of life settings, so I don't even talk about them when I do patch videos, but there was actually quite a few cool ones in there. Here we go. Look out for the ambush though, Beyond. They get stormed. Nice EMP. Yeah, you can see there's like this lovely little... The EMP graphic is like... I don't know if it's slowed down or... And it marks the unit with a bit of a blue tinge for like 2 seconds after they get hit. 4th base finally coming in here for Hero. 2nd and 3rd Colossus is almost here. Right now, it's just equal upgrades. +1 versus +1. The Zealot Archon on its own, not going to be able to defend this. Great trade here for Terran. And the High Templar a bit far back. Ooh, good dodge on the EMP there for the High Templar. He does get 1 Storm, but it only really clips the army. Colossus comes forward, though, and should be able to defend that base. EMP does land on him once again. And oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Beyond just turns and YOLOs into him! Oh, he gets him just before all the power comes together. The EMPs were amazing, and he just guns down so many valuable units. Wow, units lost tab 8,000 in Beyond's favor. His engagement's much better than Heroes in this game and the previous one. And what a legend, man. Beyond playing such good StarCraft today. It's kind of interesting as well, because the 300 mineral command centers, he is like expanding slower than normal even. He's still getting a bonus 100 minerals though, so I guess it makes his aggression hit a little bit harder. But obviously it's very slow for him to get the 3rd bonus 100 minerals, the 4th set of bonus 100 minerals. You know, when he started that 4th, it's kind of like these bonuses are not being leaned into, but he's just using the momentum off them really effectively. Extra Colossus coming in. +1 armor coming in. More gateways coming in. We've got 5 gateways, 6th one building. Honestly, in a game like this, if you're struggling to spend your money, you should, I think, swap back to regular gateways, but Hero, of course, is used to being active with the Warp Prism. I think in a game, I don't know, it might be worth swapping back, because he's just to get a few rounds of Zealots here would be really nice. And remember, the gateways transform very quickly now. In the most recent balance update, they actually made it so the warp gates and gateways transform back and forth, I think in like 3 seconds in either direction. It's so quick. It's really nice. Zealot's getting gunned down. Bioghost moving down this left side. EMP lands on the Colossus. Nice EMPs on the Zealots as well. Storm does zone the army a little bit. Another Storm comes down, but there's so few Zealots there. Nonetheless, Beyond does have to respect the combo of Storm and Colossus. He did have to back away from that. That was the correct call. Beyond's 4th base is up, guys. He built a 4th, but he didn't float his main. Has he not noticed? The main fully mines out at 15 minutes, guys. The minerals and gas are fully gone at about 15. You want to lift this out to a 3rd, 4th, or 5th base, depending on how many bases you have. You gotta be moving that command center. The only thing you lose from that is not being able to mule or scan from it while it's floating. So I think Beyond maybe just not noticing with how intense this game has been. Vikings. Oh, the Colossus are getting wrecked. Wait, he's only got 3 Stalkers. 4th and 5th Stalker arrive, but he's gone mass Colossus with no anti-air against the Vikings. Oh, this is a disaster. A disastrous imbalance in the army comp. Beyond was already leading in the game, but to go mass Colossus, I think Beyond did a really good job of hiding his Vikings. He had 2 starports pumping them for a little bit. Hero had only seen lots of Bio Ghost, and I think in his mind, he thought, oh, Beyond's just playing pure Bio Mine Ghost. He's not building those other units. He absolutely thought that, right? Because the previous fights, he didn't see any Vikings. Look, there's only 1 Viking if we go back a few minutes, but they're building 2 at a time, and then even 4 at a time at some moments here. So he goes up for 5th and 6th Colossus, thinking, ooh, that'll counter him. He's being greedy. He's not building Vikings. And then when this final fight happened, he had 3 Stalkers, and there was like, how many Vikings was there, guys? 12? Yeah, this is the final fight. There's only 7 Vikings right on the front, though there's a bunch more rallying in. But he's got, if I box his army, 3 Stalkers there, and then 2 more rally up from here. So he can't kill the Vikings at all. Oh, no! It was a clever idea to go 6 Colossus if you really thought he was not building Vikings at all, but no, he was. And those Vikings had an absolute just ball, man. The Stalker DPS compared to the Viking DPS just wasn't competitive. If he landed a big Storm on the Vikings initially and had like 7, 8 Stalkers, it's a different story, but oof, that's a brutal final fight. GG's. Best Games is always cast off replays, guys. But yeah, I came in only halfway through this series during the week. I can't remember exactly what happened, though. I'm remembering as these moments go on. But yeah, that's 2-1 lead for Beyond. Guys, thank you very much for the hashtag sponsored segment from KFC. We really appreciate them very, very much. And just want to say a big thanks. Well, let's keep on playing. Big thanks to all of you. Origa, Foulscroat, Cheers from Chicago, Jaywalking Penguin, Somicron, Origa, Blue Flame, Narcosis, Pod, everyone else with that huge wave before. You guys are just absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for the overwhelming generosity. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thanking you. I don't know why I talk like this, guys. Oh my. Sorry, wrong button. Wrong button, my bad. Alright, guys, here in the bottom left side. He's going to go for the immediate probe across the map again here. Beyond in the top right side. Wait a second. Where did he click that? Ah, proxy gate. Okay, so Hero's going to go for a proxy gate. Probably a couple Zealots into a couple Stalkers. As a Beyond fan, guys, you are hoping he either SCV scouts or he does like maybe a double gas 1 base play. You are hoping he does not go for like a blind Reaper expand. If he does, sometimes they check with the Reaper around the 4th base locations, 3rd, 4th base locations to see. And if he spots it, he can cancel the commands and build a bunker, defend on the high ground. But double gas into multiple Reapers and Hellions would probably be the best opening that just blindly gets you a lot of units against something like this. So it's just 1 gateway, and then he goes home. He doesn't want to reveal that he's probe scouted. He wants Beyond to be in the mindset of, look, it's Hero. He's not scouted. He's being greedy. He's doing a no-scout expand build, which Hero is very known for doing. So he's trying to condition Beyond into being in that mindset. So Beyond goes for a barracks gas opening. Gas starts mining. This looks like it was a 13 barracks, 14 gas. One of the builds where the barracks just idles for a bit. That's unfortunate because that will delay him getting the unit out to scout. He's only got 30 gas when it finishes. Oh, he's going to build a marine, is he? Or does he cancel that and build a reaper with 50 gas? I feel like I've seen people do both versions. He's going to keep it. All right, so he's going to go marine. Oh, he's rallied the marine down here. Where'd he click it to? The very corner of the map. That's odd. It's going to be a 1-rax expand off of just a marine. Okay, he does go reactor, so we can at least build marines 2 at a time. And if he checks this corner and sees it, he can absolutely survive this. This is actually a good opening if you see it, but he doesn't see it, and he turns away. No, Beyond. He's looking for proxies around here. He's thinking, oh, this seems like the sort of spot Hero might proxy. It's right out the front, you know. You never know with Hero. He's like, oh, yeah, I'll check around the middle. Sometimes they build a gateway here. Oh, no. And here we go, guys. 2 zealots, a stalker. We've got a shield battery at home. Pylon goes up on the natural. Hero already thinking about his expansion, though that's not going to go down until at least 3 minutes. And these 2 zealots are going to have a bit of a party in there. Reactor is now finished. Marines are building, but the only marine is trapped on the outside. You've got to keep the marines alive, and you've got to pull a ton of SCVs to defend this. The command center is forfeit. Just cancel it and hide this marine. Pull SCVs, repair your reactor, and stay on the high ground. He's got to give up the natural right now. Oh, he's pulled down to try and fight with SCVs, but he's already lost 1 marine. He goes for the SCVs round. This is not enough SCVs. You need to pull like 15 SCVs if you're going to fight this. He only pulls like 9. 9 is not enough. A second marine goes down. The third marine's about to fall, guys. This is on the Korean server. They're both Korean players. There's no lag here. That was a bad response there for Beyond. It's a bad situation to find yourself in. It's a bad matchup of build orders, but that was sloppy, guys. That's not enough SCVs. That's 8 SCVs. Do you guys think in his head, did he think this was just a zealot from the other side of the map? Because this is way too early, isn't it? For his, or maybe he thought it was just a zealot, but then the second zealot comes in not far behind. I think he thought this was a single zealot. Maybe. But he should not have lowered the depot. Just run the marine away, maybe go to the other side of the map and try to deny the natural with it. Cancel the command center, build a bunker, stay behind your wall off. There's only 1 stalker with range damage. You can just pull your SCVs back because it takes 4 stalker shots to kill an SCV. So every SCV that gets targeted by the stalker, right, what you do is you just click it, you pull it back. You click it, you pull it back. And then eventually your bunker gets up, you get some marines in it, and you have to rebuild your command center on the high ground. It sucks. It's not a great opening, but their Nexus is very late as well, and you can play it out. But only pulling 8 SCVs against 2 zealots is absolutely crazy. You can see, like, you need way more SCVs. Because the moment he starts pulling the weak SCVs away, he's got like 4 SCVs and 2 marines fighting 2 zealots and a stalker, which is not an even match. And that is just a big under response for Beyond. Hero ties up the series 2-2. This is a good series. That's why I wanted to recast this, guys, because I felt like there's a good back and forth, you know? Good back and forth. Guys! What is the cultural capital of Italy? And why is it Florence? For those who don't know, straight out of Florence, our favorite aficionado, the sewer mermaid from the sewers of Florence. His name is Io. It's Naples, Peg. It's not Florence. Naples. Yeah? Well, I like nipples. Sorry. KFC sponsored segment is technically over, so I can go unhinged again. Florencio, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great day, mate. Random question. Do sewer mermaids have nipples? I hope they do. Makes me happy. You tried Zero Space at all, Florencio? I wonder if you like it. If so. I'm curious if that game vibes with you. It's, oh yeah? You play like campaign or multiplayer? Still working. It's hard to get used to at first, but once you get the hang of like using the Merc factions and some of the abilities and stuff, it's pretty good. Have you drawn a peenie yet with the drag formation? Because that's still my favorite thing about it, is dragging the little man junk on the map. I do love the formation drag. It makes me very happy. Story hotkey? Yeah, story mode and hotkeys? Yeah. It's got a pretty good system. The only advice I have for people when they do play multiplayer is use shift to build buildings, so it just fills up the queue with as many of that build unit as possible. And it's got like a kind of smart production queue system where it'll like, you can queue up extra things and they'll kind of spend when you get the money. And I think the only thing that cuts the queue is if you place a base, it'll prioritize that over everything else that's in the queue. But everything else, it'll just kind of do, I think, in generally like the order that you've queued it, or it'll mix and match units. So if you fill your queue with like Marines and Marauders, assuming let's just use StarCraft terms, it'll just keep like mixing and matching Marines and Marauders as you get money for them, which is cool. I think that's how it works. I'm not exactly sure, like, but it feels pretty good if you just trust the system to work. Yeah. Pig, now that Terran buff has had some time, is it broken or not? I don't know. I think every faction has some really broken Imba stuff right now. Jay Chambe. I think it's going to be a bad change long term because it will, I think, really support like turtle play and mass expanding, and it'll give a bit too much reward to 3 command center builds and especially early 4th and 5th command centers. The thing that's keeping it in check in TVP is Protoss players, when they actually use the new gateway correctly, they can snowball so hard that I think Terran struggles to even get a 3rd base up, personally. I don't know about Zerg versus Terran. I'd say that's the matchup I'm probably the most worried about it. But you know, it's been a week. You really don't see that much in a week. Realistically, it takes about 6 months for metas to settle and for things to really be locked in with pro players. And that's the point where you suddenly go, oh man, this is like so obviously a problem. That's where Clem starts tearing his hair out every season. And he goes, TVP, they figured it out. It sucks now. I hate this matchup from the Terran side. And also he's destroying from the Protoss side of the matchup, you know. It's where you see Zergs go, well, they figured out how to defend and make Mothership and Tempest and Storm in every game. You know, and like everyone's, and Protoss is like, Terran knows how to turtle to late game and then just win with insane Bio Ghost Liberator efficiency. Like everyone starts complaining, right? It takes like 6 months. After a week, I think it's like, it doesn't seem to be grossly imbalanced. Because there's enough BS on all sides right now that's being figured out, but everyone is playing so suboptimally. I think anyone who's looking to current pro play and thinking, oh, they figured things out, is so far from the mark. It's like actually insane. I've watched a lot of games. I get a constant feeling that players don't know what they're doing, even at the pro level. There's moments where they're in a familiar spot to where they were pre-patch. They look like a god. They know exactly what to do. Openings and little workings of advantages in the early builds and build-up. It feels like there is massive room to improve, especially for Protoss. Protoss is, I would say, at the cutting edge of not using their gateways correctly because it's such a big fundamental change that's hard to learn. But the other races also have a lot of inefficiencies. Like, not a big fan of like the double gas versus Protoss builds for Terran. I can't even properly nail it down other than it just feels like you just hamstring your own economy so badly that it can't be worth it. But I could be wrong. A lot of my criticisms are still vibes based of like little build order optimizations for Terran and Zerg, you know? I'm like, this feels wrong because of this and this, but I'm too lazy to crunch the numbers. We'll wait and see, you know? All right, don't go anywhere, guys. Very quick ad break. I don't know if this is a long final game or not. It's game 5 of this series. We'll see you guys in a minute. Be right back. Beautiful, mate. Get up the ramp, guys. Get up the ramp. Get up there, fat boys. Oh my gosh. We're going to file down these workers as well. Oh. He's got 7 barracks now. Looks like he's enjoying 7 rather than 8 barracks. Oh, these aren't well placed. I think you need those slightly to the right. Oh, that's tragic. Oh, but he walks over it! Holy moly! Sorry! Oh man, I hope my filter max is on my mic, because I apologize if I burst anyone's eardrums. That was like 25 Marines. Once 1-1 finishes, it's going to be even upgrades for a long time. Finally, Dark sends a big Ling run by. If you can get up the ramp, that could be very powerful. Hydra Bane tries to run forward, but Clem's on point. That tank positioning is real nice as well. Ling run by comes in. Dead 4th Command Center, no cancel. 400 mineral snipe. Really juicy there for Dark. Banelings connect with a few Marines, just can't go too deep. There we go. Oh my gosh, the Marines go a little bit too deep. The Medivacs as well. And he gets flanked. Dark shutting this army down. The Zergling Ravager Swarm Host finding insane efficiency. Look at that. Oh my god, that was cinematic. Oh man. Now this makes sense. And how do we not win the game with this attack? How do we not just win the game right now? Did we just build around it? We just built around a drones. We're waiting for Hydra upgrades. And we're attacking around a corner. No. Oh my god, this looks like you're the AI in the tower defense that just goes, you know, when a tower defense where they like maze around the lane, or like a maze tower defense. What are we doing? If you're gonna do this attack, move down and then move in together, not around. This is like the most extreme corner I've ever seen an army attack move around. Oh no. And then we clicked our whole army on the tank. No. No! We were lucky the roaches came in from behind and got a tank kill. We just A-move, just A-move. Just A-move, stop microing. No! 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 Oh my god. I'll take it. Oh, it's so huge. Oh, the force fields! And then the High Templar comes in from behind, storms the Medivacs down as well. Oh! 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 Wee! Wee, 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 wee. Hello! Oh! Oh my god, that was sick! Oh, the snowballs! Oh, you're gonna kill my children on their way to work? I can punch your children as well. Say those High Templar before getting... Oh! Can I do an instant rewind? I want to watch that again. Sorry, guys. With that depot timing? Oh my god. Okay, guys. 3,800. He's almost 4K, guys. I just want to remind you, this player is 4K. What's up? We're back. Is KFC transitioning? Oh, is Chicken Man retiring? Wait, what's this, Senju? Oh, is he full retiring from StarCraft stuff? Or just from running the KSL? Man, we love Chicken Man. Chicken Man's a legend. Oh, that's sad. Oh, we love Chicken Man. Chicken Man's a legend. All right, guys. Hero down here in the bottom right side of the map, beyond the bottom left side. And it's going to be a game 5 to decide it all. Old Sun Temple, horizontal spawns. Generally speaking, Protoss likes more space between them and Terran, so I imagine Hero probably would have preferred cross spawn, but I think he'll probably be expanding north along the map. I'd love to see one of these players go for a corner base. In one of these hidden bases, like a third or a fourth in one of these corners. Otherwise, I think Hero will expand along the northern side of the map. Beyond probably also expands along the left side of the map as well. But of course, Beyond will have the threat of dropping into the main, as well as pushing up this path towards that natural as this game goes on. And ooh, it's Command Center first. Now, is Beyond gonna... I assume he always does the same build, right? 14 Command Center, 15 Barracks, 16 Gas is what we saw earlier today. I've been doing 15 for the Command Center, but Beyond seems to like this. He likes to just cut a little bit of worker production here and there. You can see he wants to get the... Oh. Okay. Yeah, and he should be going to build the barracks now. Okay, cool. Yeah, there we go. So he queues up one more SCV. Oh, this time he's going to do 16 barracks. No, he's still figuring it out. I knew it. Okay, I thought it was a lot of unnecessary worker cutting the last time I saw this. To be honest, I still think 15 Command Center might be slightly more economic, but we'll see. He normally goes barracks, gas, and then second barracks. It's pretty balanced, gets you a few Marines out, but it doesn't delay your production so much that you're crazy vulnerable. And of course, Hero, it's game 5. Could be getting proxy marauded. He's just going to not scout and play the greediest opening available. 18 Nexus, 18 core, into 19 second gas. Oh, you gotta love it. Beautiful, beautiful greed for Hero. Zero fear in the face of his own mortality. I love it. Chat says Special was doing command center before depot. A lot of people have been trolling, guys. It's not efficient. It is funny to build a command center before a depot. Yeah, I was doing 3 command centers before barracks on the first day it came out as well. Shockingly competitive, you know, in terms of it pays off faster than it should, but hugely vulnerable. And the moment PROTOSS players started, you know, chronoing their warp gate, just going and killing you, Zerg started bane busting and stuff, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is actually silly business. Factory goes down there as well. Now, he did go for a Cyclone last time we saw Beyond do this build on X-Arch, I think it was. SCV's building on both sides. No add-ons for the barracks just yet. Now, he's not built a bunker, which means if that Stalker were to come across the map, he'd actually have to pull off the low ground and defend on this ramp. Luckily for Bjorn, who hasn't scouted at all, Hero has not scouted at all either. And he's gone 2 Stalkers, Twilight Council, 3rd Stalker on the way. He's got a pylon here watching the ledge. And when Hero decides to scout, remember, you can't spawn vertical from each other, guys. It's cross map or horizontal on this map. Does he just send a Stalker to, like, cross map and to the bottom left? He's going to send a probe out to find out what's going on. Okay. So there we go, yeah. Factory's going to swap over. It will be that Cyclone. Make sure we don't die to Oracle. Second gateway here. Blink getting chronoed. Engineering bay goes down. Depot's going to go up the top. Let's go. Nice little spotting depot. Bjorn has not ventured in front of his natural at all, guys. And if there was unit pressure, like I said, he'd have to have abandoned mining his natural until this Cyclone's out. It's just part of the trade-off of the build. Being as efficient as it could. Hero now knows where his opponent is. He's going to go for another pylon. It's an economic arms race. And I tell you, if you play like this too much, there will be players who will spot you doing this, and they will all in. They will proxy one base all in right at the start. Run some DTs in would be the most effective way to beat this build of Beyond, wouldn't it? I love builds like this that Beyond's doing, but I'm famously weak to DTs. They always ruin me day. Shows the Cyclone to shut down the probe. Bunker goes down now as well. Stalkers are coming. Watch out. Those Stalkers will have a window to do damage. Third barracks. Second gas, or third gas, I mean, coming in there. Cyclone could come from behind and maybe pick a Stalker or 2 off. Blink isn't quite ready just yet. Bunker gets cancelled. SCV goes down. Cyclone with that lock-on I was talking about. Yeah, if he could catch a Stalker would be really nice. And indeed he will. He's going to try and throw a bunker up, but this is pretty good damage by these Stalkers. Cyclone is a really important part of this. Forcing the Stalkers to really respect that is huge. A lot of Marines and a few SCVs. A lovely start here for Hero, who should really keep it contained. 10 kills for just 2. 1 Stalker, 1 probe for 4 SCVs, 6 Marines, not to mention mining time, the cancelled bunker. Huge victory there for Hero, but his third base is really late, and he's even going Immortal and Charge and Zealots before taking a third. So is he going to go for a big all-in, or is this because he thinks Beyond might all-in him? Oh, he blinks up! But Stim just finished. He thought he was going to deny Stim. Stim finishes. Oh no, the Stalker's getting trapped. He's got to blink away. He does blink away, but look at that, guys. He denies combat shields, yes, but he loses 4 Stalkers for it and an Observer from the scan. But not just that. It had just started. Stim had finished. So it's not an important upgrade since he's not got Medivacs. He's not going to be pushing soon anyway. He can just remake the Tech Lab, remake combat shields. It's not like he lost a lot of production time there. And a third command center goes down. A genius call from Beyond. He's behind economically. Or not behind economically, sorry. I mean, he's behind in terms of getting, like, Stim, Bio, Medevac on the map. So he says, well, I'll idle my barracks for a second, hold the SDV key down, make the upgrades, non-stop build workers and mules. Meanwhile, Hero is massing gateways, which this is way too many gateways for 3 base, unless you're doing an all-in. But he's probing and building batteries right now. So it's kind of like a classic Hero issue he has, where I think sometimes he just gets a bit overly confused, tangled in his direction. Yeah, he's going warp gates. Warp gates are great if you're being aggressive. If you're not being aggressive, there's no reason to make warp gates this early. You could spend that money on making Psystorm, Colossus, and off just 3 gateways, pump Zealots here to actually have a bigger army and use the extra 450 minerals from 3 less gateways combined with what is 6 gateways of minerals and gas. Turning into warp gates, it's another 150 minerals, 150 gas. It's a lot of money he could be turning into an economic advantage right now. And because he's playing against a guy who built a lot of production on 2 base, he saw multiple barracks, he saw a cyclone, he saw early stim. He didn't see any sign of an early 3rd command center. It makes no sense here to play such a low economy unless you're planning to hit an aggressive timing. And he does have a prism, but he's not moving onto the map. And he's kind of mixing and matching a few probes, add an observer, add an upgrade. Now he's thinking about a 4th base. This is a very inefficient play for Hero. It's very vibes-based gaming. That's what I expect from Hero at this point. Very rare for pros to play this way, but it's very common for Hero to play vibes. Based off of vibes, you just kind of do a bit of this, do a bit of that. Downside of that is your efficiency is naturally always going to be much lower. Zealot drop does get 2 SCVs though, but you can see beyond here, even though his 3rd wasn't that early, is in a very competitive economic position. He's not really behind at all. And Hero is just not building any sort of advantage for himself. There's no splash damage on the way. 4th Nexus only now starting. On a strategic level, I have to be really critical. It feels like Hero was expecting an all-in, and it just keeps not coming across the map. And now he's built a mass Zealot Immortal Sentry army. But he's not actually got to play for it. Normally, Hero is really good at, if he's going to build big army, he shoves it and gets a good trade. But that would be a terrible call against Beyond, who's built such a big army from so early on off this efficient Command Center first build. And yet he finds himself very slow to splash damage. He needed to pivot one way or the other. And instead, Hero has played so middle of the road that he's put himself behind. He needs to be very good at keeping him pinned with this army. If he takes a bad fight here, Beyond will spring across the map and Hero won't have time to get Colossus out. But it's Hero. I've seen him put himself in bad positions 1,000 times before, and I'm sure I will 1,000 times again. He has a very good knack for getting his way out of those situations. Only single robo for now. It's kind of odd. No 2nd robo just yet. 6 gateways. He's not got a crazy gateway count either. Colossus gets EMP'd. It's the only unit that got hit as well, actually, so that's kind of good. Baiting one of only 2 of Beyond's EMPs with a hallucination feels great. Armor's coming in. Colossus, extended thermal lance. And he actually cancels the Colossus, makes a disruptor. I think if you're going to make disruptors, 2nd robo would be amazing. He's adding gases now. On the most exposed base. Bit of a dicey decision. He's also going to take a 5th. But he's not got any splash damage. Okay, there we go. 2nd robo. I was going to say, if you're playing 5 base here, you are really gearing up for the end game. And now we are seeing it. Warp Prism speed, double robo disruptor, double upgrades should be getting chronoed a fair bit as well, which they are. Yeah, good play here for Hero. 4th Command Center coming in right now. Just now starting. More ghosts are building. 2-2 upgrades have just now started for Terran. He's got tanks at home. He's so turtly all game. Beyond doesn't... Guys, Beyond hasn't seen where Hero's base is. Wait, does he even know where Hero spawned? Did he see units coming from that direction so maybe he can guess? Dude, wouldn't it be hilarious if he thought this was cross map? He's gonna send a Cyclone to confirm. Okay. Seeing his Zealot there, I think should tell him, okay, yeah, you're over here, aren't you? Oh my gosh. 10 minutes in the game and he's just found it. Hero building a 6th Nexus right now. 83. So Hero's got to be a little careful, guys. Massive economy. But that means your army is smaller. And he's only got 7 warp gates. He's building 2 more now. He's going to need a lot of gateways to quickly resupply when the fighting happens. And he's only got 2 robos. No 3rd robo, no Templar Archives. Stalker stumbles into the Ghosts. EMP and a few Marauder shots. It goes down. Stargate's on the way for Hero. I'm not a big fan of Hero's Stargate play. Tempests, of course, can be good for picking off Liberators later on, baiting your opponent in, but you need to go Psystorm at the same time. Otherwise, you don't have a way of stopping the opponent from just diving on top of your army and running you down. Mothership's kind of odd in this matchup, because it can be very effective when it lands its spells just right, but it can also... It's not quite as oppressive as it is against Zerg, since the Terran has such good long-ranged, high-damage units. Oh! He's going to dive forward! The Prism gets shot down instantly. The Zealot's charging far in front of the Guardian Shield. This is only half of Beyond's army. Beyond has to give up ground, but he loses a lot of units does Hero. Beyond loses very few. Disruptors go out, they don't find anything. And it's a 1,500 resource loss lead for Beyond. Hero not finding any value just yet. It's rallying more zealots across. No forward warp-ins. He should have pylons, I would imagine, in these spots. All around the map, around these edges. Remember, you can fast warp in anywhere. Now the Nexus goes up. He's going to build cannons and batteries in the top left. I'm not sure why he's building a cannon and a battery at each base. Bit of an odd choice. But he's got a lot of money. Disruptors whiff. Next one could land. Beyond's dodges have been pretty good. Oh, watch out, Beyond. Beyond getting a bit ballsy there as he chases into the disruptor shots. Pun absolutely intended. Zealot Stalker's taking an alright engage. Hero, he's only got 9 gateways though in that warp gate form. He's got to be careful. This is not the 20 Zealot at a time remax that he might be used to. Second Stargate Fleet Beacon's coming in. Hero's going to look for some nice engagements. He should be focusing medevacs with the Stalkers or any sort of high value unit. Just shooting the bio with a few Stalker shots and letting it heal up is not very good. 2,000 minerals ahead or resources ahead for Beyond. Beyond's trying to secure a 4th on this left side. This command center has just been floating around the map like crazy. He's actually now going to float it all the way back over here to this side. Beyond building 2 more command centers finally now, but only once he's got everything else set up. He really does not like rushing those cheap command centers. It's so interesting to see because his TVP's some of the best in the world right now. Oh my gosh, he's going to go for a Doom drop. Hero's going to chase him away from this position though. Oh, and the medevacs get F2'd back into the army. A little bit sloppy. Beyond gets caught trying to go for the cheeky drop. Gets forced back. Alright, fusion cores here. Plus 2 ship weapons. Hero's not quite transferred to his newer bases just yet. He's only now doing it. He's not even transferred off his main. Hero has 90 workers, but they're not actually mining very effectively. Oh man, he's only now transferred to here, and he's still got 8 workers in the main, where only 1 or 2 of those is working efficiently. Okay. So Hero, he's trying to play a mass money style. He's got 13 gateways. He's got to wear down Beyond, but he's not really found big damage yet because Beyond's just turtling on 3 base. And Beyond instead is going to go for a big counter drop. This might be a little sloppy. I think this might be a bit ambitious for Beyond. He's got to get out of here. Beyond. Oh my god, these Stalkers and Zealots. Some of them F2 away though. The Stalkers and Zealots are trying to jump on top. Is this enough units? Big warp into the main. The Vikings get there just in time. Only 3 Zealots complete. Meanwhile, is there enough Zealot Stalker to deal with this? The answer is yes. This is a great trade for Hero. He wants messy trades. He wants sloppy trades like this. And that's bad for Beyond, who's sitting on 3 base. His command center just floated around 70% of the map to finally come back and take his 4th. A big mistake for Beyond. That's going to cost him a lot of momentum. But balls in the open! Balls in the open! Oh! He sees him in the open! He calls in the artillery on the enemy! Dives in! Blasts down! Hero! Caught completely off guard once again! It's not the first time today we have seen Hero forget to put his armor on. His box just left there in the locker room. And oh my lord, does Beyond punish him for that with a swift, quick to the gonads. A kick to the gonads is not what you want to deal with when your disruptors are completely unguarded like that. Another one goes down without landing a shot. There's only 2 robos and they're here. They're exposed, the robo bay as well. What a turn. He took such a good trade in the main and then he just leaves all of his disruptors unguarded on the front. A massive mistake here for Hero. He has to break this push. Stalkers will take care of the libs, but he's losing a lot of them in the process, and that is so costly. The Tempests aren't doing anything for him. Going Tempest before you have Storm, it's good for chipping away at your opponent, baiting them into the open, but you need to be able to stop their army when they do dive out into the open and jump on top of you. That's normally what Storm, I was talking about the interaction with Storm. Disruptors can do it, but you've got to have good micro, and he just was not watching his army. A moment of inattention. Hero turns into a savage defeat against the Terran, who for all intents and purposes was on 3 base for the entire game. Hero took 7 bases, but let's be real, he didn't really transfer workers to them that efficiently. He didn't build a lot of insurance in this game, and he wasn't really bullying Beyond as much as he normally does because Beyond stayed on such a low worker count. And I think if he kept that army alive with the Disruptors, he would have overwhelmed Beyond long-term most likely, but Beyond finds the engagement he needs, pushes in. Zealot Stalker, Mothership trying to hang on. But Mothership with no air weapons, upgrades against 3-3 bio, does almost no damage. She gets gunned down, the Stalkers do as well. The Rallying Colossus ain't going to do much. Even with that little 2 extra damage, times 2 the Colossus are doing per shot to the Marauders. It's not going to be enough, man. That's crazy. We have to look, where was Hero's camera when Beyond jumped on that army? Second time today his Disruptors being caught in the open, and this one was much more egregious than the previous one. Ghosts get blasted. Marauder goes down. Nice counterattack here for Hero. Cuts off the reinforcement. But Marauders with Stim are on the warpath. And Concussive Shell Marauders will push these Stalkers away. Liberator up here doing damage. A few Stalkers warp in. Hero, he's got so many bases. It's funny, Beyond scans there. He doesn't realize the top left is also taken. So he's going to move north, thinking if I kill these bases, that's the last bit of economy you've got. I think it'll be good enough to be a killing blow either way. +3 armor was never upgraded this game as well, by the way. It's way more important than the shields upgrade, since EMP normally removes all the shields anyway. Or at least most of it. Probes pull to the right side, evacuating the base. Stalkers still intercepting the rally. Hero using the distance really nicely on this map. Surely he can't get back in this, can he? He's not got any splash damage, right? He's got 2 Colossus somewhere. Oh, the Stalkers and the Probes trying to fight here. Stalkers trying to blink away. The EMP causing trouble. Guardian Shield does a little bit. Does Guardian Shield remove it? No. The Vikings killed the Guardian Shield sentry, right? It was just weird. I saw an EMP land on the sentries, and the exact same moment, the Guardian Shield disappeared, and I was like, what? Is that a new interaction? If you EMP a sentry, it shuts down the Guardian Shield? Kind of makes sense from a lore perspective. But no, it does not. 69 supply for Hero. Some would say this is his final form, and that Beyond is basically defeated at this point. This base is it. Main base still chilling. Definitely could float that main out. There aren't many bases to take. Getting your 4th and then 5th and 6th base very difficult on Old Sun Temple. This is a map where fighting for those expansions is very difficult. It's hard to just turtle to late game on a map like this. Killer Smile, really good at making maps like that where you're going to have to stretch yourself pretty thin to cover the entire map. Or there's just not that many bases if you're talking about a 10,000 feet. Kind of avoids the late game stalemate in a lot of his maps quite elegantly. Sees there's a base there, but he's going to split his army thinking, well, I know who I'm playing. It's Hero. He's going to counterattack. Couple Zealots and Stalkers drip in. And Hero, no doubt, realizing it's pretty much over. He's going to recall Probes. Oh my gosh, I love it. I do kind of love that he's just hanging in there trying to be annoying, but with no DTs or anything like that, it's unlikely. He's hiding the Probes. When these guys leave, he'll rebuild this base. Whack-a-mole Protoss, guys. Everyone you knock down, they just keep on getting back up. This has been a great semis though, guys. I can't imagine the finals will be very good after this. We've used up all of our luck today. Who knows? Occasionally, you get amazing series into amazing series. But it's been a lot of fun. Man Center first paying off here for Beyond in this game. Stalkers. Oh no, it's only 3 Stalkers defending the Colossus again. Ah, it's Blackrock all over again, guys. And of course, Beyond says, Black Rock and Roll too, man. Let's go! Zealots on the left side are doing a bit of counter damage, but he even dropped Marauders behind the line. And Hero has to tap out. Beautiful play there for Beyond. Goes to the finals of yet another Pigasaur with a 3-2 victory over Hero. My man, GG's, Ian, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, as well as the big 64-month Stanley Stud Finder as well. Oh, this man finds studs. Oh. Thank you for the love, dude. I appreciate you so very much, guys. Thank you very much. That was a lot of series today. In not that many hours of stream. I know it's a bit of a shorter Best Games today, but my friends are playing board games right now and I'm already late, so I have to go do that. But we got a lot of series in here, a lot of ZVPs, a few TVZs, and that one as well. Beyond Hero, Pigasaur, semis. And another 10? You're far too generous, mother trucker. I want to say a big thank you to you. I want to say a big thank you to you, my friend. Thank you very much. Dude, thank you, dude. That's very generous. That's very generous. That's very generous, my friend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 series today. Is that correct? Do I have 6 recordings in my folder? Am I measuring this right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 series today. Beautiful play. Guys, what was the main feature of that one? Insane finals. Beyond CC first is incredible. What happened in the crazy game? Beyond's insane Banshees versus Hero. Was that game 3, guys? Game 2 or game 3? They killed like 50 probes. Super sick speed Banshees. That was amazing. Guys, slap your bacon down. I'm going to slap my bacon down as well. Sponsored stream's over. So let's go back to contemplating nothingness. Put this one back on. Hide myself. And let me join in the wave of the bacon to say a thank you to Ian and everybody else for supporting the stream. Hot diddly damn! Thank you very much for the love! Holy moly! Crimson also subbed, guys. Crimson has a message. They've said, 2 statues stood in a park for hundreds of years. A fairy granted them life for 30 minutes. They instantly ran into the bushes. Moans were heard, and they came out giggling. The fairy said, you have 15 minutes left. The male statue said, fine. But this time, you hold the pigeon, and I'll take a shit on it. Okay, nice! So... okay. Wow. All right, I like it. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you spent hundreds of years getting shot on by pigeons, bit of revenge. Probably the first order of business. That does make sense, actually. Highest of cheeses, thank you for the 23 sub. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the love. Who should we raid up to say a big thank you? Hooty hoot. Yeah, who guys? But who? I don't even know. Who. All right, guys, let me very quickly do a little thing here. I'm gonna do a little thing. Did we cast any max packs today, guys? I feel like we did, but I've forgotten already. Did we cast? I don't think we cast any max packs, did we? That's a shame. We should watch some max packs next time. Yeah, who should I raid? There's no stupid English here for us to go steal their. There's no Lindisfarne for us to raid. Oh, wrong. Hello? Let's raid someone up. Oh my lord! Well, that's what I call a StarCraft stream if I've ever seen one. Xiaomi Sea Slug. I don't like that this on the preview you were much bigger, Sea Slug. This is embarrassing. Make yourself big again. Embarrassing, Sea Slug. Oh, they playing with Giant Grant Games, did that say? I saw Giant, or is it just wait.
That sounds like a blast! Let's
Darn
go.
right.
VTuber playing games with Grant. They're playing some team games. Oh, hello. That's cool. Let's give them a raid. I've never watched their stream. Apparently they're a Sea Slug. And they're, yeah. Let's friggin' go, man. Let's friggin' go. They're hanging out with Grant. We love Giant Grant Games. So maybe we love Xiaomi Sea Slug as well. All right. Have some fun, guys. I'll see you guys later. Falcon Paladins just raided us. Join us for the raid, guys. You're on a raid train, Falcon Paladin viewers. We're going over to Xiaomi Sea Slug, who's playing some games with Grant. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to go play board games. Bye, guys. I love you all. See you tomorrow for the viewer tournament. Please sign up. We have pretty low sign-ups. So if you guys want a chance to support the scene, play a fun mod tournament, and smash some games, it's going to be awesome. It's open to all skill levels. Please sign up and play. Even if you've never played the mod, you don't need to have known how to play a mod. Just sign up, join it, get in there, and we'll see you guys tomorrow bright and early for that tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah. Sorry, Aussies. The next viewer tournament, I'm going to do it an Aussie-friendly time, like 9 a.m. or something like that. It's going to be bad for Europeans. Bye, guys. Have a good night. Bye-bye-bye. 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 See you guys later. Bye.